very first BR6 back in 2017. Just to put things in perspective, Nesk started with INTZ in 2016, went through BD, BRK, and has been leading Team Liquid for the past 8 years. Cyber popped up in Nox Gaming, then rolled through Merciless, BRK, Immortals, and MIBR before planting his flag with FaZe Clan, where he's been holding it down for 5 years straight. Meanwhile, Thiago was writing his own story, and man has he worn a lot of jerseys. Nox Gaming, Encore, Team Liquid, 00 Nation, E1, Los, and most recently ENX. Now, compared to Cyber and Nesk, Sexy Cake's career has had way more ups and downs, including that rough stint with Los in NA, where the team took 23 L's in 35 matches. Yeah, Siege punishes. But then came the redemption arc. Thiago took a step back, joined an underdog squad, grinded through the SAL Challenger Series, and after beating his former Los lineup, he clawed his way back into Siege's elite. Siege punishes, but it also rewards. So, Sexy Cake, how does it feel to be back?
É ser velho, eu acho. Mas ser velho e competente, talvez, porque eu ainda tô aqui, então é uma coisa boa. Muito boa a sensação de estar de volta, ainda mais subindo com os meninos que nunca estiveram presentes assim, alguns. Ter toda, tipo, essa jornada com eles na Série B e ter o mérito de subir e estar jogando agora a Série A é muito gratificante.
Perfect. Gratitude is everything. And we're grateful for everything you've done, Thiago. Oh, and at 26, Sexy Cake's one of the most seasoned vets in Brazilian R6, only behind Nesk, 30, and Cyber, turning 27 this August. Which begs the question, can you still be a seasoned pro and absolutely fry in Rainbow Six?
Eu acho que é um pouco de preconceito, acho que da comunidade de gamer, assim, no total de todos os jogos. Eu acredito sim que a idade afete chegar a um determinado momento, mas não tanto assim quanto o pessoal pensa, né? Tanto é que a gente tem vários dinossauros competindo ainda continuam sendo os melhores de cada time. É só dedicação mesmo que você tem com o jogo e o amor que você tem pro que você faz. Cara, o que me move é o Rainbow Six. Eu gosto muito do jogo, então mesmo que eu fique um tempo sem jogar ou coisa do tipo, eu acabo voltando e então eu gosto muito de competir, gosto muito do R6. E é isso.
All right, looks like we're dealing with Siege's last
Good morning, everybody. What's going on, Peak John Bow, Mr. Herb, Maca Pete and Roni? Do we think Furia will win? Of course. I would be shocked. I would be shocked, but there's a reason we play the games.
Todo mundo que trabalhou comigo sabe que eu gosto muito de estudar o jogo, que eu tô sempre presente aqui com o time e eu sou bem fechado assim, o time que eu tô jogando, eu tô sempre junto com eles assim, meio que só quero passar o tempo com eles, então acho que toda essa parte assim de amor pelo jogo, o entendimento que eu gosto de, né, fazer o IGL, trazer o capitão aqui, poder guiar as pessoas assim.
Excuse me guys as I enjoy some little bit of toast and coffee for breakfast here. Just getting started. Yeah, Turtle Tactics. In Element 5, aka Turtle Tactics, no longer a T3 team. We are now moving up in the world. T2. Brand new journey.
And there it is, Sexy Cake, who's gone through a lot, and we're just kind of talking about this. And
games to look forward to today. I mean, there's really only one on my mind that's like game of the day, and that's that W7M. I think it's loud.
That was still underage and competing. Because back then in Brazil specifically, you didn't have the minimum age.
I can hype it up. I can hype it up. People can say whatever they want about Loud, but the last 2 weeks beating 2 top 4 teams pretty decidedly. NIP and FaZe. I think it was Perez in their interviews basically saying the early season struggles came from them just kind of being in their head. New big organization. Seems like they might be out of their head. And W7M, obviously really strong team. But they did just lose to Furia. That should be hopefully a good match. But the rest of these pretty easy to predict. Again, I would be surprised, but like Furia should win this one pretty easily. FaZe should be able to beat Los, but I mean, who knows? Because FaZe coming off 2 pretty bad losses, but they should be able to put away Los. NIP should be able to put away ENX, and then
He has
Liquid
like-
Black Dragons. I mean, probably a Black Dragons.
Yeah, it was like
Can you
his
Dub.
knee is high up to his chest pretty much,
Yeah.
and he has his foot laid
Exactly. Yeah.
on
No way
sorry, on
Liquid's
the-
beating
on
BD.
the
Yeah.
chair.
I just.
Don't fall.
I don't
fall,
think so.
dude.
That actually hurt my back more than
He's
anything.
about to put his legs behind his
What's up, Easy?
I was about
My
to do
God.
some acrobatics.
Honestly, gents, what a way to say we're old. Sexy Cake is now also older.
Old.
Because it has been. By the way, hey, knock knock. It's been 7 years since Liquid won Pro League. That's how long it's been. Wake up, Samurai! It is time. And actually,
Have Black
it is
Dragons been
time
looking that
to
good?
talk about our next matchup, because Sexy Cake is part of it.
yeah.
First of all,
They
just
actually
to
have.
brief, quick
First
look
off, I
at
mean,
our standings, and here's what they
you look at the
like.
roster.
ENX Sexy Cake's team currently is sitting at 7th place.
This is that
6
Hornet team. Flastry,
However,
Makina,
Furia
Muzi,
are
Rare.
just above them
So
at 7, which is
good
pretty
amount of
incredible.
experience. Muzi's been around for a long time. Hornet, Flastry been playing very, very good. If you look at Siege GG, if you care about stats, sort of
Looking
thing.
at these standings, do they make sense to you if you were back with those?
You could see
starter
Hornetau
classes?
up there for cost. Flastry's been up there for clutches. Flastry and Makina in the both in the top 5, right? I mean, we'll pull it up here, but Flastry and Makina both in the top 5. As far as rating, Rare's right there. I mean, all their players been playing very, very good. Muzi, Hornetau, like all of them are in the top area. I mean, who they've beaten? I mean, they did lose to NIP, close game, but then after that, kind of destroying Loud, beating that ENX team, destroying FaZe,
as to what is going on interregionally, but I guess that's,
and then
that's
beating
the-
9Z
that's the
pretty
match. The
easily.
best of
So
ones. Anybody can win. Anybody.
sure,
can
they haven't
show
played
up, and
W7M.
hopefully,
Sure, they haven't played
story of seeing another
Furia,
Brazilian team
but,
make it into that top 4, make it to the
again,
next event.
beat FaZe, beat
It's
Loud.
always
That's 2 of the
a
teams
pleasure
right
to
here.
see new Brazilian
Did
teams
lose to NIP in a
show
close
up,
6-8 game.
Loud at Reload. You know, we've seen
And,
W7M over
yeah,
the last year slowly
They did
become
play some of the
a
weaker
fan
teams,
favorite.
quote unquote,
So,
but
obviously,
they
standings don't
put them
make sense
away
right
like
now,
pretty
but
easily.
Hopefully they'll shape up soon.
If anything, Team Liquid are the ones that have the most pressure to shape up and really make it to
Production
playoffs.
even gave
but-
them an extra point. They're at 1.
No, it is no. That is correct because they started yesterday with 1 because at this point today they got to max OT in 2 matches, which means they get 1 point per game for a total of 2.
Yippee, let's go Liquid. You're up
Let's
there.
go. Maybe today they'll get to add a few more. We'll have to tell. Anyways, gents, we have our first game lined up: Furia versus 9Z, and let's just talk about Furia up first because, well, yesterday they had an incredible match, probably one of the best games globally through this stage against W7M, an OT win 8-6. Wonderful. Everybody should go back and watch that game. But today, as much as they respect any opponent they're up against, they are looking to destroy anyone standing in front of them, folks.
Well, it's interesting you bring up the word of respect. I feel like Furia this stage so far has not really shown respect. There hasn't been much discipline in their play. A lot of their play is just relying on no strategy, purely gunplay and gun skill. Obviously, when they go up against an opponent like W7M yesterday,
No strategy?
it's a nail biter, a lot of back.
Are we just saying Furia's running around? Are we still thinking Furia
The 1v1s to these big
is just
plays,
running around the map?
strategy that Furia shows at these major events is not something that they bring at home, and obviously that's exactly what we've been displaying. I mean, their biggest issue right now is the opening kill department. As much as they are getting
We
their
are
own
saying that they
respective
are
opening
just
kills,
running around in the big 2-5.
highlight plays from huge players, they're just as equally giving away that same amount of opening kills, and that's why games are so much closer than it needs to be. But something that we saw over
How's Allie not here when Fury's playing? You just said her name,
is the fact
so
that
she will
they
be
completely
summoned at
abandoned
this point.
strategy, and they
Don't
went
you
to
worry.
Clubhouse back-to-back
You
days
might have
against
just summoned her.
W7M. And obviously, Clubhouse is one of those maps we always talk about it. You don't bring teams that you're better than to a map like that, but it is a very individual-based map. So it just went to show that off of the back of those 2 wins, Furia is still insanely dominant when it comes to individual performance. And it could be something that we see carry on through, that Furia is just trying to make it into that top 6 off of raw mechanics. And then once the best of 3 phase comes in, that's where we see the strategy come through. But it kind of makes sense. They're going to maps that are amplifying their individual performance, because right now, when it comes to strategy, they're not showing much. They're just trying to make it out with showing as little as
Just
possible.
for anyone who's in here
Kind of like the
early,
G2 saving strats
and I'll probably be saying this a good amount during the stream because I still want to try to fill in players. But the date is locked in. I know not everyone can make the date that was originally picked for the teams, but we have to go off of Dream schedule, and this is how it should have been done in the first place. I should have never picked players first, which is completely on me. I should have never chosen players. I should have just got the date from Dream and then opened up the forum if anyone who could make this date in these ranks. So we're a little backwards, but the date is set. Sub Wars, it will be Wednesday, this coming Wednesday here at 7:30 East, and it might approximately be up to 3 hours long because it's a it's a bit competitive best of 3. If any new subs want to enter into the Sub Wars, what it basically is me and Dream kind of casting 5 subs from my team, 5 subs from Dream's team. If you guys want to play or have the option to play, in my Discord there's a link, and someone can link it in chat, but just a little bit of a Google Doc to fill out, because I believe out of the original players I've chosen, I think 6 out of 8 are able to make it, which is fantastic. So now I just need to fill 4 more players. So we do have some open spots, and I know a lot of you have already signed up, so I'll just go ahead and choose off that as well, but still an opportunity for others if they want to hop in. Herm, you are in the target range, I will say. I think you're like a gold or a silver, so if you sign up and you want to play Wednesday at 7:30 East, if you can make that, probably a good shot you'd get picked, because I think you're about a gold level. And that's exactly what we're looking for, to be honest. Like, we are looking at the worse player you are, the better of a shot you got
I expected 9Z to go to Clubhouse again
at making
just because
in the roster.
It being such a default map. Bank is one of those maps that's a Furia favorite. To be honest, taking them to a map like that makes sense. They want to be able to expose the individual style of play that Furia brings. It's a very big map, a lot of ground to cover. So if 9Z can focus on that team play, the trades, I mean, they have been so solid when it comes to opening kills, but Bank is one of those big maps. There's a lot of room for error after that opening kill. So just like you said, Lax, we're really going to need to be able to see that opening kill converted into a diffuse plan or objective-oriented focus, or else 9Z is going to just lose those advantages time and time.
It's like at like 4 a.m. for me, so I can't make it. Yeah, I know it does kind of suck EU time. It does kind of suck EU time, but the games will be on YouTube. I plan on making content around it besides the stream, which obviously you can watch the VOD if you're interested. But I'll probably be like doing per map and uploading on YouTube as well.
Just let you walk in and take control for free. So it just leads into the question, like, how dispersed are you going to be around the map, or how close and concise are you going to be playing together?
Just kind of what happened with Dream schedule is
from a big map we go to our big.
We had to do it a little bit later.
5 of us here. XR and Lynx join us on the show. It seems like the more the wheels of time turn, the more likely it is for Ollie to be back in SAL.
Again, it's been a long time since I've been on a Saturday broadcast for SAL. It was really throwing me back to sort of 4, even 5 years ago, but it is great to be back here, Milosh. It's a region that I have always held very close, although it has changed quite somewhat.
Yeah. Lynx, how are you today?
I'm doing good. I wanted to drop that because you guys talked about, when Liquid last won Pro League, it was 7 years ago. 7 years ago was May 2018. I had just gone through the worst heartbreak of my life and didn't drive a car yet. I was 16 years old. So not to date all of you old guys with back pain, but I was not even halfway through high school last time Liquid won Pro League.
So you're having heart
And
pain
look
over
at you
back
now.
pain.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you know what? There's going to be some heartbreak in this game, and it's all yours to cast. Lynx and XR Turka. Have fun.
I will. You know what, Milosh? I think I will take your advice, and I will, in fact, have fun for Ollie and I's first game inside of the
I feel like no air is kicked on yet.
Up until just
Little
a few
hot.
months ago,
Little hot this morning.
region game, but since the combination-
And who's looking to start out hot? 9Z against Furia.
going against the
On
majority
Bank.
Argentinian.
I know we just got done saying, I don't know what Furia's records on bank. I don't know if they've gotten a lot better at it. But it used to be a belief that Furia, like this is a map you could expose Furia at best of threes. This used to be a belief back in my time with DZ. If you looked at their map pool at the time, this was the map that they were more beatable on, win-loss record.
You know what? I'm good. I think I would much rather sit back in my chair, enjoy a wonderful Saturday. The sun is shining. It's a nice temperature, and I can just sit.
However, we are going to see
myself in some
9Z do a little bit of different bands. You're always seeing Habana Ace band out. We're going to see Habana Montaigne. So Ace is going to be up. You're going to be able to see those E3 walls opened up. You're going to be able to see janitor walls opened up. But none of that's going to matter for this lower site. All we need are cans or hard breach charges. I call them cans. And we got 6 of them on board with the Capital, Grim, and the Deimos.
As you can see, the map is bank. As Fox mentioned, this
Probably got a good tell. If you see this operator lineup, which first off, by the way, I'm going to have a new video coming out. But if you guys haven't realized by now, the 3 most powerful operators on bank basement is right here. This is the Holy Trinity. Smoke, Goyo, Tubarao. You watch any region on bank run a bunker defense, and you're going to see those 3 operators. It's just extremely, extremely powerful. If you can combine it with some extended roams on the map, like we're seeing right here, Goyo in open area. It's just why do people roam in open area? Because it's so easy to fall out of there. Boom, look at that. Shadow drone, red hatch. Time waste, right? They had to commit to a top clear just because of that. Sometimes you see that combined with an E2 roam and also a server roam. And we are going to see that Smoke's typically on the blue stairs. Gonna waste additional time. And that's where the Tube and the Goya really shine. Stacking the Goyo fires for site and default plant, obviously, and Tube, you see him using it right now. Tubing the site hatch as long as possible to really delay the take. Because if Furia gets everything that they want against a bunker, these are some of the best ops that you could have. Grim is going to be extremely oppressive in Red Hall, pinging everybody, not allowing anyone to C4. And Capitao as well with the fires on Vault Door, Keys Door, not letting anybody power through the site. And the interesting thing is they do have an OSA. So I fully expect them to go for a cross wall instead of planning default, because you see that Mira.
As you can see,
you can see the mirror on the default wall, and because they're not running the ace that's up, very hard to can right here because you are exposed. Someone from garage angle can just get an angle onto you, so they're going to open that cross wall, the deeper wall. No, they're not. I lied. They're rotating right now. I think the util is going to be too much. And that's what Goyo Smoke does. Is it's just so much util that most teams decide to do these back takes.
One angle given up to Nade. KZ follows up with the next advantage solidly for Furia, especially as Will and Zhao both.
And the good thing about the operator lineup that Furia brought right here is, again, it's so much. The Grims, the Capitao. You're getting Deimos tracked in sight. It's just so much, but going for that backside take is a little bit more of a TDM-ish style. Like, more things can go wrong, but more teams are electing to do that because, again, Goyo. Yeah, I forgot the Tachanka. I mean, we're not. I'm just talking about the 3 main operators. Tachanka's there as well, though. Yeah. Of course, the Lord was there. But again, it's always those 3 operators, and then the other 2 operators are flex. Every team mixes it up. Every team mixes it up. We had Shopify run a Mozzie Mira in their flex spot. We see FaZe Clan run in a Rooney and a Rooney trick the hatches, and. I think they ran a mirror as well. I'm trying to think what their other up was. Here we saw Tachanka. Right? For more denial into sight. I'm a big fan of the Federer because when teams do exactly that right there, when they realize that there's too much shit happening server side, you can't get the Goya fires, the smokes are too much, maybe there was a Tachanka on board, so also too much, you're not going to get the default plant down. They always go for that back take, and that is where the Federer is so good. on all those back hatches, making the gunfights a little bit more in your favor.
And also 9Z opting to ban the Monty instead of the Ace means the attack actually has an option to open up the Kanto walls. We see the Hibana Ace ban.
All right, so they lost lower going through. We said, screw that. We're not going to go back lower. We're going CEO. And CEO.
Makes the CEO site a lot stronger for the defenders.
A zombie castle ban, which really hurts CEO. I will say. But we are running the mirror variation, which is like that second variation. And we're going to see him slap the mirror window down right now. But Furia's too smart. Furia's got Ash that just died. So, problem solved. Problem solved by 9Z. I take everything back. They do have an ace on board, though.
Very narrow, very quickly, wasn't it? Yeah. Difficult to see the true vision behind that.
Furia loves doing these hallway takes. They will put nade on the Grim, and he just sits on CEO windows, Grims everybody in the site, and they love pushing stock. You see Felipox on the roof with the Flores. He jumps over marble quite often. Main stairs, they hit stock, they walk curve.
Waiting for a bit more drone information to come in. Knows there's a mirror window, and is going to remove any ability from a player to be able to stand behind that without giving away that he's there. Now, KZ, of course,
Also on the tub mirror trick when Bandit and Cater off the board. I mean, we did see it from the Falcons, the King George. I'm not the biggest fan of it, because I think it could be baited, like, but it did work.
It ain't gonna last long if that skeleton key's below.
Ooh. Easy firing a lot of shots. I do like that pressure from below. Kind of makes you wish maybe Herds would have waited a little bit. Obviously, maybe he thought he had better information than he did, but you see the combination with KZ down below. That would have been a great time for Herds to maybe then swing around the corner, take a fight against the Mira, but...
I don't know if I said what's up, but what's up, Obi, Aspirin?
Really tussling with Nitro.
Rex, how we doing?
This position for almost feels like half the round at this point.
2 videos ready for midday. Sheesh. We're moving. My God.
Trying to find an angle through which they can take the fight to these 9Z defenders. This clash has been staring at JD.
2 videos. Question is, do I space them out? Because I don't know if we're going to get a video out of today. I don't know if we're going to get one out of today. The matches don't really indicate that we're going to get one. So maybe we space.
Trapped at the gates, and all of a sudden, it's Furia advantage. Slim, but advantage nonetheless. Joe taking the long angle fight, and he loses it.
Although I don't know if I want to drop the wizard one on the day that he plays, too.
Furia do
we'll see.
Furia things, being some of the best mechanical players in the world, and win around that, frankly, they probably should not have.
What up, Glacier?
When you saw KZ watching that vert angle for realistically a minute.
Thoughts on FaZe's recent performance?
Players of Furia doing well. They were setting themselves up to try and pinch that clash. It was a brilliant pinch.
Hasn't been too good, huh?
Not entirely sure how the players of 9Z
losing to Fouls. Losing to Loud.
Because
a little surprising. Loud permaban cafe all the time. First time playing it, go to FaZe Cafe, and then absolutely just shit on it. But so maybe that was a surprise, right? Maybe that was a surprise. But when they lost their other game, who was it? Black Dragons or 9Z? Black Dragons getting 2-7 on Clubhouse.
KZ obviously doing a great job below. Great pinch onto the clash.
I'm not hitting the panic button yet on FaZe. Obviously, I still think they're one of the top teams in the world. I still think they'll make playoffs.
It's not coming down to plants. It's not really coming down to anything of that nature.
What's going on? Need to see them. Need to see him start getting back into form here. Maybe as we get closer to actual playoffs.
9Z are going to be taking us into that open area, and this should force them to play a little bit more of the map. And we can maybe see a bit of that intention with some of the obstacles.
How did you not know? That's crazy. That is crazy.
A little bit looser upstairs and to drop back.
Yeah, we had Herm. Herm was taking care of us.
I think you probably have to give some individual credit to KZ. Obviously, if you did watch the W7M game yesterday, not only was it a fantastic game for both teams.
Do I have any Sense videos planned? Suddenly Super and Theno have them in S, and I need to know the tech. Sense has been in S. I don't know if you guys watched the video I did with Jesse on Mira. That was like 3 hours long. And we joked, and I also joked like we should do a Sense video because I don't know how people haven't realized and have been sleeping on Sense. Now in ranked, is Sense going to be good? No, it's a coordinated team operator.
quite nice.
Right, so it's not like whatever tech we drop, people are going to care about in ranked. And that's why making a sense video is like, it's just, it's not going to bang. You know, it's not going to bang like some other videos.
Nitro rotating across will dodge all that utility.
Because people don't, I mean, people care about the ranked meta. But it's a very good operator. You'll see it on this one quite a lot. This is one of its better sites right here. Bank in general. Every single site I can name something, some sense tech, right? Like let's break it down. Lower, when they're doing a full bunker lower. See, this is when I wish I had the blueprint up. But if they're doing a full bunker on lower, you'll see a lot of teams bring sense to a bunker. And the reason being is from the site hatch, you can sense wall off everything. Doesn't matter if they have a warden, doesn't matter if they have miras backed up in, they sense wall off the entire site. What does that do? Well, if you do it early enough, and you got rid of the intel on the other side of the sense wall, BP's Meister bubbles. If you do it early enough, smoke can't just smoke default. Smoke has to smoke default. Someone's got to deny bomb, and someone has to get ready for the behind the desk plant. Like, you now have just unlocked way more plant spots. You don't have to worry about just planting default anymore. The team has to throw all of their util because they have no idea what's happening on the other side of that wall.
Hello, 2v4 from Furia, 3 in a row. I guess I know what kind of game we're getting today.
It's blowing out my ears. CEO, you see it for window plant quite often. Let's just say Shopify. You stack 3 players' windows. You have a Deimos underneath.
Wherever you go.
Right? You have a Deimos underneath, prevent anyone from playing C4 on you. Also being able to clear the janitor player. And then you have a guy in ATM. You sense wall off from the windows, blocks off anybody in Trump. No one was in janitor because you just cleared it with Capitao and Deimos, and now you just swing any plant. Again, you could be planting anywhere. And then open area as well, the direct obvious, like that one's obvious. Sense wall off across. You can get to the kitchen bombs plant spot and you just plant for free. You combine that with like a Ying, combine that with a Ying printer window because no one plays warden on open. You just blind everybody. You've kind of got to look at that and go, we can't be affording to give sense wall, get behind the bomb, plant the bomb.
A little bit tighter than that. Give JV92 a chance, and he will pull off a miracle. And I'm not saying that the previous round was a miracle, but it's the kind of stuff that you see when
Sense and Roar are on the same tier, by the way. They both do basically the same thing. Most of the time, what you could have did with Sense, you can also do with Roar.
Obviously 3 in a row for Furia, but CEO, Nitro gets the opening pick onto her.
Right, let's say that bank top floor CEO take, instead of sensing off across and swinging in CEO windows and planning after clearing janitor, let's say you're Rora. Shut the Trump door, shut the double meeting door. Same exact thing. You just swing in now.
Somewhere in a little bit of a gap and a little bit of space for Furia to operate. The next round, JV gets that.
And that's why we're seeing a lot of Rora on some of the better attacking teams, I think.
2 multi-frags, 3 if you want to.
Both are so good.
Count JV's double. And to big individual performances to put Furia over the line. 2 rounds where they lost the opening goal. Sure, that's kind of the Furia factor, right? That's what you're signing up for when you play a game against them.
Who's Furia lost to the stage? FaZe Clan.
Rosters ever assembled in the history of the game. You're gonna lose rounds like that.
Sorry, they didn't lose to FaZe. They lost to Souls Clan.
But unfortunately, you still got to be ready for it. And in a round like
that guy dropped like 17, 18 on him.
You know,
single-handedly won that game.
Round 2, that didn't feel like an act of God. That did feel like more of a 9Z failing. And
Did you wish your boyfriend happy birthday? I'll see him later. We're having dinner later.
It's not like they are massively outperforming. There's only one player in the top 10, and it's KZ. So
I'm sure he'll pop in the chat.
Look at them and think that they are this, unstoppable force anymore. In the entire league standings, they're currently 6 with 7 points.
3 wins, 2 of them OT.
They've dropped rounds. They've dropped games. It's not looking like the Furia that we know from, previous real dominant runs through SIs and majors. But they're kind of looking like that today, and I think it's maybe just the quality of the opponent. 9Z really needing to step things up here as we move into round 4. It's going to be a basement defense again. They have got a little bit more pressure in that.
Are sub notifications off?
They've opted away from some of that denial.
What do you mean?
They've brought instead a Valkyrie, a bit more information, another C4, and the Mozzie. What that's done, we'll see.
You know what's funny though? I almost kind of wish they had stuck with it. Because if you go back to that round, all of that denial forced Furia to rotate to the backside, and what was opening
Wait, Naz
things up?
subbed?
Nade
Wait.
pre-aiming an angle and people pushing down marble stairs, but Furia had to push into them and win gunfights.
No, nothing's
now they're
off.
extending further out, holding on to more control. You've actually reopened the server execute as a viable
Oh, wow.
option, and it just seems like we won't
Really
even get
delayed, I
there.
guess, there. Naz,
What the
holy
hell
shit.
is
Thank you for the 5
that?
gifted. That's 5
Two on the
gifted.
AR,
That's
he
what it
whips out
is.
the revolver for the third.
That's 5
No
gifted.
server execute necessary. Nate can just sit back and do goddamn nothing. A flawless for Furia
Jesus.
coming out of the timeout.
Jesus. Happy
And the round
Sunday.
is
Yeah,
cheaper.
happy Sunday.
Round 4 is boomed.
No, I resubbed that 5 gifted was like 5 seconds ago.
Looks like the timeout was good for
Huh.
Furia as well.
I don't even have it in my
Just a bit of a
activity
conversation
feed.
About how they were going to take this game.
Well, thank you for the resub anyway, Naz. And thank you for the 5
Nancy
gifted.
really struggled with options. They attempted
I just got a new
to
follow. That popped up
try and
instantly.
Give Furia some problems. And as you mentioned, Lynx, it maybe would have been better if they had just turtled onto the site again and bought themselves.
Let me
a
try to
little bit more
refresh it.
time. When you think about where Nade dropped in round 1, just fire the Shumikas into Elevate. You don't even need to get a good
Do you-
angle on that. You
Ollie.
can bounce them in.
Do you know when Nade got that kill on a Nitro? There were
What?
28 seconds left in the round. 28 seconds when Nade gets that 5v4. Obviously, I know they won. I get why
Weird.
they're hesitant to retry that strat.
Yeah, I just refreshed
if
it, not
you've
popping
just
up.
seen that Furia are looking
No.
really sharp.
Why stream
and are
elements?
winning
Why?
fights when they shouldn't. Why would you then do a very individual roam with not a lot of utility when Castle and Azami are banned
First day streaming,
against
yeah,
a
yeah.
team? that
No,
was
it's weird. Like
really
again, the
proving
follows are
themselves
coming through, and that 5 gifted came through.
giving them more gunfights to
But
win.
what happened to Naz? I don't want to keep happening today. You know what I mean? You know what I'm
trying
saying?
to take as few gunfights as possible.
Hopefully a weird
Some
one-off.
issues right now. I would be doing everything I could to bring Util to just give me the most advantage.
All right, see ya with the Scopos. And here we go. We're gonna see that sense. This again, one of someone was asking about it earlier. This is one of the best sites for sense here. What you're about to see, you can also do with Aurora.
A little bit of a roam and I mean, waste some time, shoot a few.
And normally this is paired with a Capitao, but surprise, surprise, there's no Warden on board. So Ying's gonna do just fine.
I mean, maybe that's why he brought the Scopos. He knows that if he actually tries to rotate back, he'll die. So he's like,
Yeah.
if I can instantly teleport back, they can't shoot. They can't. What are they gonna do? Hack into the net and headshot me?
So Prime sub, maybe that was why. No, I see Prime subs. I had 2 Prime subs yesterday, yeah.
I do agree with your point, though.
We love Prime subs. We love Prime subs even more than regular subs.
So, already seemed pretty good.
Gotta use that Twitch Prime.
But in round 4, it looked excellent.
Love them Twitch Prime. You know Twitch.
Sorry
You know
about the,
subscribing.
there's not a whole lot
Oh
of
wait,
room.
okay,
You
never mind. I
will
can't.
find a
But
very nice
too early in the
room.
morning apparently for my work, for my
Very
mouth.
death to JV92. Not the first time that Furia have lost the opening duel.
Look at kind of similar to SSG here because Ace Habana banned. We're bringing a thermite. We're opening the square wall.
The shift in fortune for 9C.
First time we're seeing Furia bringing.
Here comes the Ying or the sense.
At the start of the stage.
Did we clear the player and janitor? We did not. Mute's still in there.
Shall we say, on their attacks.
And there's a mute jammer as well,
IP.
blocking this.
Maybe just waiting for that
Huh.
second round of banning to ensure that it goes.
Good little
straight
counter
into-
wherever that is.
Gonna play a bit of a baiting game. The ROU projectors, they're gonna get sent out as well. But Nazza is in a good position right now on the Scopos. If he isn't known about, could be dealt with. Looks like the mute jammers are causing quite a bit of trouble inside a site as well. And not sure they've got any secondary MPs to really deal with that. Oh, Herd's narrowly dodging out of the Nitro cell, but he's gonna have to commit to site.
He's got to commit to side. Joe, Nitro, both with some nice
They had
kills.
vision,
Nazza with a
but
good flank. If
they
that's
had
what we're gonna
vision.
see the aggression be like for these last two defenses.
Had vision for it, but that's
I
okay.
can certainly get behind that.
Good plant spot, especially when the Jan walls are reinforced like that. Anytime I see the Jan walls double reinforced closest to S2, that's a free plant.
5 rounds into the game, but a win is
Should be
win,
a
and I
free
like
plant.
how it looked.
It's a shame 9Z have taken until round 5 to heat up, because if we could have started this game, like, restart it now with 9Z 1 up, and like, yeah, that's a great round. They've just, you know, they've finessed Furia. Brilliant flank. Furia had no idea that somebody was out there, or if they did, they weren't choosing to deal with
Watch
it.
someone get attacked by a
Great
bear and couldn't
information
save
on
her.
the site. Those mute jammers did a fantastic job.
Ali, what would you do
Making the ROU projectors a bit more difficult.
if you're walking your
Furia didn't
dog
really have too many answers there.
and a bear comes along
And as such, it just sort of turned
and
into a bit of a
grabs
side
your dog?
rush, and
You throwing
there's
hands?
not really much time to do anything.
You
else,
getting in
but
that?
Kind of commit to plan A and just
Big
deal with the
brown grizzly bear.
blows as they happened in the post plan. Still chance for a 2-4 split.
Think so?
Of course. Well, I mean, there's chance in that there's a round left.
I'm throwing hands.
Oh, that's true.
How it
Good.
works out on this side, I don't know.
True, that's a true
We have
dog
seen
mom
Furia
right
go
there.
with The old Rorador strat for this, as well as we've seen quite a lot over in NA and in other regions. We haven't seen them play Aurora once. So
When they give a choice, you're too close to run. No, the bear's happy to just take your dog and walk away. Bear's happy.
Here either. Tempted for a little cheeky spawn peek, but you know,
Get a dog big enough, that don't happen. That's true. What up, Jonah?
Certainly, probably will not. Flanking the map. You probably catch that. We just saw on that Scopos. But you want to go for a spawn peek? I don't see it. That's why
Open area, looking like a little direct take from Furia here. I think they like to bring that Capitao and fire over the kitchen wall. If someone was sitting on the kitchen wall, see him make a hole right here? So he's going to fire over in case anyone was close on that kitchen wall. Blitz is going to go in. See those fires? Boom, no one's there. Bomb's going down. Open area, so easy to hit a direct take. So we're going to see the echo, but there's no smoke on board. This should be pretty free. Oh, no. That's a big fight to lose there by Keys. Wow. Naza, absolutely clutch. Echo delayed just enough time for that retake. Holy cow.
Couple rounds, Furia won. We're close, and even though it's up 4-0, those last two
literally came down to that. Spoke too soon. Usually do's.
Plenty going into the second half with some hell of momentum right now. That was a bold play from Furia, and I don't think they knew about the echo. Had they known, I would imagine that Philippox would have done a bit of a better job of clearing the ceiling.
Wait, you've picked up and threw a snake.
Getting it on a drone and having a look to see where that yokai drone was.
I'd like to say I would do that, but
as soon as the call for the yokai drone comes,
stream sniping.
Blackbeard can no longer.
I mean, Fury have actually been that direct take they've been doing for I don't know when I saw it, but they've been doing that for a little while. I mean, it's good. I love kitchen directs, but I think the best version of the kitchen direct is not double shields like that. I think the best version is with glass.
Two flawless rounds in a row. Sure.
If you got like 4 smokes, so like, I don't know, Blitz smokes to get across, or Monty smokes to get across, or even Twitch smokes to get across, and then Glaz with smokes, and you just sit there, and that Malusi never would have had a chance. Because you're Glaz.
Not a bad trade. Not a bad trade at all. And now as Furia rotate sides, this is the worst one they had against NIP in their game earlier on in the stage. It's a three attacking split on the back half of the game, but
you think Liquid's roster is cooked after this stage?
Maybe if you've done some VOD review, you could see gaps in this lineup. You certainly did on Mocker, CCT.
I don't want to be king hater, but if they don't win any games,
to the same lineup they actually against NIP, except for the introduction of an Azami on KZ.
There's got to be some. There's got to be some massive changes. They already made 2 roster changes, so maybe they're thinking, hey, we just need time to gel.
I like the Vulcan pack.
But something's off.
The hatches upstairs.
Because they have really good players. Well, I'm a big fan of Maya. I'm a big fan of Maya. I'm a big fan of Diaz, personally. I think both those players are really good. I think Resets is actually pretty good too, but I don't know. Sometimes people just sometimes you might have a nasty roster on paper. Oh, that's not me. Oh my god, I thought that was me. Sometimes you have a nasty roster on paper, but like,
I was gonna say I think a Twitch might have popped it.
Shit don't click.
You know, because you can usually tell based on how like the rhythm with which the health like gets whittled down. It seemed like
since they got rid of Fulps, yeah, I'm a big Fulps fan. I think that guy's nasty. Glad to see him having success on W7M. That guy's the actual goat over there.
Birds is going to be likely all or nothing. I mean, he's probably going to lose all that health in an instant if he goes down. And he's likely going to meet a lot of pressure.
What match of the day is Loud W7M? I believe it's match number 4, Jonah. That's the one I am definitely looking forward to.
On that staircase. Use the flashes, use the bees, but that shotgun is going to be a lethal weapon if you're not careful.
I wouldn't put anything past Will right now. He is a man of culture. Playing the Fuse Shield. getting it done. Do love a little bit of fuse shield action.
Ooh.
Zoto canisters from Felipox, desperately trying but unable to stop that from getting opened. Looks as though Will is going to go for the server hatch as well. Hertz has dropped off. He didn't really.
Yeah, the guys in Black Dragons are experienced, no, for sure.
Didn't have any Jaegers, didn't have any magnets,
They do have
nothing of that
some.
nature, so it really was just an aggro position on the off chance, just in case. Now
They do have a good
value is
roster.
Far greater in the site. Those 3 Toxic Babe canisters, because they're going to do a heck of a lot of the heavy lifting.
Volp's Lick was kind of ass, not gonna lie. Well,
For Furia side.
I mean, you ain't
Some tools
lying,
that can be
but
thrown
it
inside
obviously
that's gonna
wasn't
really
Volp's,
harm, but
right?
there's plenty that's going to block lines of sight.
he did struggle on that team, sure, but to me that screams something else was wrong with the team because Volps is one of the better players. Here's that sense I was talking about. So Nade's just got to Chachonka fire every single plant spot right now. A zombie under the red hatch. This is one of the most powerful zombies. Look at this. Look how like you literally can't look down the hatch. This guy can run through at any time. He's got another one. We'll see if he tries to go for it, but gets caught. We're going through the sense wall. Okay, this is desperation. I think we might have just been able to get a plant there. 9Z. Think we could have planted the bomb. But we went for a run through.
Kind of the big difference between the way that we saw Furia attack that site in round number 1 and the way that we've just seen 9Z attack it there in round number 7. There was no pressure, no attention on that backside. I'm not even entirely sure if the hatches got opened. Even if the hatches are opened and you don't drop it, it just gives the defenders something to think about and the likelihood of seeing a player tucked deep.
What's the 9Z's path to success here? They seem mechanically outmatched. Yeah, I mean they're 100%
someone could just drop and get you before you even had chance.
outmatched in this game.
9Z just going for a fairly one-dimensional approach. And I commented, you know,
But just some of the defaults. I don't think they got to get anything crazy with it.
Sure, you've got sense and a couple of ROU projectors. Sure, you've got smokes, but you need something a little bit more. Wing, Capital, both of which are banned, of course. So that's why it's making it a little bit more difficult for them. Maybe some Grimbees. That could be a good thing. Get a bit of information. Looks like we are going to hit a rehost right now, as we did have a player.
Yeah, with the bans, like Capital, Ying are banned, and they full bunkered there. So for me, I'm doing that sense plant that they did right there, but they needed to cause more pressure with the sense plant on the Tachanka. Maybe a Deimos even to Deimos track Tachanka. Make that guy a little bit uncomfortable in the back, in the back line, similar to like what Furia did. On the CEO site, because they got rid of Capital and because they got rid of Ying. Again, they're trying to counter more of like a window style take, which is the meta. At this point, I'm going to abuse the Grim and I'm going to abuse double shields. That's what I would do for the CEO take.
I always spray a little bit of I like deodorant and aftershave. I only have aftershave if I'm going out of the house, but for a broadcast I'll put it on.
When I was funny, I don't think a single day in my entire life I have ever used aftershave.
But okay, so like a fragrance then.
No. I smell
really?
great.
Oh, okay. You're one of those people.
I mean, don't get me wrong. You know, I put on deodorant, I shampoo. You know, I smell good, but I'm not like, you know, I'm not an aftershave. I'm not like
Liquid. I want Nest to be good, so I think I should try dropping the IGL. But probably the problem is Nest and Lagonis. I think, and I don't know if they could rebuild like DZ did when Troy left and replace. I just think they need a brand new shakeup. Like,
it's a vibe check.
It is a vibe check. Vibes seem perfectly chill in the Fury camp, man.
said if you can hang on to Maya, hang on to Maya. I think Diaz is just fine. He fills the that Paulu role, the mailbox role perfectly, and he's a good anchor for them. I think you can hang on to those two and rebuild maybe. I mean, you're liquid. You're literally one of the biggest organizations. You have good salaries. You should be able to get some players from other teams.
Is still in first. Definitely one of the top 4 in Brazil right now. Them, FaZe, W7M, and kind of, you know, whoever wants to be in that 4th spot. Right now, it's Black Dragons and NIP. But
I am a fan of resets too. I am a fan of him. I'm just thinking like if you want a big rebuild, right? Because we've tried the dropping 2 players before, so maybe we need 3.
I have seen in the group stage of Brazil that FaZe and Furia will do.
So I was all going to stop egoing my DMs for scrims.
Lose their mind briefly, but then you get
I'm letting
playoffs
them handle
and
it.
all starts making sense real quick. Like That's where FaZe gets crazy. That's where Furia get crazy. I mean, they never win Brazil, but
shoot.
they still get crazy.
I gotta bring the laptop out. Totally forgot.
It's the same.
What's that?
I don't know what it is about this sort of area, this region. Obviously, it was very different back in the day when I was casting this region because it was strictly Brazil. Not 1995, not quite, but it was Brazilian teams, and then we'd have the Copa Elite Six. And that's where then you'd bring in the teams from South America and Mexico and all, and then you would get the sort of interregional or the semi-interregional stuff.
No. I will say a reason that I know the guys did not like scrimming you guys the last 2 times that we scrimmed is whoever on your team likes to yap their mouth and talk during scrims. A little weird during scrims.
To then win the whole thing. And
I know that rubbed the guys the wrong way.
It was frustrating to watch because you knew that they could, but they just didn't. And I don't know what it is.
Do you think that Furia not banning Ace Hib caught 9Z off guard?
Great rounds from Furia in this bank game alone.
It could have. Getting rid of Capital Grim or Capital Ying is going to almost neuter their executes.
They can lose 2 rounds at the end of their attacking phase to.
But I think there's plenty of other ops. Like without Capital Ying, like again, you have double shields on board, which is very strong on bank. Especially CEO walking up red stairs with double shields. Grim, I think Grim is very, very good.
Somehow not as bad as they look right now. I'm sorry, Liquid. Also, unfortunate for DS. I love him. Shout out, we miss you, DS.
Wait. Hang on.
Liquid somehow looking worse than they did then.
Yes, anyway. Job was looking like a dark
still
future.
not looking very good, and then somehow make Miracle Run.
Was it an option to try to get unwanted signed to an org, or is it too hard to do as a full 5+ coach?
Like or maybe that was actually stage 1 of 2024. Maybe that was Manchester. Either way, you have like a last place run to execute to main stage at Manchester.
It was possible.
Then previous stage.
It was possible.
Terrible.
We talked about this a couple times, but I don't mind right now because we're in a downtime. It was possible, but
okay.
There wasn't like any good offers, right? Like our primary idea was to stay as a team. And we were approached by Envy.
They were literally in the 2 groups.
We were approached by OXG.
And they were both in the finals.
We were also kind of approached by Wildcard, but Wildcard didn't want us to stay as a team.
Has and always will be a chaotic region. That's why we love it. Because they also produced arguably 2 of the best teams ever to play the game.
And at the end of the day, the players wanted to be in the partner program. They wanted to go to Reload, which I think now that they see maybe how Mickey Mouse kind of the tournament was, maybe it wasn't that big of a deal. But yeah, that was kind of the thought back then.
I don't understand what's going
Oh,
on.
Mr. Highbear. Mr. Highbear and my subs, man. You guys are just goats in here. Just goats.
What am I?
I thought you knew the bit.
No, I don't know the bit. I saw Tuku. I was like, okay, if you're gonna make like a toucan joke, that's not his name. I was like, that's just not his name. I was really scared where that was going. Cap can. Cap indeed can.
Get a little bit of the old Cap can in here. We love that from Herds.
I haven't seen much Cap can actually this stage.
It's because he's got barbed wire now. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, Herds has even got one in pocket. That's how much he loves it.
No,
I don't think he's picked it for the barbed wire. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I was saying it yesterday.
Literally, the funny part about this was
but kind of similar to what your content was. I think Siege needs. I think we need like a weekly recap show.
Had a little double entry.
Right, Wednesdays.
That did not end well. Joe has found her.
There's no Pro League. We got Pro League on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturday, Sunday. Wednesdays could be a prime opportunity. Weekly recap. Pro League show.
One more walking right into the net down marble stairs.
Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen.
Bank, you hate watching these slow server takes. Well, how about I give you a 1v3 in the first minute and 15?
I know it was a Mickey Mouse event, but the fact Furia won it means a lot for the first Siege X event. No, I mean, yeah, for sure. And it's more than Reload though. Being part of a partner organization, it's more than just Reload. It's skins. It's skins. Tanked my channel in Iago. Really?
Got on the shock drone. He's like, oh, crap.
I gotta learn how to read the algo. I gotta know what's tanking my channel and what's helping my channel. I don't even know.
Other fizzy drinks.
Maybe it doesn't matter with something as small as mine right now.
Super quick round from 9Z. really looking to take some early pressure. They knew that there was going to be a roam game from Furia.
Yes, hey, Spirit's coming in here just, yeah.
We saw the Capcom walked into.
Gav wanted
So we
AK.
didn't know
That
there
was the
gonna be
biggest
on
thing
that
is
particular
M80
golf
came
well, but
swinging.
What they did know was that there was a good and decent enough offsite presence and an opportunity to not only
And
deal with that, but to
wanted
hop
Matt
inside.
and
Realistically, 9Z just won a lot of gunfights there. They tried that double entry, it didn't work, but immediately
yeah, Spoit thumbnail
they were
equals
able to
good.
get
Anybody
back
else?
on
They
the
don't give
kill.
a
I
fuck.
think
Oof.
that little
Is that
pressure
what
that they
YouTube's
put
come
through
to
and
nowadays?
towers at the same time. If you think about some of the entry points.
Okay. Makes sense that Fet's mainly Fet's first off YouTube genius. I just gotta take all lessons from Fet. Because like how I'm dropping pretty much a video a day on Pro League. He's mainly covering the Spoit games and the stomping games, and maybe that's just tech.
All the way down lobby, probably not. Could be somebody on the lobby rappel. So a really good and effective clear from 9Z.
R6 podcast like the one in Terra tried. Well, I will say stay tuned.
It's turning quite scrappy. It's turning a little bit individual.
No spoilers or anything, but there's something.
Even if they end up
Maybe
making this
cooking.
really close because of those couple miracle rounds.
Like Jake Sucky and his CS news, yeah. Well, I don't want it to tank my channel, but I just thought it'd be a good idea. Right? Sort of similar. Again, I love to look at like Call of Duty for inspiration. I don't know if anyone knows like the flank Zuma in Call of Duty. He does it daily after every single game of Pro League. They talk about it. Like that's too much for me. That's a lot. But I think once a week. And you go through the games, talk about the games a little bit. Just take some questions from Chad at the end. I think it'd be kind of cool. Just more Pro League content, man. That's all I want as a viewer. I just want more stuff to watch.
Try to get aggressive. Try to take somebody out when they are feeling comfortable and safe.
People want to watch him for the Spoit and Stomp Pro stuff. That's also true. Say my Stomp video did not do as well as me just saying #1 rated rookie.
In terms of what's available for both these teams right now.
Oh my God.
Some time there for Leapox. Able to plug up a couple of those gaps and keep.
See, and this window take is good, but they're missing one key thing, and that's where's Deimos under? We have a lion under. Why do we have a lion under? This take would be so much better with the Deimos. You need someone to be able to clear this Azami out of here. And right now we're stuffed. I talked shit about the lion, and this guy just wallbanged him. All right, well, hey, you know, that's one way to do it. But again, would have been a lot easier. A1, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you so much, my goat.
They rotate Tuku down just to decimate the floorboards. It shows that 9Z, despite them being obviously, you know.
No. Is this my Twitch? Is this Cox?
Not a full Brazilian team from more inexperienced region.
I didn't get any drop frames.
Together quite well, but if KZ hits that shot, that's just the perfect counter argument. You might be actually thinking, well, but we are landing shots. Right now it's Tuku.
Good morning, A1.
Previous round, a 417 menace at the moment.
How's NA been for you so far? Yo, Spirits.
All on the Furia defenders. I think
How's America been there, Spirits? How's America been?
Crazy plays like that. KZ's been quick.
That's what the question should have been.
And Joe just calls his bluff. Nade might swing and find one, but 9Z still have the advantage. Slow push from Tuku. That shield being a real problem, but JB92 not fully aware of the position. It had a 1v2 yesterday. He's only got 8 seconds to wait. Can he find Naza with this diffuser? And this smoke, he might be able to creep in. I don't know if the other angle's being watched, but there's no easy way forward. That Selma was opened up earlier, but the impact went out. And because of that, he's got no hole to walk in, but he's down the Twitch on the way out. Just a 1v1 inside the building, nullified one. Joe's got 2 flashes.
Where's the bomb down? Oh yeah, he has to stay inside because the bomb's planted there.
Won't even need the secondary utility. Turns to the right, exposes the
Poor
left.
Clash.
Just 1 round away from a tie game.
I like the vision there from Nade. I think knowing whether he's down the Twitch or not, he has to expect that the other player's outside.
The great 50.
Picks up the shield.
Besides car insurance. Oh yeah. Yeah, it'll get you. It'll get you there. Vegas is ridiculous too because you have to pay yearly
some fairly swingy sides where it's been
just to own a car, and it's like it depends on the size of your vehicle, but it's like $1,300 or something. It's ridiculous.
Standing up to this team quite nicely at the moment. 5-4.
Thank God I don't have a car right now.
And again, systematically
ended up selling that. Get it out of here. I don't need it.
Army on that top floor, it can be very difficult. But Tukan had such great presence of mind to go underneath and to deal with that Azami. It was basically the only angle that Philippox hadn't sorted out for himself, because you could see he was just trying to melt himself into that corner and get as far out of any visual that he could. Back down to the basement though for round 10, and this is going to be the acid test for 9Z. Can they attack this basement effectively? Given the amount of soak and time that Furia are looking to drain here, you have got to wonder, they need to be quick. They need to have some really good early pre-placed drones, because
I like stomping and splitting and all that, but you, Caliber Jacob, only ones I see doing anything consistent, but it's not broad enough. Broad how? How do we appeal to the broader audience?
We have this time.
I don't know if the. I don't know if there is a broader audience in Siege right now. Besides stomping and like I can make strategy videos, but like that's very niche. It's like those kind of videos that like. Who makes those duo videos? Like you and your duo strategy videos. Like those are that was tech. Whoever came up with that idea. Because like I feel like most people queue ranked with like one friend. No one 5 stacks unless you're sweaty.
It's usually a lurk up garage. I'm curious if he'll take that position or where they might station it, because catching these Furia defenders roaming is really quite important.
Oh, it's Pox. Yeah, those are genius videos from Pox.
Early. That doesn't mean the round will go Furia's way. Like
that's instead of going over a full strategy, which no one really cares about, I'll probably get. I mean, I've already done them. I'll get like 2K views. Talking about, hey, 5 spots, you and your duo, blah blah blah.
Casey's already put down all of his utility. He can just kind of be a side quest, baiting 9Z into the map and wasting a lot of time, while even if they kill him, all they're getting is a 4v4.
Oh man, Matt loves that repel.
Certainly not ideal to lose Grim, especially with KZ out there on the roam unchecked. The main fear in this round was the time. And
little venom action.
Try and find him. Ain't gonna be very easy.
I love this repel.
Spider-Man action going on right now.
Wait, this ain't Spider-Man.
Knows that's where it could have come from, and eventually does get taken down there. Must have just
that's Venom, sir.
Sticking out. Jaws finished him off. Not horrendous. It isn't the worst. But if you've not dealt with the Vulcan packs, which I'm guessing you've not because you've not got a Twitch, you still need to get in and try and deal with those with some nades. There's a couple of nades remaining. You've got 4, so that's plenty. But find them and delete them. You've obviously got the fuse that's going to be able to get rid of some, but again, it's a little bit more RNG. You don't really know where those clusters are.
Surprised we're running the Warden when last time they ran this sense take.
Cluster charges to get off and start to get the hatches open.
I'm starting to become a fan of the
on time, especially now that they've brought that Warden just for that.
Like we also like the Rooney tech.
Sense ROU. We can see the nades now getting sent out there.
Old, but you're seeing a lot of people running again. Because Cade's almost always banned.
I really don't like the chances right now. We've got players trained on hatches, main stairs.
Oh, we're gonna see this same sense take and Tachanka, which Spirits would put in S tier probably for this defense. They have smoke, Tachanka. It's gonna be almost impossible to find a plant spot in 20 seconds here.
Minute 10 seconds have passed since then. If any defender's holding an off
here comes the
spot,
sense.
holding an off angle, the likelihood that 9Z actually will have that information is very,
any day now, guys. Any day now. Wow. That's a good pick on Tachanka at this point. He's playing default? Are we not smoking default? Oh, he's got no more smokes. Oh, tragic. That Tachanka pick was massive.
With very little time remaining, very little
room
for error. All of Furia fall to the guns of 9Z. The Argentinians come alive 3 in a row.
Wow. A Rooney tech with Habana Man is genius. Yeah. We're starting to see it a lot more because of these bans too. People are figuring out how to abuse
there it is.
The Habana Ace bans a little bit more.
Appreciate it. There is no way.
But you almost always see like these bunkers with the 3 key operators I was talking about earlier. You almost always see Smoke, Goyo, 2Brow. That's like the holy trinity of bank basement bunkers. And then if you combine that, if you're like in a super bunker, a full bunker, you combine that with a Rooney, and you start tricking the hatches for those hard breach devices.
Year 9 of this game, and we've still got people that can't throw smokes onto that default plant spot.
So I want to say this. You know what I wonder?
Pretty hard to attack that site.
And you see server wall fully closed. What will most teams do there if the default plant spot is unavailable?
We go to the off plant spot.
Where is that?
Aren't they the better defending team? I mean,
Around the bomb chassis. Is what I'm getting at.
I think Bank is one of the hardest maps to defend.
By the bomb chassis. Where was Herd smoking?
Bank defense is a goddamn hell in a cell.
You smoke in the off-plant spot.
Because there's so many opportunities, besides really lower, but there's so many opportunities for preset plays, like open area. This is one of the most easy to hit sites. Easy direct site. We saw Furia do it, and they fell because they ran double shields. And again, I think Glaz is like king on this. But anyway, we see no smoke on board. So if we do a direct hit into this, there's no warden, there's no smoke.
But even still,
This could be an absolute freebie.
If the server wall isn't open, how are they going to hold it in a post plan?
We see the Glaz.
That's
The other way, though, on this site to get
The
picks
server wall is closed. Just rotate upstairs.
is there's always someone in Teller's archives, and they're always alone. And you'll see a lot of teams go for a fast play on this guy and just get a man advantage.
I don't know.
If you take top floor.
I'm not a player.
We're gonna see some cheese here. We're gonna see a direct
See, look,
cheese.
there's a give and take. Some good, some bad.
Is it good that we have a tied game?
We have birthday boy in here.
That's exactly what I literally was gonna
Happy
say.
birthday,
Is it good that it's 5-5?
Mr. Matt. Can we get a happy birthday to this guy? Yeah, can we get a happy birthday? Matt is turning 19 today. Can you guys believe that?
Amaru is in the bowels of Bank.
He got his whole pro league life ahead of him.
You gotta be careful, JV. Sprinting around like that. What's the play here? What is he cooking?
I love this from Tuku. He has so many options right now. Real lone range.
We gotta make noise somewhere, right? Like what?
No one really knows where he is on the side of Furia, and he can just pop up.
Is this
at a
Glaz gonna
very
pull?
Inopportune moment. Obviously, the site's open area, so there's multiple.
I think we're gonna pull the site here.
If he wants to get into the site.
Oh, we're just getting like 9Z getting free picks, not even doing shit.
These guys are just literally getting picked off.
Literally doing shit.
Gets back on rappel and hides for a couple of seconds. Like, yep, got my one.
It's like they were gonna pull site with that Glaz and then take top with the double shields and ram. A Rooney was gonna come, or I said a Rooney. Amaru was gonna come up out of the basement, catch anybody layering back to site.
That guy was on rappel. Herds is still sitting up here.
They know this guy's close.
They're probably like, surely nobody else is up here. That's Herd. And they know
You're not even shooting the yellow ping. What the hell was
Does he
that?
get the kill? No, but again, they know.
Well, they got him anyway.
Do Furia think they're playing a worse team? Do they think this team is worse than they actually are? Bellapoc's trying to retreat, but oh, Tuku, I was about to say, he's been holding that flank for a while, but Nade will at least find him. Nade on the backline. Bellapox, the two backline players for Furia, will try to not to let this slip away. They might just find it. Full committing on this roam. Surely 9Z don't start letting it slip now. Surely they don't start giving up these 1v1s as the Monty spots the Legion walking back. The Malusi will look to drop. Quick 3v2, a little reset.
Turn the game even higher. I can put it at 40.
Let's try and make something happen.
If it's too high, I can't think and I can't
Let's
talk.
gather a lot of information. Some priceless intel getting gathered there by Nitro.
40's my max.
Fleepox has got a single clue. If it's going to be a Monty walking down the stairs, it's going to be even more difficult. He gets taken out as well. The floor's still getting ripped open. 20 seconds. Nade has to try and hold on. At this point, he wonders which way to look. Because you got somebody coming through Printer, someone threatening on the main door. It isn't going to be a good day for him. Plan was being attempted. Gets the second.
A trade.
Direct trade. A lot of trades at the moment. Of course, the Monty
A trade.
alive there is the win.
Wow, what's
condition.
that? Huh? What's a
9Z put
trade?
himself onto map point.
I'm telling you, I think Fury, I think they're playing a worse team than they actually are. Like, you've just watched them.
Is Twitch chat? What a question. Is Twitch chat smarter or YouTube chat?
No, 3 pretty well coordinated rounds together.
Like, I'll let you guys
obviously,
fight.
they didn't
How
open
about
up the
that?
server
I'll let you
wall,
guys battle it out.
But they have a nice call to rotate around, plant in the default spot to try to big brain Furia. You just saw Fellapox work himself into a difficult position on CEO, and Not only are they problem solving well by trying to use Selmas and
They gotten
Ace,
so
and then when
much
those don't work, they send the guy down below to floor
top.
bait you.
Why haven't they forced rush?
You go back to
Plant
the
and kitchen
previous
insta from
CEO
below. They
round.
still won, but I feel like they
You guys are
hesitated.
roaming all over
I feel like
the
they
map, and what do
didn't want to
do?
throw like they did
They
earlier.
got Tuku,
So after they
and
got the picks, they
VP
just kind of
spot,
slowed
catch
everything
ball,
down.
excuse me, the open area
And they knew
side.
Furia. What is Furia going to do in a
Putting
3v5? They're
together
going to
two
try to get
attacks.
aggressive on you.
They are
So then they
reading
worked
into
the
your
next
game
pick.
plan.
And it was a
And so
5v2.
what do
And then
we
you
do
slow down
after
again.
9Z have already shown they can take down solo roamers.
And you know
Hey,
Furia
guys,
can't just, they're not just going to sit in sight. They're going to do something aggressive.
I have
What
an
if
idea.
we're just sitting in front of a bunch of soft?
But yeah,
players?
sometimes
Surely they won't do it like
it
they
hurts
did
you
later
if you
with
play
the
like that and you
Reds.
hesitate. But I think after throwing one earlier in the game,
What's your idea?
That we solo roam.
haven't seen
I
a
think it's
single
great.
poggers in YouTube chat. I don't think I've seen a single poggers in my Twitch
I mean,
chat.
I agree.
Do people still pog
I
chat?
don't know. A Fury just not giving.
You still
19
pogging
respect.
out there?
Are they
don't
just
know.
expecting it's going to be? I mean, they played some really good attacking rounds at the start of the game. Like
They have.
they looked fantastic. They've had some good clutches. They've had 2 rounds where they've clutched up 4 versus 2. On the face of it, take away those 2 clutch rounds, this game should already be over.
Yeah,
But
that's
we know
literally
that
what I was
Furia
gonna
is
say.
a team that can clutch. So you've got to give it to them. It's going to happen. There are going to be occasions where you have to have a couple of players really lock in. I don't mind that. Now that 9Z now are on that map point, is that going to change Furia's mindset here? Are they going to all of a sudden just lock into a different gear and really start to try and tie this game up? Because let's be honest, 9Z's basement attack, it's been very standard. They bring that fuse, they bring that ball. They've got the bees this
Monk
time. We didn't get
ass.
to see what was
Like,
destined for the Grim
That's
last
like
time.
that's like Twitch
This time
2
there's
years
a
ago.
couple more adaptations. We've got the IQ and the Zephyr,
That's so funny.
there's a little bit more going on there. But realistically, it hasn't changed too much.
That-
They're still
all that literally
relying
slipped my mind
on
that that
these
was
nades
Twitch.
or a direct line of sight to get rid of these Vulcan packs. It's not like they're bringing the Twitch. It's not like they're really trying to push the ball out here and be a little bit different. So for Furia and from their point of view, just play where you're strongest. Play behind that utility.
And you know what? Let's be fair. I think that's what they are doing right now. The only roams they're doing, the hatches are already opened inside of open air for them to quickly fall back.
Furia
This
wants to
Oregon
be
9Z
us
are
so
genuinely
bad.
Playing very well. They went into that, and Joe said, "Okay, I'm going to take that control away from you." And so JV, this is what I mean.
I mean,
The
what do you
first
gotta-
one, all right, that's fair. You take the 50.
What are you gonna do to that?
Is there? He's just wall banging the other guy out printer window. That's a great pre.
Whoa, what did he just say? Did he just call those guys CAG?
He has
What does
still
that even
wall-banged
mean?
the guy into a 3v5, and it's like, okay, the round's not over, but
Goyo
in fairness,
TCSG.
it could be just over now.
I hope they lose the round now. Oh,
There's a chance. There's a round to be played.
Obi,
There's
where you
always a
at?
chance. I don't necessarily like the
Translate,
chance
what's happening in
for
chat?
9Z right now. And I think that Furia, knowing that,
Got a little
knowing
shit
the
talk
fact that
action
they've got
happening?
2 picks, can just start to relax a little bit. They don't need to get too active. Can really just let the clock and the fact that there's only 3 attackers do the rest of this hard work right now. They've got some good flank gams in position. And I like the fact that they've got the back hatches open, the elevator hatches open. Got the 2 hatches in open area. So they've got plenty of option as to where they are going to try and drop. Not too much for the IQ to be doing here. Maybe the odd Grismot mine or the odd FNAT trap, but solo walk through garage potentially. Looks at least as though that's what Tuku's framing up for right now, and I can't think of a better gun to put on it. On the 9Z side of things, he's been lethal so far. If he can sneak through, I guess one of the saving graces is there's no one from Furia dead, so it's unlikely that someone's watching a camera. We can see obviously through the
A good player is
overview
like that.
there's
Oh,
nobody
he's
gonna be
like
there.
that. JV's cold,
Pushing
dude.
the pressure and maybe just flooding that
Damn.
player into his line of sight there in garage. It's gonna be very
Damn, there's that
one-dimensional all
TCSG.
through
Go,
those
you guys.
main stairs,
Ooh, I love
but
that. I love that gun.
Daisy
You
cleans
guys know
two.
me.
That's got to be round.
He's probably getting 3 here with this gun too.
At that point. Tuku accidentally telegraphing him a little bit with that nade. All right,
Tuku.
let him cook. He got his 10, but such low HP. Not much he can do, and I have to think Furia, even though they could have afforded to rein the discipline in a little bit. Even
Oh, he
taking the
knows.
vertical
He
angle on this
knows.
match, not peeking whatsoever in the late.
Oh.
They should win this, no problem. There it is. Overtime. First match of the day.
Why are we
4
peeking?
rounds
It's
in
a
row for
5v1.
9Z. Furia
They're
bookends
allowed
this
to.
half with
They have
2
fun.
wins on lockers.
They're having
Now
fun.
we find ourselves in a best of 3 rounds with Furia starting on the attack.
Well, I didn't think we were going to overtime for this game. Not gonna lie, I thought this was a
I can't really
7-2,
work out if that's
7-3.
good or bad for Furia.
What's
Obviously,
happening?
They had a better split. on the
Brazil's
attack.
giving me way too many overtime games.
9Z weren't any slouches on the defense, and they actually really picked it up, winning their last 2 defensive rounds. if Furia start this overtime the way that they started the game, then
Yeah, this is the first game, Bob.
Based off what we've seen, 9Z
First game.
got better and better as this game has
Herm's ready to
developed.
throw down. Throw down in a standard
See
game.
how
That's what needs to
OT
happen.
fares, and if the sides do stay the same with that level of advantage, or if it flips. Downstairs to the lock as we go. This was one that I don't really think that 9Z kind of got it right the first time, but looking at this lineup, it looks a lot better.
Yeah. That was my exact thought.
Guys, do we count Osa as a shield operator? Like, if someone brought Blitz Osa, are we saying, wow, 2 shields?
You wanted to basically.
We're not count. Like, Osa doesn't count, right? It doesn't count to me.
So much time doing so.
That's what I know you guys think.
Killed only 28 seconds remaining. Grenade was stuck in elevator with the diffuser. You didn't win the round, but that strat, that's a win. You denied a whole.
No, okay. The King of Shields has spoken, guys. I don't even need to see anyone else talk.
The other side. I know it's like simple, like just expect the other side, forehead. I don't mean it like that.
Just making sure.
Now that you know how Furia are gonna react,
I better not see spirits on Osa.
Nade in that spot, you easily have a round win back in round 1. Easily from this round.
Does spirits play Osa? If not, then no. Yeah, exactly.
Furia not rushing to establish control of the building right now.
Ooh.
Hurts hanging out there inside a dirt tunnel. We've got Tuku playing on those.
I
blue
wish we could
stairs.
spectate the Glaz here, because Glaz is about to take Garage, and Glaz is the
Window
best
placed, and obviously the wall
operator to take
reinforced,
Garage.
so it will be difficult, but it looks as though
Gone
some good
6,
info being
BP
exchanged
gone. Here
players
comes
here.
Smokes out.
Will is
You literally
no
can't
slash.
challenge Glaz.
Shot
Freebie.
explosive
Oh, now
canister.
we're watching it? Okay, absolute freebie though. What are we doing? What the hell are we
Haven't seen
doing?
solo walkthrough garage yet from Furia.
The actual King of Garage.
What a time for it to come out. Remember, last time we saw this, Casey was full clearing upstairs.
Oh,
with Davis
yeah.
Back in round 1. And
Oh,
now,
yeah.
he's solo
Repeat,
clearing
repeat,
Garage,
get him.
They're lining up for him. We're throwing 3 bodies
yep.
at this problem.
Thank
Not
you.
a single one can hit a shot.
He's so good.
Not
He's
the
just so good.
Soto in hand. Joe down.
Look at
Nitro,
this
the first one
immense
even finished
pool we
off.
have from here.
And Hurts would
Now
roll
we
the
have a
1 HP
1,
early.
Grim dropping, Fellapucks,
Fellapucks
dump.
won't let
Oh
that
my
prey
god.
slip
Oh
away.
my god, that round just made me.
Knife flawless from Furia with that trade
Ooh.
towards the end.
That was some.
With a
That is the
very
seed I
nice
like to see right
solution
there.
to that early problem faced on
So
basement.
much fucking pressure, Glaz Garage.
Well, that's one time
Everyone
use
had to
a,
look that way.
full
There's
garage
gaps
walk you
fucking
haven't done
everywhere
up until
on the
that
map.
point.
Yeah.
I just can't believe how many shots Hurts missed as well as the players from 9Z. It was it was terrible. It was like a really bad high noon shootout. I think having the Zoto canister in the hand was obviously.
You guys feeling some type of way too? I see that out there. I see that.
Walking through garages like that. I mean, yeah, I get peeking.
Can you wait? Can you believe Secrets coaches put Glaz and Ying at C tier? Nah, I need to be linked. Where is this tier list? There's no way. Wait, is that a free video? Should I just make a tier list?
Onto that attacking side again. Furia have regained a lead here.
Nah,
in
no
this
way
match.
though. C tier?
Overtime match point now for them.
C tier? Are we talking? Oh wait. Were we talking ranked? If we're talking ranked, C tier.
Now, weirdly, this
It
is a
depends
side
how
that
the
9Z have been
it depends how the
successful,
operator tier list is like done.
and it's
Because
kind of
like
bold.
there is 2
Don't think
categories
that
to
they'll
it.
Get that same level of success again because it was a pretty bold and ballsy play that got them that round. It was a rush through. The
If we're
door,
talking
they were
ranked,
able
sure,
to
you're not gonna see anyone hopping on
and they
those
were able to get a
operators.
plant off in a
Oh,
spot
comp?
that Furia
Okay,
didn't
yeah, we're
believe
trolling.
for a million
We're
years
actually
either would
trolling.
attempt to do because it was so.
We're
silly, it was
trolling.
brilliant.
And then obviously you have the next time they defend.
I'm
it,
actually
which is
more of a like
wins
Ying
the
is
next
so
game,
good.
and then the
Obviously,
very
Ying
next
is so
game, I'll
good.
free-fire pretty windows, I'm falling down the hatch and kills
Warden
him.
exists. So I mean, pairing a Ying ban, or sorry, pairing Ying with a Warden ban,
These
which
basement rounds have not
DZ
been-
does a lot.
have not been pretty for
Real
9Z.
good.
They've had really strong moments.
like goddamn, my fan of Glaz, and Glaz is so on Bank specifically.
Claw things back and
Open directs with Glaz,
did.
99% win rate, freebies. I'm telling you guys, it is so free. We saw Furia do double shields. If they brought a Glaz, that was easily a round win.
Similar to yesterday, popping off.
Glaz on lower again, taking Garage is the king of Garage. You literally can't beat it.
It'll happen. That does not mean you can beat it in the moment.
CEO, we see more and more teams are starting to bring Glaz, even on the windows. Capital smoked the window. Glaz sits in the window.
Hatch open.
Freebie.
When you're not running a castle on a zombie, this is the play, isn't it, Ollie? You don't want to hold too hard.
So
You wanna sit
broken.
Right next to a hatch, shoot some
So
people, fall back.
broken.
You don't want to get caught with your pants down.
Nice little soft hold.
A little soft hold. A little soft right.
Spirit's pissed when people put Jaeger shotgun and we're put S tier.
Holding it an ice cream cone. You can't
Jaeger
get
shotgun's
that.
actually low-key tech. We have a strat on the turtle. I've been starting to run Jaeger shotgun a little bit.
You're telling me.
We got a strat on the turtles where on the bunk site. If we are holding green stairs, if we have a zombie up, we're running Jaeger shotgun.
That's a much.
That's not.
We're running Jaeger shotgun. Hold down the pebble door. Freebies. Boom.
I don't believe that one did explode a cluster, but I mean, maybe it saved him as Oto for a little bit later on. How much good that will be, I'm not too sure. There are still 2 cluster charges left, and Herd's in a very tough position right now, especially given that that server hatch is open.
Ella on the stairs, huh?
Reinforce that with a couple of Grismot mines.
Ella on the stairs. When smoke is up,
time until this shield rounds the corner and
I know we're worried about
starts
shields,
down.
but like, it's a few shield.
Gotta be careful. He fell back at around a minute last time, but he's really.
Yeah, because it is freebies for
holding on to
that.
this
Oh my god.
round. He's
Oh
got
my
the
god.
Grismot, can't
He's actually.
block that shield,
Oh,
can't
guy
take
from
the
behind
fight, so he
shot
might
him.
be committing behind him, but no, it's the whole attack.
That's good
It's the
time
whole
waste though.
attack.
30 seconds left. We got
Surrounding him on
20
server. He's wasted a lot of time,
Tachanka
but
fires
he's
about to go out,
advantage.
and go
Buy before they can start
fires
trading
not
this
even
down.
popped yet because there's no Twitch.
Attack
Twitch
this
banned
way.
out by
10
Furia.
seconds remaining, and Nade's got this
We didn't
lineup
even.
with Shumika's
Oh, and the hatch was open, so I don't even think we used a fuse charge on the hatch. Maybe I didn't see it. I don't know, but here we go.
because he doesn't have
Last
the
second
pump.
panic
With toxic
execute.
canisters, Nade's gotta be ready.
Here's where
Is he
Tachanka
rotating?
shines.
Yes, he is.
He's able to
It's
fire
game
off
of
every
adaptation,
single plant.
counter-adaptation,
Keys,
reaction,
door.
reaction from each team.
Behind the
Furia
bomb,
might be the
deep
ones to come
plant.
ahead as we get to low time.
Is he gonna
It's
go
a
into the
5v3,
desk?
But Will's gotta get in there. He's gotta put this diffuser down.
He's on the
held
desk.
so low.
Please,
Can they find
Furia.
the angle? They're trying
He's right
their
there.
best to cover.
Nice.
They see him at the last second.
Oh my.
8-6 in a nail biter performance.
What a
Furia
fucking
with 4
clusterfuck.
points on the
But Furia
weekend,
close it
and
out.
9Z with a
9Z, gotta be happy
heartbreaking
about
loss.
taking even a point off these guys.
Really got a feel for 9Z there. There was a definite chance for them to pull that game out of the bag, but Furia a little bit too good in that overtime.
The fuse pistol hits like a truck. Oh, if I made a pistol tier list, which people probably don't care about, but the PMM, probably a top 2 for me. Probably up there with Ying pistol.
Not being won very many times by the attack.
What do you think, Spirits? PMM, Ying pistol. What else is there? What else is like right there on that top 3?
If they wanted to try and pull it off in that last round as well.
Where
Their
was that
attacks
tier
did
list?
just become a little bit too prescripted and a little bit too predictable. Furia, on the other hand, remaining that unpredictable and that very strong force.
Hot
inside
take from
this
our
region.
R6 coaching
And I
staff.
will asterisk this with quite a big but, not without their faults today, Lynx.
No, not without their faults. at
PMM
all.
number 1,
But
yeah,
2
that got
8-6
us so good.
victories in the weekend so far. Really good game yesterday.
Demos, alright, that don't count. That don't count. That don't count. That's a primary.
Thank you very much, my friends, Extra Troika and Lynx, for this first
Wow.
game, a first cast. And
Rora
Folks
even
doesn't
C
play
tier?
in SAL, just to make it clear, it's actually.
All right, let me start down here at D
Anyways,
tier.
Yes, what a game. 9Z really dropping the bag here.
All right, no complaints. Sure, Cali. I mean, Cali's got some fucking uses that I think Cali's a little bit slept on for some takes, but that's okay.
And then 9Z takes it to OT, and then we're so close and still Fox, still not enough.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not really sold. I feel like Furia is toying with their food. Furia, the first half.
Definitely this one.
was just a phenomenal performance from them. They just.
Yeah, Cali's not D tier. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if I agree with this. I shouldn't have pulled up blue. I don't agree with that. Nowadays, I don't even agree with Roar being C tier.
Focus on strategy.
Scope post is pretty fucking good on a lot of sites too. Man. Man, this is actually tough nowadays. Maybe I can't blame them because there's a lot of operators even in C tier that I'm like how are we categorizing C tier? Like niche, or is D tier niche? Because like
and only when push came to shove, once it came to the
Jaeger C tier, like we're seeing a lot of Jaeger nowadays. I'm also a striker lover.
Last round, we saw the Goyo canisters, everything that they needed to be.
Nomad, you see so much fucking Nomad right now.
To me, it looked like Furia just wasn't taking it seriously until they needed to.
I don't know.
Chonka C tier? Yeah, what do you think about this one, Spirits? What do you fucking think about that one, huh?
Attacks are sure their first half wasn't great getting 4-2, but I think that's the best case scenario of possibly being on 9Z or best, obviously getting a 3-3 half. But,
Specifically
I mean,
the
again,
Rage
their
Bait
attacks
Spirits
were
for
extremely
sure.
Impressive. The 3 tacks back to back. I mean, they were doing such a good job at just pinching these individual players. I mean,
All right, let me see if there's
sure, you
anyone
could
up high.
argue
I'm not gonna
these
pick apart the
individual
entire
games, this is
tier
what we're
list, but
used
like,
to
let me see if there's
seeing.
anyone up
But
high
being
that
such
I'm
a
like,
brand
eh.
new team in terms of inexperience compared to Furia, I thought
I like to see
overall,
Malusi love. Maybe not S tier,
significantly better.
but I do like to see
Obviously,
Malusi love.
that
I
experience,
think
that
Malusi's
is where
kind of
Furia
slept
does
on
go
for a lot of
down
teams.
there, is when you get it to overtime, when
A
the
lot of people
pressure's
just
applied,
spam
when you
Fenrir and
need to
like
be mentally
Legion,
there. I think that's where
and
Furia
then
really shined in that moment, but I'd
you
say
just bring a
through and
Twitch.
through, I
But
personally
like,
felt this was 9Z's
people
game
just kind of
through and through.
spam bring Twitch all the time, and they're so used to playing the Twitch DMR because it's so fucking good.
Look great.
And you just run Malusi, and now they got to play either Flores or Brava, and like for some reason people hate playing Flores Brava. Or you run a Malusi and a Fenrir. Now they got to bring.
And that was the strategy the Furia went for.
Well, I guess Brava, but
Same logic, then by that
Malusi, Legion.
9Z takes those 1v1 engagements, but instead what we saw was a lot of teamwork, like a 3-man push to just eliminate one and then find.
Yeah, you can't hide her kid. That's true. She does have a big fucking setup phase. That's true. That's true. She does got a big fucking setup phase. You're right. You can almost never hide her. Where do you got Clash, Spirits? Where's your opinion on Clash?
Purely objectively from how things were.
Because I'm not seeing Clash too much in the NAL.
Should have won it really if we're looking at it purely objectively from how things were, but at the end, the gunplay and the experience for Furia does pull them across the line.
Oh, is Ace A tier?
Joining us
Yeah,
here,
yeah.
though,
Come on.
is Felipox from Furia. Now, Feli, yesterday we were having a chat after your close win against W7M in OT. You were saying, look, a lot of respect to 9Z, but we're going to come in and we're going to roll over them. And you did win, but it was a tough game. Walk me through it.
Did I see Super and Fet's tier list? Yeah, I watched a bit of it. I did watch a bit of it. When they did it on stream with Athenia, right? Yeah.
We started losing rounds. That,
Yeah. I did.
Wasn't too difficult for us. It just
I think
I think.
we can look at that if there's a break here. Brazilian League doesn't really have a breaks.
From them. So,
Hang on.
we always win on overtime. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you guys turn into a different team when it comes to overtime. It looks like, at least from this game that we got to watch, once you get to overtime, that's where you guys started playing a lot more team focused. I mean, in that last round, you used a lot of utility to be able to stop 9Z and slow them out. But for the majority of the game, on attack and defense, it looked like you guys were very aggressive, going for these gunfights, individual gunfights. Sometimes, on defense, we saw KZ up top and CEO. Is that a part of your guys' strategy to be going for those gunfights, to leave some players alone on an island just to be able to stall time? Or was it just, maybe KZ or somebody in the moment feeling good about the position that they're in?
So we saw that in the first round when we did the turtle strategy, they dominated the map really quick. So in the second round when we did it again, we easy to try to hide somewhere. Because we thought they were not going to drone really well, but they did drone him, and then he tried to just take time out of them, and yeah, basically that's it.
Well, Felipox, congratulations on the win. I kind of want to ask you, from just being the IGL, were you impressed at how well 9Z was actually on their attacking half of singling out so many different engagements from the players like you guys? Because as we know, I mean, you guys can shoot. There's no questions when it comes to anyone on your roster. But I mean, I was impressed. So I'm just kind of curious, was it kind of taking you back a little bit to kind of just rally the troops and be like, okay, we do have to start playing together, because they were doing a fantastic job at singling out you guys in almost every single engagement through the majority of those attacks.
Yeah, I wasn't impressed because we played this map against them on practice, and they were playing really well. I think we tied in scrims against them, so we knew they were going to play really well this map, and especially on attack. So I wasn't impressed. They are really playing well.
Oh, humble. Give him props.
Honestly, this is good to hear, because it just means that SAL always gets that quality no matter where you are in the standings and the quote-unquote level of experience the team on the other end. Now, Felipox, next Saturday, you guys get to play against Black Dragons. What do you have to say to BD?
They are playing really well. I think they are on second spot. I don't know, nothing to say to them. We are just going to try to win, not on overtime this time.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe you know what we'll try to change that around, but otherwise we're always getting good games here out of Furia regardless. Philippox, thanks so much for joining us.
You missed it. Skins. They have a skin in the game.
Everybody's
buy
got
the
a
Furia
Promote the
skin in
skin.
game. Yeah. Please buy the skin in game. It's really, really beautiful on Maverick. You gotta buy.
Do pro players even wanna promote their skin anymore nowadays? Since I think most teams don't offer. Like, I don't know if most pro players are getting money now from the skin program. I feel like most orgs took control of that.
Thank you, Philly. Well, there you go. Of course, we do have the Furia skin for Maverick.
My tier list on Discord, I've done it before. So it's not active anymore. Okay, we'll pull it up. Yeah, we'll pull it up.
For joining us, it is good to have you on here to promote your skin and also talk about this matchup. Yet again, another overtime victory, but what a close one throughout this entire game.
If they don't promote the guy with the gun behind the camera, get real mad. True.
Honestly, there's a lot of head-scratching moments, but also great plays from individuals that carried it across the line, Gabe.
Yeah,
what up, Bradley?
Great plays all around. I mean, this was a really close game.
Or Burr Xley. Not sure how it's pronounced.
4-2, but I mean, even for Furia to bring it back.
All right, let's look at Fury. Or hang on, let me go full screen in case I pull up Discord and it's got something bad on here. It doesn't, so we're chilling. All right, let's look at Spirit's tier list, huh? What are the things you would change in here? I'm gonna assume Spirits we're changing maybe Mr. Tachanka here, huh? But I think I agree with this D tier list. Like this and D makes more sense to me. Like this is actual useless operators, right? You never see a Thunderbird, you never see a Thorn, you never see a Yana, you never see a Rook.
But again, through and through,
this makes sense.
Really good back and forth from
C tier, Fuse, niche, right? Good for limited shit. I know some people love Trebmac loves fucking Fuse, but pretty niche. Doc, you don't really see a Doc unless some guy just wants to pick Doc. Niche as well. Scopos, you know, you could argue maybe B tier, but I don't hate a C tier. Os as well. Niche, Zero, niche. Mav, in the right hands, and some teams are abusing Mav. I do think some teams might even say A tier. Look at W7M. Especially if you're able to Mav trick and get walls open again on some of these hard breach bans. Some people might argue that, but I hate Mav, so I'm okay with it. Alibi. I think Spirits actually loves Alibi. I think Spirits actually loves Alibi. There's some people that might argue Alibi's D tier. I don't mind C tier. Alibi, in my opinion, still has one of the best guns in the entire fucking game. Sometimes you just go Alibi and you get 2. Let's see. Map B. Okay, Map B. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd meet in the middle. I'd do Map B as well.
That's potentially where Furia will shine, but the real test.
Let's see. Who else? Maestro. Also not a big Maestro fan, but I think even some people might argue Maestro in B tier. You see a lot of Maestro play. Shit, we saw, was it Shopify on LA run like complete Maestro. Furia runs a lot of Maestro, but again, I'm kind of a Maestro hater as well.
Such a good DMR player.
Zoe, niche. Oryx, niche. Caveira, pretty fucking niche. One of those players that you don't necessarily Pulse, niche. Tachanka. What do we say about Tachanka?
He is always so impactful.
Is this one up there? Maestro's got too many counters. It does. You normally have to pair Maestro with you hide it, right? You have to hide it, or you have to plan a Brava ban, like second or third ban, right? But there are other counters to it, right? You can bring Dokkaebi, go for Doke calls, get hack cams. You could bring a Flores instead. B tier? Okay. I agree with that. Capcan niche. Malusi C tier.
And the thing that always worries me is I love seeing these new teams come in, show what they got, highlight the players that they
I gotta go at least. I think I gotta go Malusi at least B tier here. Lucy B, okay. All right, that's the update. Lucy B, okay. All right, same page. All right, so far so good. Top like the bottom here. I think I fully agree with this. Frost, I think. Who had Frost pretty low? But Frost has some really powerful maps, guys.
from both
Frost,
these
I mean, I
teams.
could,
And
the
for
two
9Z,
come off
it's
the,
all about
I started thinking about
experience.
immediately is like Boulder and Chalet.
More often than not,
We're starting to see a lot more Frost because we're
situation,
starting to see a lot more people bring a lot of shields and just jump in some goddamn windows.
where you need to put the priority
Kind of niche, but like good kit. Shield.
So many games left.
Gets an ACOG.
These points to make it to top 6.
Traps for windows. Clubhouse too. Oh yeah, Clubhouse too. Yeah, like I think Frost is, yeah, Frost is a definite good trap operator. Knock and B tier. Yeah, we are seeing a little bit more Knock play again. People trying to rely on some of the vision ops. Definitely map dependent a bit as well. I'm a big fan of Recruit as well. I think, yeah, right in the middle is perfect. Useful operator. Brava. Do we have all the util ops in here? Let me just quick glance up top. Flores and A. Okay, Twitch here. Okay, I'd agree with that. People don't want to go Brava. Is it the gun on Brava? Like, why do people not want to go Brava? You see a Fender and instantly it's like Twitch. I'd rather shoot that John. Twitch is A? Okay, yeah, I was gonna say. People would much rather play Twitch. You see so much more Twitch. The gun, I'm just gonna assume it's a gun thing. The 417, yeah. It's gotta be the gun. Let's see. You see a lot of Mozzie now. Yeah, there's like no break for SAL. Like, we're already back. It's insane. You see these two operators a lot recently. A lot of layer setups are bringing Mozzie. Bank has a ton of Mozzie. Cafe has a ton of Mozzie. There's probably other maps I'm missing, but I am a Mozzie fan as well. And if you get a cam, raps. It's fucking raps. Gridlock. You're seeing a lot of Gridlock on like Cafe. I'm actually a Gridlock fan. Consulate. A tier. Yeah, I've been starting to be swayed by a little bit of Gridlock. You get nades. Your tracks also burn ADSs now.
I mean, I look like a cherry tomato. I don't know if you remember the sunburn that I ended up getting. And
Best kit on attack. Yeah, it's got a solid gun.
When you dive down into the water,
I mean, you got everything. You're just 3 armor, and some people complain about that, but like,
every time I went underwater,
yeah, 4 burns exactly.
all this salt on
Like,
my lips.
I'm surprised we don't see this Gridlock taken more on Chalet for sun takes. We're still seeing like you, because
you were not built for this.
we're still seeing like even, I mean, Nomad's a great operator, but if someone's playing on the sun stairs, you literally have all the burns and nades.
Because we were riding the wave.
Clash B tier. Would you move Clash at this point? It's got to be an A tier, right? At least how you were saying maybe S in the future.
Towel on your head and then the sun, like I was just relaxing. I mean, you guys can probably tell I don't tan.
Oh yeah, the limb changes too. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point too. That was prep buff. Okay, heard.
I got a photo of you that looked hard as hell.
You could take more gunfights as Gridlock. Yeah, no, it's true. Lion, good against certain teams. You also get 417. You also get nades if you want it. Lion, fun operator play. Jackal. How do you feel about the new Jackal? Okay, that's what I was about to, okay, I just looked in. Yeah, I saw you use Jackal really well, Spirits, on Lair, and I was a big fan of that. How all the shields got taken out, and you guys went for a Lair clear, and you guys had like Deimos and Jackal and fucking Dokkaebi or whatever. Like, you got a lot of value out of the pings, but other than that, super niche. I agree. Did you guys see Pengu's idea, by the way? What do we think about it? Where like, say you get 5 pings, right? Like, so right now the new Jackal, you only get 1 ping per every time. Boom, you ping somebody, you get like 1 little ping. Like, why would you want that? But what if you were able to choose? Maybe you select 3 and you scan a footprint and it pings them 3 times. But now you only have 2 left, right? Now you can choose to do the 1 ping feature or the 2 ping feature. I thought that was a pretty good idea. Because 1 ping, extremely mid. Extremely mid. Like, the only reason to bring it now is like Vigil, because you can't Deimos track them. Was the fact that Habana. Anyway, back to the tier list. Habana, yeah, B tier. I mean, you would rather have Ace, right? Where's your Ace? They're able to set up. Yeah. You'd rather have Ace. So Habana B tier. It's also good for castles, right? You'll see a lot of Habana just for castles at this point, just for Azamis.
We've been seeing it that against the
good operator.
they're just falling short.
So much better at the moment. It feels pointless. He really does. Like, I actually don't know why we touched Jackal. It already wasn't getting played that much. Bandit, obviously wall denial. Habana A tier. Okay, for that reason that I just stated, Habana A tier. We see a lot of Habana bans too with the wall tech as well, right? That's a great point with the wall tech, being able to put the 4 pellets on top, 4 pellets on bottom, boom. So wall tech. So Habana moved up, Mab moved up. I think we said Mab B tier actually, but Bandit, yep. Jaeger. What do we think about the new Jaeger?
I mean, yesterday they're pushing NIP to the
rare W ping.
Yeah, they're looking far more comfortable within their own region, respectively so.
B tier probably fits. Not overpowered, but like good in some spots, right? Really good in some spots, but not overpowered. A, okay, Spirits loves Jaeger. We'll go with the A.
But yesterday in particular, I mean, NIP
really good to hold down a few spots. IQ. Guys, you think like we have Dokkaebi? But I'm surprised, and maybe we will at the major, but I'm surprised we haven't went into like some third ban IQ bans.
Having a performance together. Typically, there's always 1 or 2 players, maybe 3.
Surprised we haven't been seeing that yet. Like, yeah, sure, you can make a Dokkaebi, you can go for hack cams, but that obviously is also risky. It relies on you
lacklust in that area where you always have
having to get the kill and hack, but like nothing else replaces IQ. So I'm surprised we don't see like a maybe first 2 bans are like a Monty Dokkaebi or something on some map. Let's say Consulate, Monty Dokkaebi, and then third ban IQ.
Just on the back end of some of these players just not being able to step into that spotlight.
And you're like, fuck, we're about to get fucking Valk cheesed, Echo cheesed. Anyways.
Which is going to be a hard game.
Twitch, we already said A tier. Thermite B. Sledge.
Which just makes them so much more closer to secure
B. Cali. Yeah, you had Cali way higher than they didn't. Did they have Cali D tier? People sleep on Cali.
Because you have to show up that day.
We saw it in a lot of games. People bring Castle Mute. You bring Cali.
Where they're going to be shooting to make, you then have a chance to bounce back, fix your hiccups, go into the next max, and then try to push it maybe to a better.
Still a good gun.
Get it done in 2, but bottom line is
the SFG pistol is literally Twitch's F2.
Everyone being able to show up today.
People sleep on Cali. I don't know.
Hot take.
People kind of sleep on Cali. I agree with the B tier. I don't think other people might not. Maybe people put it in C tier and whatever. I'd be okay with it. But D tier, I think we saw from the list. D tier,
games against some of the bottom.
Kind of crazy.
I think we're going to see the same thing. They're going up against FaZe. I think we're seeing another 7-1, 7-2. That's my opinion.
B's good. Okay, all right, we're gonna rock with B. Finka. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What do you guys think about Finka, guys? Me and Spirits love a Finka. Running a double shield death ball with a little Finka action. Also, if you're pushing dirt, with a shield and you got a Finka behind you,
I'm not a big fan of this. I mean, this is FaZe's.
Love me some Finka. Chip damage is a thing. You guys want to take gunfights? Boom. Healed. You want to go through a run? What did we see out of DZ? Man, too much DZ glaze in here. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, Matt. What did we see? We saw Citizen on lair. There was just barbed wire on the Pebbles door. That's all there was. And they were going a bridge side take. Monty pulling the smoke. What's smoke do? Falls back. We Finka through the barbed wire early entry on that guy. Had no fucking clue. No fucking clue. Ooh. All right, Finka. Enough glaze on Finka. Well, my really good. I think even more so paired with the Jaeger.
A bounce back in terms of just the overall performance from these players. And if Kurtz and
Sense
can't find the entry points, it really
B is fine. I might argue A tier or something. I also really love Sense. I think Sense is so fucking good for executes. So fucking good for executes. Like, where's your you don't have Aurora, huh?
When it comes to Bank, I think there's no doubt in my mind FaZe is going to win. It just has to. I really want to see.
Yeah, I see Roar there. This is before Roar came out. I might put Sense and Roar up in the A tier.
Very solid, execute heavy FaZe.
So good.
shut them out, clean and simple.
Buck,
For Los,
B makes perfect sense. Rooney,
take away from them, but
Solus.
FaZe,
A lot of people do sleep on Solus. Solus is really good now. A lot of Warden bands out there. You kind of need Solus. Solus is good.
I'm
Ram.
kind of pulling at straws a little bit here because I mean, again, knowing I've played FaZe on bank, and it's pretty much the exact same FaZe that we played
8.8, like a 1.5. It's like right in the middle. Top of the B tier. I'm okay with that.
Is an uphill climb, but this is Siege in a best
Sense of Aurora. I'd say Sense of Aurora, but
I don't know.
they're both good. Flores.
Grandpa from here.
Last time
A lot of people don't like. People might think this is a hot take.
Like he literally he hadn't even bought
Maybe.
Siege yet.
I think the other tier list they actually put it S tier, but you don't see much. You don't see much Flores in Pro League, guys.
That's true.
For an operator that's an A, and I think Seeker had it at S, you don't see much Flores in Pro League, huh?
Yeah, we should take a look at the score of what happened.
Why is
when
that?
Maxing was playing against FaZe. Anyways,
Watch that COVID. He wasn't there.
Can you explain Ella and S tier again? Oh, we didn't even get to S tier yet.
yeah,
But Ella and S tier,
that's what
this
I wanted
is
to
the
hear.
single
Anyways,
best
Extra Troika, take it
shield
away.
counter on
Thank you
defense.
very much, Gassan.
That is why
Much
Ella's an S tier.
appreciated.
The
I also
single
think
best
that's
shield counter,
COVID. That's just my opinion.
single-handedly on defense.
Like I'd mentioned very briefly before we got into the game, Ollie, FaZe have played this map one time so far this stage. It was the first game they played against DNX.
And I'm also a big fan. I think the Scorpion, whether it got buffed or not, I think the Scorpion is one of the best guns on defense as well.
I don't know. Based off the phase that we saw
We're going to see another bank. I think,
I don't know. Based off the phase that we saw
yeah, the gun
yesterday,
goes burr.
I'm a
Exactly.
little bit hesitant, and I want to see a very different phase today. Yeah, a little bit beatable yesterday. And
Only use when people
lost
stack
no
util.
fouls,
Yeah,
so
and then you kind of do
FaZe
need to
really
pull it
needs
out.
to
That's
lock
true.
in,
That's true. That's
because
true.
Yesterday we saw them
Solid tier list though.
severely
Solid tier
problem with
list.
overpeaking.
It didn't rage bait
That's
me.
something that we're
I will
gonna
say,
critical
like the Seeker
of
one.
here today. Now, it's kind of difficult to overpeak.
Yeah, I
on
got the
attack,
silence
so
buff.
maybe
No,
we'll
I
let them
did.
show
I've been
for a
seeing
little
that.
bit. Like,
Even
it's
before
still
that gun
a lot.
got a
Usually
buff
the
though,
defenders
I
will
feel like that
kind
gun
of
was not that hard to
beat
control.
So,
I
as
think
we
Spirits has
enter
kind of been in the
into
same boat
round
with that.
one,
Like,
we've lost
I actually like the old
on
recoil, but
defense,
it did get a
and
silent
we are
buff, so it's even
back
better.
on our
Cool.
wonderful map of
And it's the
Bang.
single-handed
Back
best shield counter.
downstairs.
I think that and like
Slightly different
Echo.
bands here
You
in
combine
this
those two
game
ops,
as to
shields are
first
fucked. I mean, I guess the
it's
new Clash
actually
too.
been removed, and a very rare opportunity for some Hibana play has presented.
And more
even
people are
Souls
catching on to
or
that.
Hibana,
I mean, you heard
maybe
Furia.
not the
I think it
most
was
advised decision that you
I believe
could
it was
make.
Furia.
However,
in their game yesterday. Yeah, their game yesterday when they were pulling out a ton of shields. Fellapox comes out and says like, you know, we adapted gameplay. We brought a lot more Ella, right? Like teams are catching on to that.
I mean, like you're never gonna blame a
It is
team
definitely
for
the
banning
tech.
Ace on Bank or Blackbeard in general.
Best traps, yeah. I've always thought
get
that.
it.
Like the best traps to
But as
play
you
off of,
said,
I also think so as well.
get
Like
all of those
you
hatches
actually
now.
get free
You don't have
kills
to
off of
bring, like,
traps.
18 can openers to open up the hatches on Bank.
She used to be
Plus,
complete S tier,
the nice thing
broken in the
about,
game,
because there's some
and then
maps
she got
where the
nerfed.
hard breacher, he's gotta wait a while to do
And you
it.
haven't really seen people run Ella.
But on some maps, the hard breacher
But I've always had a
really
soft spot. I always thought Ella
like, focus on
was
shooting
still
most of the round.
one of the best trap
When you're
operators in the
attacking
game,
Bank Nation, that's
always.
one of those
It's
maps
just people
where
didn't like the gun.
Hatches open in the first minute, and then all Souls has to do is think about how he wants to use his gun. He's in a very clean position to do his job early, then be in a good position to frag late. So that's KDS's job right now. Spotting
Best
someone
bank
over by
team
the
at the
side,
moment.
quickly insert into,
I mean, I can region-wise, I think EU's the best bank region.
Looks like FaZe know that there's a couple of people creeping
Bank
around on this
team?
top floor, and
I
they're
think
just
if you go by
waiting
record, I
a
think it's the
little bit to get
Falcons. Someone
themselves
want to
into
correct
a
me
good
on that if they know
position.
better, but I think it is the
He's got himself
Falcons.
into a sticky spot. Hatch open, so he can drop out, but he's desperate to get that drone before he does. Threatens the C4 and knows that the Monty is going to be there.
Best bank team, DZ for sure. I saw a G2 loss in there. I don't know.
He's gonna drop his way back
I don't
to
know.
site. Now, Arthur was playing upstairs as well. I think he has since hit that rotate as well, as we can't really see him
All right.
on the minimap there.
This
It
is
looks
this is
like top
going
four
good
has
into my
been
bank defense video because again, we're seeing smoke,
This is the thing
Goyo,
about bunkers, just don't overcomplicate it.
tube.
If castle's banned and you can't hold open areas hard, just do a soft roam.
And to be honest, if I could pick any two flex operators and keep it as simple for ranked as possible, this is the two I would pick. But that is the holy trinity of bank defense operators. Smoke, Goyo, tube. The thing is, you have to waste a little bit of time on the map with extended positions. And one of those positions is going to be this this warden here. Tube's going to play under the say hatch. Just tube the hatch the entire time. Waste time, which you already see. He used all of his tubes. Warden's job here is just to waste as much time as possible for these three smokes and Goyo fires to be huge.
Especially when the Monty drops.
45 seconds left. Doesn't even have to get one. He brought a C4. I actually like start putting a shield at the top. Make a shield, have to jump over that fucking deployable shield. Either way, he died. Not a big deal. Because there's still setup phase. And we have 3 smokes.
Along with KDS, so those Bs are going to start to get shot down.
We need a smoke. 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 Smoke.
No one really cares. A very late smoke getting sent out, but that's not going to do anything.
Whoa, really late smoke. Actually, Arthur had that in his hand like the moment Vidiking started planting, and he let it go when it was already halfway over. He landed it correctly, too. Took down about half of Vidiking's health, but that is such a late smoke that basically gives FaZe around that. To be fair, it was a nice call. They did speed up the pace and catch Los a little off guard, but Arthur could have stopped that. Now as the bodies fall in the post,
well, that's how you lose the round.
1v3, doesn't really matter. That one
that's how you lose the round. You just don't smoke.
Even if it went down to a 1v1 because of that plant being able to
it would never happen with Chonka. Yeah, well, Chonka, you would have been fire. You got so many of them. You might as well just let it rip.
If you
oh, boy.
It's sub 30. He had all 3. Just start chucking them. Like,
yeah. Just smoke the door.
It's a buyer's market.
Oh, boy. 3 smoke, 20 seconds left. Why are we not smoking there? Arthur, hello.
Not the first time, and not the last time.
Well, I was glazing their defense because,
it tends to be one of the more...
Again, that is the meta right now.
I feel like it's the one that we kind of come down...
FaZe was in a panic situation a little bit. Had to go for plant, less than 20 seconds left.
Just forever.
Same lineups.
Probably plan was to shoot the smokes and he missed, but
like usually pretty late in the round unless it's a rush.
Does Chonka Fire do decent damage? Decent damage where you can't plant it, yeah.
Like, I just don't think it happens, does it? You know, they always deny it.
Where I think Chonka can be bad, though, is when you're firing off, like you're trying to use it like a Molotov. This is just my personal opinion, but like you'll see teams on Lair, for example, used Chonka to just kind of like fire Pebble's door or like bridge side if people are doing a green bridge take, and just kind of use like a Molotov. And there's some teams that kind of fall for the bait and they think the fire does so much damage that they're like, fuck, we're gonna stall, we're not gonna be able to, we just gotta sit here and wait out the fires. But he's got 20 of them and he's just gonna sit there. Oh, we're jumping out. We're jumping out in the big 2-5. Okay. And in my opinion, in those situations when Tachanka's doing that, I think if you just make an aggressive play and you just realize that Tachanka doesn't do that much damage if you run through it, you're not going to die. It's not as big of a range as Goyo fires. You just walk through it. The guy most likely has his launcher out, and you just shoot him.
I don't think so.
That's right. Yeah. Because you're stuck with the launcher out. That's the only thing I don't like about the Chonka. But when it's combined or used for just like pure plant denial, I think that's when the Chonka shines. I'm a big fan of Smoke and Tachanka as a duo. It is a deadly duo. And then there's also some maps where I think Tachanka is just better, like Consulate, Smoke, Top Floor CEO. I think Tachanka is just better. Combine that with like a mute instead. I literally do that and never died even against aggression. Well, we got people copying you now, Spirits. We got people obviously copying the tech in T2, T3. And I just tell my guys just run through it and we just kill that guy.
FaZe are really applying the pressure early. Vidiking all
I don't know why people aren't just pushing through it.
All the way up those stairs. You got to be careful. But
25 a tick, but you're only going to take like 25. If you full sprint through it, you're only taking like just 25.
Say that for anybody on FaZe at the moment. Vidiking a fan.
They are burger. I mean, you ain't wrong. you ain't wrong.
Find KDS getting aggressive. And now FaZe are in a difficult position. Handy was outside. It's just Vidiking and Souls in the building right now. Souls finally getting into the fray. Finds Arthur. Where? I have literally no idea. FaZe have not let their foot up off the gas. As Handy now joining the Monty. Creeping up. One on Repel, 2 inside the building. Z-Ping's going out. Nice frag. Very good find as Los are keeping it so close. And remember, Souls is outside. Vidiking is all alone.
Not the easiest position for either team right now. Legacy on super low HP, and Soul sees to it that he's sent to the cameras. Immediately flicks on to Kurt.
Souls already has 3. He's already got more than I think his last game on Cafe where they lost.
Ain't got time to reload.
Souls is back. Wait. What operator was Souls on right there? Did I just see the inferior
Souls, but I mean, you
Russian pistol? Are we running the one that starts with the G over the PMM right there?
He was holding on to checkers for dear life.
Oh, okay, Flores. Okay. Sorry. I saw a red operator. I thought, for a second, I thought Fuse.
And he forced Handy into the building. He also forced Souls into the building. Really impactful position being held by Legacy right there. Also, Mr. Outlaw getting that run out early on, but FaZe knew what they wanted, opened up Kanto, immediately moved to the top of main, and while you did have Legacy going big, I think FaZe definitely giving him some 1v1s. Little bit unfortunate. But FaZe had a very clear vision of what they wanted, while Legacy did a great job stopping.
Yeah, the example was like, was like Lair. The other one I see DZ do, but I also saw VP do.
You just got to expect that main stairs push on Spiral.
Is people are playing Tachanka on the east stairs on border. And maybe because I just haven't played against it myself yet, because I haven't had the honor to play Tachanka east stairs. But you play on the suicide wall, and you just fire off like the stair run up, and you fire off the door, and you just sit there. And I just feel like someone should be able to just run up the east stairs and just gun that guy.
Like, don't give it over for free. You can't be giving that position away to Urbana for just placing a couple of pellets down there. FaZe are willing to move quickly, and they've shown us that. It's King already getting himself up. Nice little drone there. Going to give him plenty of option later on. And not only that, but Handy's on 0.
Oh, the guy doesn't... Come on. You got to hit that drone. We're seeing a 0 here. Love a 0 on this site.
That can be very difficult to snag.
Such a wide open space like main lobby too. You could find a ton of spots, and the defense probably gonna find very few of them. One, because of the space, and two, like you said, Zero just not brought.
You've been sleeping on the Lord and Savior. Sounds like we need a Tachanka video.
Teams or defending teams, excuse me.
This is the Tachanka. I mean, we're seeing a lot of teams.
Just because Zero is such an uncommon option.
I'm seeing more Tachanka right now this season of CJX in Pro League than I've seen in other seasons. Before, and I will say, the only team I really saw running it was
down below in open area. Legacy.
Unwanted and Beast Coast, Spirits Tech, but now we're seeing a lot more Tachankas out there. Is this another Spirits trend? Always finding the tech.
Ooh, C4 nicely shot out there from Cyber.
Why he gets paid the big bucks.
Looks like Mister is going to be able to drop. Lion scan or not, he is out.
Well, we saw Furia running it. Just that smoke was up, and we saw Furia running it. I see VP running it a ton.
Good information now being shown on the 0 cameras as well, and so much so that Goyo might be going for a little bit of a rotation.
Nick was hating on it. Yeah, it makes sense.
Find a chance, but not a finisher onto KDS.
I talked to your girlfriend. The eliminator for like an hour and a half. Kept promising to leave. What's up, CD?
Still flicking these cameras. Looks as though FaZe are really conscious of these players getting antsy and starting to move around a little bit. And I guess, why not? If this floor starts getting ripped open, they are going to need to move from the sides.
Console to fire map for Tachanka.
They're down to now one drone. Really glad Handy brought those Argus cameras, but he's still got 3 in pocket. FaZe probably worried because their ability to spot who might be flanking them is extremely
Wait, do we get a C4 when he drops onto the hatch?
C4 on the hatch. Can get some vert. Likely just waiting to see if anybody hops in, pushes in from archives.
They should know. They should have a flank cam for blue stairs here. Surely. Surely the timing. Vita King's pissed.
The wrong time. Legacy also finding Cyber, but FaZe keep it close. Now down
and we're walking through the. We're dying to fires in the big T5. Okay.
That was a 1v3. Los tied up pretty early with so little intel. FaZe had to watch their own flank while pushing the side on low time.
2 rounds for FaZe then as we enter our round 4 banning
The
stage.
Slayer, thank you so much for the prime. Welcome to the candy jar. Yeah, I think. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong, but I think Spirit saw it when we were in Boston, right? And you're like, wait a second, I'm about to run this tech, and then you started running it when we were at LAN and just shitting on people.
When was the last time we saw a smoke ban?
Because Arthur was nailing it.
And now you're the king. Now you're the fucking king with it. Now it's like, you gotta ban Ying against this guy. I think I'd rather die to a shield than the fucking Ying shotgun run blind.
It's a good ban. You can't argue with it. It does remove a lot of the power that you have on lockers, and you get forced into other things. Goyo's going to be mandatory now. No Tachanka as like a pseudo smoke.
I was curious if that we were going to see it. I was really curious.
Yeah, I honestly thought it. I mean, of all the things that I thought we were going to see, Lynx, Tachanka was higher on the list than Vigil.
Look, I don't want to. Spirits still has some hidden tech out there, guys. I won't say the map, but we played this guy and we banned Ying, and this guy ran a Maru shotgun flashes for a certain spot where he normally uses Ying.
With the Vigil, but then still have 2 people like shooting drones on the hatches.
I've never believed my fucking eyes after that round. I couldn't believe it.
So I'm not against this, but as you said, you're now really low on time because you got no Tubarao, you got no smoke. All you got are the Vulcan packs. Really lucky they didn't pick Twitch.
Is the Vigil going to buy you the 45 seconds minimum that the smoke is going to burn?
Is putting goys on the hatches and roaming for this site troll?
It's difficult to say as well. It's difficult to really understand
for ranked.
if the Vigil does buy that amount of time.
I don't think anything is trolling ranked. Is that bad to say? I feel like you could win almost doing anything. I don't think it's bad.
Unusual. He can break that and get himself back down.
I don't think it's bad because stacking Goyo fires for the default plant, at least in ranked, when I'm playing ranked, people aren't going for default plants like they are in Pro League. Like, people are walking down marble, taking garage, like, they're doing everything, right? They're hitting every hatch. So if you want to use it for hatches, go for it. I don't think it's troll.
Engagement. Actually getting himself into a bit of bother here in Tellers, and, well, did the Vigil burn the 45 seconds? I'd argue not.
Oh, Kurtz!
If it did like an extra ticket damage with Tachanka, I swear to God, just people ranks up they
like
bounce that shit.
They can
Yeah.
peek you.
I feel like it's so. I mean,
guys.
Spirits disagree. Spirits thinks he's a.
Not like that.
Tachanka's the goat.
See, I kind of feel bad for Farius.
And my eyes are being open, but yeah, if it did like a little bit more damage, that shit would be OP. So Tachanka's actually probably like perfectly balanced. It's a good, again, site denial operator.
He's just crossed the door.
If it did, yeah, an extra tick, holy shit.
Where are you gonna cross?
That guy would be king.
Unless you catch him lacking. Of all teams to catch, I don't think FaZe will be that team. You're a freebie. And then Outlaw dies.
When does Zero make sense in comp?
What do you even do here if you're low?
I mean, it's a niche pick. I like Zero a lot for
Kinda gotta go for a flank once they start committing. Once it gets like 45 seconds left, I mean, again.
It almost feels like Zero's like shadow buffed. Like it feels like the Zero, like when you shoot them, it's a lot quieter. I don't know if that is an actual thing this season, but that's what I feel like I'm seeing. But I almost like, I mean, a lot of flank strats, like a Fork ISO and Labs. Big fan of a Zero, because like the meta is to just obviously flank against a Fork ISO, and flicking cams is sometimes a bitch. I'd rather flick my own cams. Consulate, people do that yellow half take. I like Zero there because that hatch, the piano hatch, is reinforced a lot of the times. You can open it with cans, shoot your Zeros for flank cams through the walls, through the floor. And again, did that like shadow buff? It almost seems like you could shoot one into the floor like Expo, and you might even have a cam in kitchen on these guys. Just stuff like that.
And like I said, if they were
would be good for me to reveal more info about it. That's okay, Spirits. Keep it hidden. Keep it hidden. Keep it hidden. I want to just watch it when you guys play. I want to see it.
You can't really get an open area extension done with just the Azami unless you've got like a particularly good, unless you got herds on the Azami, right? Then you have Cade, so you can't get the hatches. So if you want to play hatches, you can only bring Tuber out. But then the smoke is gone. If you don't bring Tachanka, you've had like every single way of holding that bottom floor damaged in some way. So they try to do this weird Frankenstein's monster roam, where you got the Vigil running around, you got the guy in elevator, you got the dude in open area, and they're positioned a little more aggressively. The Goyo's trying to trade the Vigil. Then obviously once the Vigil loses that 1v1, I get wanting to trade, but again, swing around the corner. You give yourself the option to exit that fight if it doesn't go your way. Honestly, Kurt's just like pushing so far out, holding that off angle, maybe it works, but if they see you, you've got literally nowhere to go. I'm not saying that cost everything, but that did turn a 5v4 into a 5v3 that seemed very ill-fated.
Do I stream NAL games? Yeah.
I like your point about how they're really targeting every way of
I mean, I want to say all the major regions, but the 3 major regions.
To some extension, you know,
EU,
Castle, great
SAL, NAL.
Very often banned here on Bank. Maybe that just throws more fuel on the fire of you should be able to work without those sort of things, because they are going to get removed.
What a question.
We have got more bans. It is a little bit different. So maybe it's, you know, okay, well played FaZe, but equally,
You use way more burger than NA. Yeah, someone clip that. Put that shit on Reddit. Let's get some EU NA beef going on.
It didn't stop things from happening. FaZe haven't immediately gone onto one of the only remaining shields. It's not like
Ali found out.
A few shield or a blitz or anything like that to try and, oh, well, we need a shield, so we're going to bring something that's maybe just not as good as the Monty for what we want to do.
Oh, no.
Instead, they just changed
Not the
things up.
gunner angle. Not the gunner
It's
angle.
not like FaZe have, when the shields got changed, it's not like FaZe all of a sudden started running around with the Monty. They've always been a team that likes to put Vidiking on the Monty, and he's just kind of like slowly...
Like, is this,
lumbering around, like
is it
human
just
drone
worth it?
kind of
Is it
running.
really worth
They've
it
never really been a big rush team.
to have some guy hold that pixel?
Yeah, even taking out the Blackbeard, it's like, okay, that's good. When you take out the Monty, like... FaZe, it's not a must-win operator. It's not like they're doing set plays. It's not like you're watching like C9 or somebody, where it's a really key part of the strat.
Thank God.
We're going to see a window take. We have Ash to do with the Miras.
On CEO, for example, ooh, I really like that. That actually is. That's actually. I didn't think you can really be
Azami is playing stock, so that's actually pretty good. If Azami was playing close windows, I think FaZe could struggle with this, because again, they don't really have like a Deimos or anything underneath.
He's a bit cautious as to where he uses them now.
They're also going to struggle with this Clash, who's able to just walk S2. I kind of like what Shopify do with this, where they bring a Nomad and just jab off curve.
Explodes, makes Kairos pellets. Pressure now gonna
This
come
is
through
good from
stock.
FaZe, taking a little bit more space, opening stock.
Is gonna get open
Absolutely
now.
free to do.
Might have a bit of info, but you already know that there's going to be
And
people
Ace,
there.
but you still have Abana, so we're still able to open all that.
We need to try and hints Clash here, because there's no good way of really taking this fight, and with Arthur just behind, might be a little bit more difficult than it initially seems. Another Lion scan, more nades, option for a launcher to be getting sent in now as well. The net is
DC looks maybe the best they've ever looked. I don't even think that's a hot take.
Don't need to overswing. They don't need to peek. Now can get that wall open into square.
I think
which is
arguably,
essentially the
I
main
mean,
focus
I
from
would
the start of
agree.
the round. But it's taken a while to get.
Got to
this
see them have the international success that we know they can have.
Rocks.
But I think I would agree. And I'd also agree with Herm with that gifted sub to Aho. Thank you so much, Herm.
Clash will try to get active as Farius finds one, even at a 4v4, but two Los players.
Clash got himself into a really good spot here.
No could be called going out. I believe he heard that Clash take up that position on the close angle. Might be calling that he's trapped. FaZe are losing bodies in important positions.
I don't think they have the right operators for this take.
And two players on Repel in such
Can't quite deal with this Clash.
FaZe really have to pick up the pace. It might be tied, but Los, like you said, they just have to wait. But Kurtz again, positioning that really does not.
That's on me, guys. I should have never spoke again. That should not have happened.
Attack, you know they're gonna be there. Legacy has got intel. Throwing C4s at Casper, the friendly ghost, on the opposite side of the site.
That's on me. That's one way to deal with the Clash. Yeah, that's fucking one way to deal with it. Oh boy, that was a Los round.
They take some long angle engagements. That SMG-11 yesterday on Clubhouse. We know it can be done. There's only one player on Repel. He hears the guy Marble. Knows there's likely only one on Repel then, so that info isn't guaranteed, but it is likely. He goes to take it. Unfortunately, that 1v1's not the more important one. This diffuser's right in front of the CEO window.
He's gonna try to long arm it through there.
Cyber is more than patient.
He's gonna try to long arm it.
Takes that angle. 4-1 for FaZe.
Is playing the hallway still possible with Habana Ace Band? It can be, yeah.
Surely.
Wait, is holding third floor hallway possible anymore because of the Ace Habana bands?
I don't know if I'm misremembering that.
But it's more possible because of bands, right? People can't open stock, or people will struggle with stock. Plus, you got a Zami, most likely up.
I'm looking at it thinking, just C4 him, just C4 him. Unfortunate. I like the play from Lost. They were relying heavily on that C4 for that denial. FaZe dealt with the problems very well. Everything that Lost was throwing at them. The Clash, keeping the breach safe, taking stock. FaZe just systematically took it apart brick by brick. As such, have given themselves a very healthy lead in this matchup. 4-1 currently.
Yeah, you can't open E3, you can't open stock. Yep.
Can they make it a 5-1 half, or is Loss going to find?
I think the most important part is that you can't open the janitor wall, because my favorite CEO takes don't even I don't even care to open E3 wall. I don't even care to open stock. I don't think you need. And we're seeing it with these bans because you can't open them, and people are still winning CO.
a real
But,
key
like,
part of FaZe's game so
eventually
far.
there will be a
Very happy
time
to use
where
those
we
drones.
will see some people not
Often
ban these
finding the
operators,
games around having spent
the Ace
all of
Abada,
those
because
drones
people are going to come up with
gathered
attacks
as much info
where you
as they
don't need
possibly
them.
can, so much so we've even seen FaZe
And I
bring
think we're already kind of
in
starting to see it.
intel operators. This time they've got the Twitch, so they do have option there with the shock.
Because I really don't think you need
A
to.
little bit more intel, but realistically, it is going to be a close eye that is paid to what FaZe.
Like,
want
if
to
you
do
don't
here with this
open
top floor
E3
clear.
wall.
Very interestingly for me, they're actually bringing the Maverick this time. Isn't an
You
operator
could do
you
a
look
Windows
at and
take, which we see
immediately think,
everybody do.
"Oh, yeah,
However,
open area."
I don't think you just need to do a Windows take, because what's still up? Shields. Lots of them. I think you could still do a lobby take. Back, like, you could, like, even if E3 wall stays shut or Kanto wall stays shut and this guy plays an E3 elevator, what's he gonna do if a Blackbeard Montaigne just walk up red stairs? Absolutely nothing. He's just gonna look at him.
Need him. He's only got 1 kill.
We're gonna walk to Banana. Cap fire, because you left Capital up as well in that case. Cap, you can still cap fire and kill the Trump player. Trump player dead. Now you have Banana. E3 player, leave him. Who cares? Stay in E3. I'm gonna go take your goddamn bomb site and plant the bomb.
7 drones used up, half the round to go, and it's still a 5v5. Gotta worry. Gotta at least worry a little bit, especially as you're just now rappelling in. Mr. Outlaw's faced basically no resistance. He can fall back at any time he wants, and he can even overstay his welcome. He's got the shield to protect him. Really don't know what the plan is from FaZe at the moment. They have been spread so thin. Various might have just gone on drone or Vila's position and fall back, but FaZe with only a minute left, and I'm still trying to figure out what plan A is.
Why did we bring
Especially when Furious can just rotate downstairs again. Oh, surely they knew they'd missed.
Why
him
did
there
we
inside
bring
the
Mav?
elevator. I mean, if he did, he's baiting that he didn't very well indeed.
if Cade's banned? Are we worried about
Where is he
Rooney?
gonna go here? Handy now rotating upstairs to try and retake some vert. I mean, FaZe have shown no real mind to attempting this vert at all. Surely this just like a plain face check challenge. Furious in a fantastic spot at the moment, and the longer he goes unchecked, the worse it
I'll
could
give an
be.
update on Sub Wars after this game, because I'm going to do it after every game, because I already did give the update, but not everyone was here.
But obviously he was stuck E1, and I'm 90% sure KDS saw him. I'm not entirely sure, but a lot of time spent trying to clear a position that the Goyo was not there for a whole
That's the 417.
seconds at that point. Souls is able to find Arthur, but Los can keep this man advantage solid, keep ahead. Vidiking running in. It's just Souls remaining on a printer window hopping. That seems doomed for failure. Only a 2-4 half, still a win. It really seems like it might have been a miscomm there with Handy tunnel visioned on the wrong elevator.
A real confusing last round to what has otherwise been a very good half of Siege from FaZe. I think you just chalk it down to a bad round and maybe some miscommunication. There never looked like a clear plan as to what the take was going to be. They never took top floor properly, and they never really went direct properly. It was kind of a hybrid of the two. There was a bit of a direct approach, then really late round there was a rotate up to that top floor to make something happen and to continue to search out these roamers. I'm not too sure. I think they would have been much better off just going for a full clear from the start, taking control of those flanks.
Yeah,
and working
if you
down
keep
on that
E3
wall.
wall shut,
As it
I
stood, there
mean,
was a big presence main lobby,
if you watch
which,
everybody
while
play
it's not
bank, it's a window takes right now.
super unusual, it's
Window
not
takes
really
is
where
meta.
all the action
With the
happens.
Sense, with the
On the
Aurora, with the
open area
Capital.
defense. But maybe
I
one
do
we just
think
chalk down
curve
as being
pushes
a
and
bad
stock pushes
round.
are still possible,
Second
because you
half
have
then,
shields up.
Lost switching over
Look
onto
at
the
Furia.
attack phase,
You leave a
holding on
Grim,
to that
CO
defense.
windows, you Grim
Multi
everybody.
Hibana banned, and a
You
Cade,
push curve
Asami
with shields.
taken
You push
away
stock
as
with
well.
shields. You have a Flores on like main stairs. You could still jump over the main stairs.
You know the nice thing when you're playing Los?
So you still see people do that.
You know Arthur's
the nice
playing a
thing?
shield. You know every day of the week, every round on attack, that this guy's playing a shield. Because obviously FaZe, if they could, they'd ban too. But you don't want Hibana on bank.
We're seeing a lot of these in the Brazil, like both bank games. Though we're not seeing Ace Hibana bans.
You don't actually have to ban that many shields.
We're banning one of them.
Because you know Arthur's going to play the
FaZe getting rid of Hibana
benefit for a team. It's like, okay, well, we'll just
makes perfect sense, because normally when they play lower, they play the Aruni
know
tech,
if we learn how to counter it, that will be effective. And what do you know?
but we're not seeing it here.
Arthur's on blitz. Just like Arthur.
We are seeing the Holy Trinity, though. We are seeing Smoke, Goyo, Tube. We are seeing the extended positions. We're holding server. We have Tube in open area.
I'm lost in the sauce.
And we have Cyber on the main stairs.
Cybers killed him anyway.
Good trade. All good.
The timing of that was perfect.
Oh, I found him. Yeah, it's most played off his Blitz. I was right.
Yeah, brilliant.
Blitz, then Monty. I couldn't
Just
find him.
have to do
He's 44.
some type of extended roam to waste a little bit of time for the
Fair
smokes,
bit of scrolling.
tubes, and Goyos to take effect.
3 low
Rest in
players
peace to all your Goyo fires. Holy
Good
shit.
value out of the shock drone there from Kurtz. In all 3 of
I've been a
the
fan of
nice
playing
and early.
Mozzie for bank,
They have lost the blitz.
so that stuff doesn't
Cyber's
happen.
also fallen. One of the
We saw
main differences,
Shopify do
Cyber's
it.
just playing
Falcons do it a
the
lot.
vibe,
I believe we
so
did it
they've
on
got
a
the
one
ability
it
that
too.
they
I'm
can
pretty
still
sure.
Flick through and provide a bit of information. He's on default cameras
Mal's
at
easy.
the moment.
Obviously protects the Goyo fires from those Twitch
Good
drones.
sign. They have remained unshot.
Also,
Very
if you get a
likely
drone-
to hear Mr. Outlaw right now. And, ooh,
Oh my god.
I mean,
You almost shot him.
Mr. Outlaw
But if you get a
missed.
drone with a
He has
Mozzie
C4
on this
certainly
site, it's like just free info on the plant. It's it's so
He's
free.
nervous.
He is shaken.
Like, how has a defender gotten there, by the way? Like, why are you worried that that could be a defender?
They know it's a 3v3 on site. They spotted one garage. All these Bs are going out, and I'm really intrigued how this 3v4 is going to work. If you watched the NIP game yesterday, Los tend to be a pretty slow team on attack.
Good ranked way to
Very
clear
much like
janitor.
going for the plant, playing their executes, but yeah, in a 2v4, I don't
Yeah, you just Capitao over.
What's happening. We'll see the smoke, and there's Handy's flank. They knew he was there. They knew he was there. And he still flanked the guy, Marvel. Unlucky. 5-2 face.
The only way that could have been a defender is if there was a Scopus.
I think with 3
And at that
people,
point,
I
why
almost think the
Scopus
3
in
most
TP
important
in a
positions would
small
be
offense?
2 guys
Hey,
Windows,
sometimes- listen,
1
sometimes, like you
Capitao,
said,
the other one either Sense or Aurora. And then maybe Deimos under.
Tactical timeout. Oh, no.
Oh, wait.
'Cause you can just figure out who the janitor player is, Deimos track him. If he leaves janitor, that's a good thing. It's a free plant.
Not the best start. See, this is the issue.
Fire over
is that-
janitor.
Okay.
Have your other guy on the Windows
I'm
hold.
sorry,
If he
I'm
runs
a
into
little-
long decks to the rotate, kill him if he
This
does.
is the issue. Because back when Arthur
But the
was on
Deimos is going to be
day
good
one,
because you guys are going to struggle if
Arthur was
anyone's
actually-
close
that was
up against your
crazy
CO
to watch. Arthur was
windows.
getting
You're worried about
crazy
janitor,
down
but
the
like you
road.
should be worried about like if there's an
They were, like,
Azami or a
demolishing
Wamai or
teams on
something
the
playing
attack in
close.
stage one when they qualified to Manchester.
You'd have no
They were
like
in the
you'd have no way to
one
kill him.
stage.
Like
It was
you'd have to use a
crazy.
Capitao fire, which
And then
sure,
Arthur, like,
but then you won't
I think
have
he's got
enough for
figured out.
janitor. So the Deimos under will
super
clear
aggro,
everyone close,
always
and
on
you
the
can track the
shield.
janitor player, and you make sure there's
And
no
again,
one,
teams
no
pretty
C4
quickly
under,
realize
and then that
no
guy
guy's
can just
always gonna
walk
bring
up
the shield and
S2.
try to counter to him, and Arthur just like keeps trying to make it
And
work,
he can be
so
your
he'll
S2
turn
player on
around.
execute, right? As you're going for the swing, just have him walk up S2 and
But if
watch
you got Arthur
for
on
them to
team,
run
you're gonna
curve
basically
and try to
attack him
flank.
around a shield. And every team at this point is very good at countering Arthur on the shield.
Once all that's clear,
44 out of 50.
plant the bomb. Other guy on Windows
It's just
cover.
like, I feel bad
GG.
for the guy.
Other than that, just make
He
sure
wants
you
to
have a
so
cam
bad. And when it worked
in
like,
lobby
a year ago when it was working
to make
Arthur
sure
looked incredible.
no one tries to get your
Since
guys
then,
off the
he's
windows.
been figured out.
But
Probably
and
why
if
he-
someone does try to do that, you have Deimos under. Just boop, go kill him.
Which is a bit of a shame as well, because if that's one of his abilities and one of his plus points.
That's probably the 3 most important positions.
If it doesn't fit into the team, then it doesn't fit into the team.
Because other than
Teams
that, it's
do it.
like Pro League. The only positions you're missing is a guy ATM, which in ranked, I don't know if anyone's going to be really trying to kill the guys off windows in ranked. But if so, again, Deimos under can handle him, and then a third guy windows.
At the feet there, and
You could drop
always
that.
A bit of an alarm bell. Just gonna sit here and hold a passive angle. Fine, maybe find something, but need that drone work to.
Yeah, we're missing Surf. You're right.
In the map. And at the moment,
True. We're missing the
Still
Dokkaebi
on
lobby.
map,
Just
been
sit there.
Given away by FaZe. They aren't really looking to contend.
I mean, the position is pretty good. Like, you need someone on lobby repel to hold
so.
banana, because the Trump player, the problem with the winner pick sometimes could be this guy like that Aruni could just jump windows, go banana, as you guys are executing, as you guys are about to go, and catch you swinging in. That can be an issue. So it is a pretty important position, but in ranked, I think it'll be fine.
Embrace the stuff for there. Instead, square gets opened. And Arthur can get himself back out onto the rappel.
I feel like Furious wants to go up that elevator hatch and try and surprise the players playing there. Only issue.
All right, ace up. So we see stock getting open, but tube, we are just going to waste some time.
Not bad whatsoever, but like you said, those bandit batteries are stagnant. Souls even might be trying to trick on the Canto wall. Now, again, obviously we got the ace, but no EMPs. It's going to be difficult to deal with. Or honestly, might give up her life just to shoot those bandit batteries at this point, because with 55 seconds remaining. you run out of options. You don't control a stock. You don't control a Kanto. Ferris has been lurking around Marble for the entire round, and he still doesn't have a clear way onto that top floor. Still not really a gap to speak of.
Wall gonna get open here.
So, if Fairies can't get up the stairs, and you can't get open Kanto, you can't get his CO or stock, where's this case getting down? Well, alright. That works, I guess. KDS unfortunately just walking.
I think we need
stock window has
we need
given Mr.
someone to
Outlaw
grab
at least a way
attention,
to
or
get
this
out of position,
bandit is
but
gonna get a
most
free
potentially
kill.
way into the round. As
Here we
FaZe
go.
might be
Soul's
distracted
rotating.
front side.
Here we
Now
go.
you can see
Here is the
Soul's
pool.
rotating away. Handy focused on the front. They might not hear this.
Now
All
the
chaos
Amaru
is
can
going
come
on.
up for free.
Ferris suffers a team
Wow.
flash,
I think he
but
just got
no,
absolutely
Cyber
timing from
spots
Cyber.
him. Watching the backside. Nice trade by Mr. Outlaw, but FaZe ready for all of Los's tricks. 3K doesn't
That could have been good.
Flores is cut down after his third. FaZe on match point.
Everything traded there for FaZe as well. They knew that there was a trap being set for him, and sometimes there's only one thing to do in that situation, and it's to let the attackers spring that trap and react accordingly. FaZe doing a brilliant job. It's a huge audio cue when the Amaru gets the Gara hook out and bursts through a hatch, especially if the hatch is closed.
Much better for FaZe Clan, by the way. After getting 7-3'd by Loud on Cafe and 7-2'd on Clubhouse to
FaZe doing a great
is that Black
job of
Dragon or
reacting
9Z?
quickly.
One of the
I like
teams.
the attempt at a bit of a 3-2-1 coordinated push. Bit of a shame about the
Needed
team
to
clash, but
see
again, that's
FaZe
going
put
in
away
there.
Los pretty
Should've just
easily
been a
here.
little bit earlier as a bit more of a sound sort of blocker for
coffee.
the Amaru to successfully
Coffee.
make their way up the hatch. But again, it comes down to the trade game. FaZe not letting a single kill slip there. Everything getting traded.
All right, open area.
correctly. So much so it puts them on quite an
Tertiary
early
site
match.
coming out, and one of the
6
easiest
rounds to
to
2 at the
again hit with the
moment.
direct. We don't see a smoke on board, and we don't see a warden. So anytime I see this, I'm thinking this is free site hit.
It's hard to
And we might be seeing it here, but then I see the ram, so maybe we're not. Anytime I see the ram, we're either taking full top floor or we're baiting with the ram noise above and going for that pick in Teller's Archives. And maybe we'll see that with Arthur. Ying could go printer window too and just pool site, make it seem like this is a direct take.
Just 58.
really fallen off. What happened to the team I love? Just kidding. But I agree. I don't know if I really see a way into this. Try to get Arthur activated.
What
on
are we doing here?
shield.
What? Okay. What are we doing here?
I don't even know- I
There's a
don't
guy in
know.
ATM. There's-
How's
oh
this
my
possible?
god. Okay.
Like they get the trade, but
Well, there's the ram.
again,
So there's
Cyber
probably
basically is
some
built in.
pool.
If you're new to watching FaZe, Cyber is like built in to die. He's built in for plays like that. And Valkyrie
Hopefully we're not
for
trying to
Ram-
bring Blitz up those stairs
I
because
make
we
that
got
deal any day.
no way to clear that barbed wire. Oh, here we go.
Good deal.
IQ nades from here.
Damn good deal.
All right. That's probably the plan.
There's nowhere now that you can look to for soft destruction, and when you're attacking into that mid-floor site, you're going to need a little bit of soft destruction, even if it isn't your primary goal. Even if you're not bringing a ram, you're going to be bringing a secondary hard breach. And because Loss have brought the ram, they've gone for that single point of failure approach to things almost, and now they're going to be left thinking, well, we can't really take, well, we can take the top floor, but we can't really do anything with it once we've got it. How are we going to shift those defenders around on that first floor level? Well, you're going to have to get active with it. Arthur's going to have to get in there with the shield and start to try and push them around a little bit. You're going to have to leverage and use those Yings, maybe for something that you didn't expect. Candela
Blitz
goes
up
out,
red
KDS trained on the
instead
CEO
of-
hell, but the threat certainly coming in from behind him right now.
And he's still able to get the kill on Mr. Outlaw. Arthur moving on in.
Wait, what?
Surely got this one. Come
How
on,
did that guy not
there
go
we
down?
go. Got the 3v3. Quick reload. 3,
Literally heard
2,
it.
Boom.
Hit.
Got the 3v3.
Okay.
KDS looking for that trade. Yeah, that's
Oh.
the trade he's ever got of his life. It's kind of ironic that the core of that top floor hold being the Doc and CEO is kind of the last one to survive. Really like this from Los, though. Realizing there's a lot of roamers up top, they immediately hop in. Legacy gets one of the players falling back. And Souls is getting the vert, but Ying might be able to get this. You contemplates the drop, will land on the floor. Now in the 2v2 post, huge frag by
KDS, just
Ying.
please win these.
It's all on KDS,
Oh,
1v2.
okay. Good. I wanted to see lower
Spots
anyway.
won. But that's
I wanna
the
see if
kind
they
of
go with the
dynamism we
Aruni.
need. Los recognize the opening, make the call, get the kills. You still got 3 rounds to go. But I'm very happy with what I just saw.
Much better from Los there. I love the opportunity spot of seeing that the site is clear and immediately dropping and taking it. There was zero hesitation. They didn't really have any other options, to be honest. They can't exactly go and find kills at that point in the round. They
Comeback
have
is
to commit
on.
to the site.
Yeah? I don't
in
know.
a big way. They did
I
exactly
don't know
that.
about that one.
FaZe uncharacteristically giving
There's
2-1
blitz
versus
banned.
as well, not pushing that together.
I
at the
swear to
final
God.
stages.
I
It's
mean,
one of the first
lower,
occasions
this
in
guy could pull
matchup
out the
that
few
we've
shield.
seen
Why not?
Where they've not been able to guarantee a
This guy's
trade
just a shield player, but like,
as the round. Oh, sorry,
I
the
have
round's
not
coming in
been
for the final
impressed
time
with
this
Arthur's
game.
shield
We actually
play.
have the Blitz and the Valk both
It's a little
removed, so
sloppy.
A bit of a nod. Bit of a
Kind of just picking it because
to
it's meta to
Cyber
pick it.
taking
Uh,
his favorite
I don't know.
Valkyrie away, and Arthur losing out on that blitz. But I mean, Arthur's got plenty of options. He's just going to flex over onto that BB anyway.
We're not
Cyber,
seeing a
well,
comeback
he's gonna
here.
have a little bit of fun on the
Not
Mozzie.
happening.
And
But
if
we
you
are
think
gonna see.
Valkyrie's
Yeah, this is a
operator,
good.
wait until you
We're going
see
back down. We got the Holy
Blaze Rossi,
Trinity,
because
of
he's
course.
gonna
The
be
Holy
out there.
Trinity. Wait for that YouTube video to drop. Tube, Goyo, Smoke.
Always put Cyber on an
The
operator
Kings of Bank
who uses all
Basement.
of his utilities
Now we are
and
seeing
doesn't
Cyber though
have
counter with that Mozzie, like I was talking about. Really good at protecting those Goyos. Kurtz was able to go massive and popped 3 Goyo fires last time.
what happens. Even in a round
Also
of
putting a
takes out the
Mozzie pest for that outside drone hole by the garage ramp. You guys know what I mean?
round 7,
Putting one there
takes out the
early
shield.
is actually kind of
Not
tech.
even attack usually whenever it's brought, or
Because a lot of pro league teams, at least, will always slip a cam in there and try to get one around gold or money bags. And it's just one of the better cams to get. Don't let him have it.
But Cyber has that impact. He's quite strong, breaking through that wall.
So here we go. Extended sight roam, KDS, contesting open area. But that's not the most important place to contest. Because it's so easy to jump a shield in there, and so that's fine. But we are going to see Handy in the elevators. Cyber getting a little aggro there.
By Kurt, Cyber checking that angle.
Hand in the elevators, another good spot to waste time on this because it's so easy to just fall down the elevators.
Very strong start.
Teams usually kind of
Hatches are
wait
soft
at
as
this
well.
point.
There's an intention
Here
to
we go. I'm
stay
sure he
hold
knows
there
he's in
and
there. It's a very common
use the
spot to
DM
play,
to open up the
but it's
hatch
just going to be a
up
very
and
simple drop.
difficult engagement right now, but you're on the BB.
Handy,
It's not the same
handy.
as being on the blitz. This is a bit more of a calculated dance.
Oh,
Ooh, smart nade. What do we do here? I was about to say,
okay. We were tango in there. I feel like Spirit's ADS is that guy. I don't know. I'm feeling Spirit gets a kill there.
From Handy, but he's done the right thing.
Honeypot.
There was no respect for Arthur on the Blackbeard. That guy was not leaving.
Phase. There's only souls with full HP. Handy and KDS, both less than half. And Vitaking's taken a lick of damage as well. They need to be careful in the engagements that they start to
All right,
take.
because Cyber died, they did get server control a little bit earlier.
Loss. Well, they're already well on with.
But first smoke grenade out as well, which is pretty early, minute 20. I'm assuming Goyo fires are gone at this point. If we're droning in here this easily, this is going to be rough. KDS also only able to use one tube on the sight hatch, so no time waste there either. FaZe are going to need some, they're going to need a peak for some kills.
You can't exactly tank a shot on the way to
They
throwing
do
it.
have Vidaking with the
It's
C4,
also
but
harder to go for a flank. When we've seen FaZe in this position, they
I don't
like
think
to
we're
flank up
Goyo, or
with
we're
Handy on the
grimming
low
from the
speed,
right
everyone on the low
spot.
speed.
Smoke and C4
Getting one of
used,
those
maybe a
offs is
mistake.
really, really difficult. Arthur
To combine
down
both
has to
right
pick back
there.
up. This is important time being spent.
So far, this is a
Lost
close
that
round.
last
We need
smoke
something to
and
happen.
We've only got one C4 remaining, maybe a
We're going to
Zoda,
plant behind a
maybe.
Blackbeard. Is this tech?
Mr. Outlaw
He's
holding
ADSing.
Vidaking 0 and 6. Yeah, Lowe's have the angles. They have the positions. If you want to get aggressive, you're just too low health. Might still have to be a comeback, but Lowe's
Yeah, not
have
enough
back
time
great
waste from
call, and
FaZe.
then now great setup
They had the
in
Holy
round
Trinity,
10.
but not
Put
enough
FaZe
time
in
waste
a
with it.
tricky spot,
Gotta
losing
waste a
2 in
little
a
bit more
row.
time. Very good from Lowe's to go
ahead.
fast into open area,
2 out of
right?
4. Wolf have
Got
it
rid of the
too.
elevator guy, good time as well. And then server, I mean, there was no server contention. Because Cyber was a server player and ended up taking an early
Maybe about
peak.
time to take it. Keep that little bit of a buffer that they've got. It's either going to be now or next round, realistically, unless they really save it for an overtime. Cyber, I mean, I know that that's his job, is to go out there and get opening picks, but it's almost becoming a bit of a consistent problem because he's not really being that successful with it. It's not something that he's doing fantastically well on the stage as a whole. He's 8 and 9 going into this play day, so not quite positive, not quite negative, just sort of in that middle ground of he's doing okay. But I think he needs to just be getting a tiny bit more value because it's coming down to one body really for FaZe. Coming down to a very fine margin right at the end of things.
comeback in him?
I don't know, really. Honestly, unsure.
Unsure. Great answer. Great answer.
Difficult to tell, isn't it? Viking's obviously having a bit of a stinker.
Yeah.
Like, he's not really able to do anything right at the moment. He's 1-6, and we're in round.
Yeah, exactly what Kai said, and I'm actually surprised we haven't been seeing. Like, FaZe is the team that probably does the Aruni tub trick the most, and I think it's been really fun to watch. We're gonna see Aruni now, but for top floor.
It's difficult to say.
Well, it is also difficult because, again, round 9 was kind of like Los realizing something in the moment and making a good call. That was the first, like, truly, like, solid attack beginning to end we've seen from Los. And obviously, if they win this, you know FaZe are going to take that tack. And it's neck and neck for both teams.
4 clips got on every role he played, then a bad stage dropped off the earth.
He's going to keep exposing himself.
There was a little bit more
They make a habit out of taking him down. That's a
to it than that.
5v4.
Wasn't really the bad stage.
Default camping, shot
More so the team just kind of wanted to
looking to deal with this vertical extension.
try to rebuild a little bit.
Only one bandit battery taken down, they'll be able to get the next, so it won't come just yet. All the utility flying in. Cyber actually playing with the rest of the team.
But I am surprised
Easy to recognize
no
it.
like good
Need
team gave him an offer.
Very coordinated structure when holding this top floor. Don't want to send him off by himself. So Arthur.
And he didn't stick around because Echo was always one of the best players.
Again, more utility destroyed on that Kanto wall, taking a
I feel like he was a top 5 NA
angle,
player for a
tight line
really
on
long
elevator,
time.
But yeah, if he spots you, your head's exposed. So Cyber looks up, takes the shot. 5v4 established. Looking for another as the toxic canisters go out. FaZe are very,
We see
very
that
short
lobby
on space,
take.
but the time just still advantages
They do have ace up still not. I mean, they got the wall open a little bit.
They've got left to try and unseat him. No flames.
I missed what we Capitao fired because we should have been able to kill the Trump player, and that's the big mistake on this take. Is we should have been able to cap fire the Trump player with the proper cutoff angles. He should have been dead 100%.
Things up somewhat, but he's already got his kill, and there's still
So,
a player laid prone inside of elevator. Soul's gonna find his.
That guy dying to E3. I don't know if Arthur had a nade.
Repel, if you're gonna try and make something happen in this round, it's not good enough just having one player stood on Spiral. There's still a player.
This
in
is a
elevator
FaZe
at this
round,
point.
100%.
A solo player out on the CEO breach.
Oh, they even know Handy was there, but he's ready for Furious to run that way. Clip catches him right as he's walking up main. That's Diffuser too.
20 seconds left.
Legacy's been on Repel.
Gotta get picks. This guy's gotta go for a swing. He's gotta stun, which Zo stun and swing in is broken. There it is. Swing. Completely silent, but I mean, they're obviously going to know at this point. KDS with the 2K. FaZe Clan. Close it out 7-4. Win's a win. 3 points is 3 points.
On that defense, but looking strong overall.
Renegade goes on top of the hatch and zaps the can opener. You can stand on the desk and CC and disable the Renegade to guarantee break the can opener if they EMP the gate. Have seen FaZe Furia freeze the can opener so the gate comes back.
And yes, there were still a couple of problems in that opening death, but all
comes in on EMP and they
much,
drop off and able to gate break can over FaZe with the Fauna. Yeah.
That utility a lot more.
Pretty much. Aruni is very, very strong on bank basement. We saw in the other games FaZe was doing the Aruni tech. I'm surprised we haven't seen it here. This was more, they just switched it up a little bit because it is very annoying to deal with.
Times in that game where you think, you know what, they could probably take this to an overtime, but it was just a little bit of a stretch too far, especially after the start that FaZe had.
Especially just seeing that kind of burst of energy, like just a little too late in the game as well.
Yeah.
You got that good in-round call, then the good setup, but when you let a team go up 6-2 like that, it's always going to be a little difficult.
Best NA players who are not currently in T1, either for being inactive or haven't made it there yet. We did this earlier on stream. Not earlier today. There's a few players like I feel like Mr. B's team Revelation should have been in Pro League. I think they might have upset a couple teams. Not gonna lie. I think Mike W is a really good player. I think Resided could be in T1. I think Mr. B could be in T1. Those are the three that we were kind of talking about a little bit.
Yeah,
I think there's more. I really do think there's more that could be in T1 that are close or just don't quite make the right click to get into Pro League at the moment.
played the style of Siege that we all know and love that FaZe plays, is using the utility into their favor. And that's really what you have to do in Bank. You have to just play.
Who would I guess to win the next major? Furia. Furia is my way too early pick because it's the safe pick. They won the very last event. Until they're beaten, they are the favorites.
They look so dominant.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on the defense, especially every step of the way, those smokes are coming out to the deny plants, the C4s are coming out. I mean, it just really looked like it was classic FaZe, and that's what we wanted to see, right? Then bounce back and then be able to be that iron wall strategically that we're so comfortable seeing. You know, the trade game was amazing from them. Honestly, I would say, though, for what I expected,
underdog choice.
I'd say a 7-3 was a lot better than what I expected, what I gave credit to. I mean, Los definitely has a good individual play style when they were going for like their 1v1.
It's EWC, right? Ooh, Falcons.
They were trying to put them in the
because they won the last 3 EWCs.
Response for them. There really wasn't a moment where
take that as an underdog.
Was worried about the shields or worried about the utility.
It's not Furia. It's Falcons.
So calculated on when they would take it, when they would peak. They just look so consistent.
And that's the consistency that led the kickoff there. KDS
VP.
Closing things out for FaZe Clan.
VP. They're my champions.
All 3 points from this matchup, which is pretty important because this is now giving you a lot of comfort in the top 6. Though,
any good EUL games tomorrow? We'll take a look in a second.
Our FaZe Clan analyst joining us on the desk. JB, good to see you again. Congratulations on the win. My question to you first is, well, we talked last time, right? And then you had, that was after the Furia win. That was great. And then 2 tough games against Black Dragons and Loud. What happened in those matches and what did you learn going into today?
I mean, against Black Dragons was a lot of their merit, not gonna lie. They played very well the map. They could counter us. They are a team that we scream a lot against, so they learn how to play against us. And I mean, where's their merit? We didn't play that bad, but was their merits, honestly. They're being proven.
Am I coaching any teams right now?
Like last game,
a project team called Turtle Tactics. I don't know if we still have the commanded chat TT exclamation TT. I don't know if we still do, but no T1 team. I am streaming, co-streaming, and coaching a project team called Turtle Tactics, where I show what it's like to be inside a competitive team, how a competitive team practices.
We were prepared to play against them, so we're like a very.
However, I am kind of slowly stepping back from it a little bit, and just gonna like watch their matches and support them, and kind of be in a mentorship role at this point.
As FaZe, you guys are consistently SAL, always.
But we'll still be tuned in over there a bit. Because we did make it into T2. We are now a T2 team. That's on me for saying we were a T3 team. Sorry. We are a T2 team now. We made Element last night. We are T2. And if you're curious, I think VODs go back 2 months. If you want to see like how I do strategy and things like that, it's all in the VODs. But they are not saved on YouTube, unfortunately. So I don't know when that stuff's gonna run out. I think Twitch only saves for like 60 days or something. Maybe I'm wrong. I do have a few videos on YouTube about some of our matches, but kind of stopped making those because, like High Bear was kind of saying, my algorithm wasn't doing too well with those videos.
We have like a lot of games until the end of the season.
Third time's the charm. Please get the Sub Wars update. Okay, the game just ended. The game just ended. I said I was going to do it right after the game ended it. My bad. My bad. Hang on.
I want to talk about actually yesterday.
All right. I don't care about this interview. We're going to turn it down a little bit. All right. The Sub Wars update. The date is, well, the time is already set. The time's already set. We already know 6 out of the 8 players that could originally play in the Sub Wars can make it. So I only need to fill 4 spots now, which is great. Only 2 people couldn't make it. The time is Wednesday at 7:30. That is officially the time. 7:30 East, Wednesday. This coming Wednesday, 7:30 East. If you don't know what Sub Wars is, it's my 5 subs versus Dream's 5 subs playing against each other, and me and Dream will be casting it and having fun. What we are looking for, and I'll be completely honest, is players closer to the gold level. We are looking for, yeah, bronze, gold, plat. Like, we want it to be a fun to watch match, not kind of just super sweaty of whoever's 5 my champions versus 5 of his. Or else I'm just gonna I'll grab hot and cold and some pro players. So we are kind of doing it for fun. Hopefully we see some ridiculous shit, and the casting is going to be more us just... Don't expect professional casting, right? We're going to be having fun with it. But anyway, if you are interested and you're in that range, bronze, gold, plat, I do have 4 spots still open and available. It's in my Discord, or someone can post the link here. And if you can make Wednesday at 7:30 East, it should be approximately like 3 hours long. Take it or leave it, unless Mint Subs probably win 7-0-7-0 because we are superior. In that case, it'll be very, very quick. But if you guys are interested, please sign up. It's in the Discord. And I will try to be reaching out to people today to fill those last 4 spots, because we need to do like one last step once everyone is signed up. I'm going to need to send another Google form. Easy peasy. Hell yeah. That's what we're looking for. If we don't get those bronze, gold, plat players that I'm looking for, even diamond. We could even go diamond, guys. Silver. What else did I miss? Emerald even. I'm fine with emerald, right? I'm good all the way up there. Because if I don't, I think we're unfortunately gonna need to take some like diamond and champ players, like maybe 1 or 2 on a team. Because I'm just trying to make the teams even. At the end of the day, all I'm really trying to do is make the teams even. So if each team has 1 champ player, it's not the end of the world. If anything, it could be fun. Imagine 1 champ player playing with a gold player on his team, and he's like, God, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Could be fun. But yeah.
I mean, he's lethal. He moves around the map.
Could I play as a console and controller? You could. Yeah, you could.
Definitely putting in a lot of the work. But again,
you absolutely could. Console's fine. In fact, console could be funny.
He was 16-7 today. He's 14-8. I mean, the consistency from this guy alone.
Are all pro coaches like champ and equal to pros? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I would say it's rare. You only need 3 people because Jay is playing, right? I think Jay is a sub. I think he only said like he would sub if we needed it, right? Am I wrong on that, or am I right on that? I don't know.
Shutting down the shield, and that
if he wants to be fully in, yes, please, yes, be in, please, because we need people, please. Do you do sub wars every Wednesday? No, it's a thing that I brought up with Dream. We're gonna do it very sporadically. It might not even be always against Dream. I might be doing it against other content creators and their subs. It's just a fun idea I have, just to try something different for content.
When it comes to in the server fixes, in the server problem solving, he is the man that's you're gonna look towards. So obviously, very great experience as a viewer to be able to see a team that just because your IGL or somebody on the team is underperforming, you still have that respect. You still look to them to be able to give you the answers when the going gets tough.
Yeah, and for the side of Los, I mean, this is what I was talking about going into this game. I mean, they're keeping games competitive, clearly, but it comes down to the entire team just being able to step up and play together. Similar to what we've talked about in the NAL with Wildcard, with Dash and Baby Shark, is when Bay, Spiker, and Kansan are all popping off, it's then 2 players or 3 players that aren't playing together. But when we saw last week or this week, we saw the entire team come together, and they looked...
Yeah, we did invite him to the Discord.
The same situation that Los is finding themselves in is every player can be good at any given moment. Legacy seems to be the most...
You should host a bronze plat tourney like 10 mans, but bad like me. I mean, that's kind of what this is, though. Like, I'm calling it sub wars, but really it's like...
Or maybe even on the same page for that matter. I would love to...
Like, I'm calling it sub wars, but really it's... It is just like watching 10 man of... Gold, like, let's just say the average of gold rank players, right? That's basically what it is.
I wish we spoke Portuguese so that you could actually understand whatever the hell's going on in those comms.
Similar system on Saturdays where we do pickup games with subs, donors, etc.
wonderful friends over at the
Yeah, it's similar. I mean, we do that as well, where we do 10-mans here.
He should be able to translate everything for us, right?
Haven't done it in a while since a lot of Pro League happening, but
the contract of every single producer, we're definitely
normally I'm playing in those, and this is more. Yeah, we're just
anyways. Laxing Fox,
me and Dream. We're just gonna kind of make fun of each other's subs and cast for fun.
Just a bit here as ENX take on
And we're not gonna spectate it. We have someone that does spectating for us. So you guys will actually be able to see kills, because if me and Dream are spectating it, it would be bad. So we will have a clean feed. Since Pro League, 10-mans are dead. Yeah. Yeah, me playing the game right now is kind of dead. A lot of Pro League happening. Turtles. Stuff like that. It's just like almost no time. Almost no time to like play the game at this point, because it's like 6 to 8 hours of Pro League and other stuff. Yeah, Herm should 100% sign up, because Herm will get in. I know what reg Herm is. He would get in. I need to be watching Herm. If Herm can make the time, that would be fun. It was on controller, not mouse and keyboard, so the skill is all gone. Okay. I'm nuts. Yeah, facts.
There's beautiful, beautiful country here, and we have to get through to beautiful matches that we have lined up for you. First of all, our standings, just to get a macro point of view of what is happening right now in SAL. Our updating standings look like this. W7M are at the top of 13. Tied at 12 are beating FaZe,
blatantly
10
lying.
For NIP, 9 for Furia, 8 for Loud, 6 for NX, and 5 for 9Z, and loss at 4.
All right, we can dial back in.
Waiting to play their game at the end of today. We'll see if they can rise above, though, this current matchup. We turn our attention to ENX and NIP. And gentlemen, NIP have the opportunity to go up, but let's talk about ENX and what they can bring today, because their win yesterday against Liquid and the one before against 9Z, that really propelled them so high up.
All right, who do we got? We have ENX and who?
In the interview, being this historical player, and then being a historical player on this roster. And we talked about early in the days of SAL starting, we wanted to see Sexy Cake come alive. We needed to see him step into his role, be that figure, be that leader. And we're starting to see a little bit of success. Sure, you could maybe write the excuse off, oh, they beat Liquid, oh, they beat 9Z. But at the end of the day, a win's a win, and that's the most important thing, especially when you're in these best-of-one.
He actually is blind. Hey, you have to go easy on him.
The board. Now,
he's a little old.
Whole isn't the most impressive in terms of stats, but they are all relatively close to one another. They all are playing with each other. It's just the important thing is getting over that goal of beating these bigger name teams. And going today against NIP has been no slouch thus far throughout this stage. It's really going to come, again, off the backing of Sexy Cake and that shield play. That really is where ENX is shining, and then Angel's playing off of that flex role in terms of the entry / support. Him being able to play off of Sexy Cake along with Bach, I think, is a very important key factor here. Now, Nigel, unfortunately, hasn't had the best performance on this team, but he still is doing his role to the best of his ability. But again, when you're playing against a team like NIP, and NIP in specific, especially on those defenses, you're going to be getting a very aggressive, fast-paced team, especially from players on the other end of that side, coming from Fantasy, coming from Hates. So you're really going to have to slow down a lot of the pressure that NIP is going to be instilling.
NIP? Is that what this is? Okay.
Well, Laxing, it's a very
whole time I'm sitting here like, who are they playing? ENX, NIP.
For this matchup. Next up on the block, NIP. Ninjas Pajamas, Fox. The team here is looking good. They covered.
They are looking good. Standing wise, where are we at? Oh my god, I got so many tabs up now.
Can they do it today?
Stats. We care about stats. Nah.
I mean,
don't
every
care about
point
this.
definitely matters when you're NIP. Obviously, getting back your
Third place team
glory of a roster that's been so storied in the game, and you know every single player on this team, like I said, aggression. It's just balls to the wall, constantly going for these gunfights, going for calculated, team-oriented gunfights, and that's I think exactly what we saw against. I believe it was Los, like you said yesterday, and it works. It works when you're going up against some of the weaker teams, some of the teams that aren't able to manage certain types of aggression. I mean, obviously, when it comes to the rest of the stage, NIP has looked pretty good, even against the top teams. Games are getting close. They are running into their overtime wins consistently, but that's just the name of the game. If you're
do you think NIP winning invite without wait
style?
Do I think they're winning invite without dropping a map? Yeah.
Everything can just be shattered. But obviously,
yeah, I do actually.
The whole team has been performing pretty well, and I do love
tier
the
list.
fact that they have, you know, 3 aggressive players, you know, 2 more.
That could have been risky there.
On the back end.
That could have been real risky.
Nice split, and hates, you know, top 10 players of the SAL currently. Out of everybody on this team, to put up this level of stats, to be that player on that flex role, to just consistently show up every single day. Obviously, you know, he's been playing very well, and if the rest of the team
so what do we got?
Able to know and understand,
I saw someone say
to manage that aggression.
We have 7
NIP
people signed
could
up,
look
right?
Like you know, a consistent top contender for the league, but right now it's just aggression, and that's great. But they need to be able.
Or
to
we have 8
adapt some
people. Do we need people on
to
Dream's
play style
team,
to be able to be a
or do we need people on my
well-rounded
team?
machine.
Actually,
Let me
it is
scroll up in the
something we've
chat.
been
Someone
kind of
said it.
poking at some teams, and this is in all regions, not just here in SAL. There are some teams with especially younger, less experienced players where it's like this twitchy finger that they constantly need to like be moving around.
Ali plays in
getting
sub wars like
themselves
Call of
killed
Work
in
to play.
situations that really should not be happening, and I feel like you can apply this to just too many players at this point, and maybe those Gen Z jitters would go down a bit. And I sound so old just saying that, but yeah.
Okay, boomer.
Thanks, Davide. Well, you know what? We have our 20-year-old Davide here that's playing up the words. Let's take a look at our maps before Lynx starts to try to strangle me through the monitor here. Our map ends. What do we get? You know what, Gabe?
Border.
How about you take this?
I have a feeling we're gonna get a very small map. Yeah, I mean,
my God. Am I a fortune teller?
So again, this goes into exactly what I was saying that I need ENX to do in particular, is to be able to slow down the attacks from NIP. As we know with Border, this is a very
The mod squad
map that you trying to get into the building.
Okay, wait. My team, because John and Peak are the ones who cannot make it. Okay, so mine covers one of those, right?
The second you try to push through break, the second you even try to go out to any of the armory balconies, I mean, you are going to be met with aggression. So
we can add
here specifically, you need to be playing your crossfires and to be able to force chokeholds to not let NIP find any headway, especially
you already did it. Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I think managing the aggression is going to be.
So far, we have.
Oh god. Getting into the building.
I need to start writing this stuff down. I need to figure out what our average rank is here.
That is the foundation to winning this border against NIP, because NIP is going to fight you before you even get into the building. They're going to try to stonewall you, stall your time, or fight body for body to be able to get some type of an advantage before you even get into that building. We're going to need to see ENX's opening kills be a lot more consistent just by limiting the amount of opening kills that they're giving away.
I wonder will Reform Comparison win. Is that better than NIP winning?
When it comes to slaying out,
no.
They're obviously the team that you're going to be worried about.
No, Shady, hate to break it to you. Unwanted. Never happening again.
Get ready for our matchup. We'll bring
Team's gone. The boy band's broken up, and we're not getting back together. We ain't no Backstreet Boys. We ain't no Jonas Brothers. There's too much beef.
Are you voguing?
Not happening.
Border?
Something like that.
Do a death drop.
I don't know what that. Oh no, you wouldn't even see
Oh,
me.
guys, I said that in Dreams here. Come on, guys. Oh man, I feel bad. I feel bad.
We don't need to know that. Just do it and just do that.
No. Hey, hey, you know what? I'll give Gabe some points though. If ENX want to slow down.
We have an accurate count.
They did
Okay.
win 6 of their 8 opening engagements on defense yesterday.
Oh man.
Hey, it's a good start, and it's a very easier job to do on border. It's just a matter of, you know, stopping anything from getting into the building.
Mid scrim unmute for no reason. Hear that? That's yo. That's actually wild, Drip. That's actually so wild. The fucking timing on that. It's almost like every single time we're talking about the one chip challenge,
So
boom, Gunners in
there
chat.
we are. But I want to lean
Weird,
on,
huh?
I guess, today's rock in this Ollie Extra Troika. I mean, look, you've been casting NIP since over 5 years at this point. Seeing how this team has kind of progressed over this time, what do you reckon their trajectory is like? Because it feels like we're going back to the good days. It feels weird.
Yeah, I mean, would you go that far? You know, you look at the roster and there's only one player left from those good days.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, we've got new
I think
players.
he's talking to organization.
Obviously,
org.
no, I understand that, but like, I never feel like you can talk about an org. You got to talk about the current team, right? Because they're the people that matter on that. You know,
Talk
right
about
this
it.
second,
Oh,
right
well,
now.
tell Europe that with G2 and everything.
I mean, Fantasy's on this roster, so what more can you want? Like, he's one of my favorite players to watch.
Cons is on this roster, one of my favorite players to watch.
Why?
Sounds like we're set.
Cons because he's the GOAT. That's it. Signed, sealed, delivered. Best Monty and SAL.
That's all you need to know. There you go. Let's leave it up to the UPS for this one.
Will we see Monty?
Extra Troika, take it away.
I will. Thank you very much. And I mean, obviously, I don't know if Cons is necessarily the best player in SAL, but I've seen a lot of good Monty play from Cons. I've seen a lot of good fragging from Cons on the older iterations.
Do I have the legal
of Monty.
rights to unwanted? No.
When to be
no.
fair,
No, I do not.
see, to Gabe's point, to be fair, NIP didn't have to be stopped.
You know, we almost
from
weren't
getting in the
called
building,
unwanted. What
because
did
they
what
had
did
a problem
Gav
getting
want to
in the
call
building
us?
Anyway, like the thing they had to get over was like a mental block almost of getting in the building.
It was some like ridiculous
As
name
much
that we almost went
more,
with.
thankfully, Ollie, means that
It
the
was
Bucks
almost
ending
ridiculous.
somewhere before 5 seconds left.
Which is good. I'm not always.
Was it like Daddy's Darlings or something like
I
that?
get using the clock. I understand that it's a tool there.
It was something like that.
There's the fewer of the sort of time constraints that you can take.
And then
from
Matt was
old
like
NIP,
unwanted, and then the rest of us were like, nah, it's not cool
Really impressive.
enough.
You made a brilliant comment
Not cool
about
enough.
the amount
And then all of a sudden we were
controls
unwanted.
that ENX
We got
were able to
outvoted by
get
just
yesterday.
Matt.
I was curious because sometimes I can be a curious cat. So I had a look at entry. The two best players inside of SAL right now for entry are both Fancy and Hates, both +7.
Would I want to
Now,
cast in the
the
future?
survival rate leaves a lot to be
No.
desired.
I'm not a caster.
However,
I'm not a
if you
caster.
want entries, they're the players you want to be looking out for. And seeing as the
I
NIP
just
started
want to
on the
hang
attack,
out
I'm
and watch Pro
expecting
League.
Great things from both
And play
of those two
Siege.
players.
Every once in a while.
Listen, I'm not.
And I haven't played in a week at this point, guys. Whenever I play Siege again, Allie, load up the standards. I'm gonna need some standard practice.
Paying him to die and take somebody
Off stream. I'm gonna need some standard.
That's what you're paying Fancy to do. That's why he's salary.
That's why he gets the big bucks.
That's why he's got tenure. I don't know about the big bucks. I know about the big bucks. NIP have not. We are still waiting for them to get back to that.
All right.
Get back to that glory.
Top site.
It's FaZe
Armory.
so firmly
A zombie coming out makes it a lot easier to take east control. Clash as well to deal with. We're seeing here is a pretty typical border start. East kind of clear. If someone was playing on the east stairs, Fantasy did open up the password wall with the Ash Charge. That player would then be trapped. He'd be able to Grimby, Flores drone, flash him, whatever it is, and you would have the cutoff. We don't see anyone playing on east, but we see someone playing on the suicide wall. Ash did use both breach charges, but he's going to walk up. He's going to go for a lurk here. So here goes those Grimbies. And Sexy Cake playing that very well. Oh, God, Fantasy. Oh, God. Played that perfectly, though. Backed up at just the right time. It's a very good time waste from them. You're seeing almost every team do this take on border nowadays, though. Furia does this so much. DZ does this every single time as well. Almost. I mean, I've seen M80 do this as well. Like, this is just kind of how you play border at this point. After you clear that position, normally you want to take break. You see them right now pushing into break room. However, not having any pressure CC window might be a little bit of a troll. You want to combine that with like Wizard right here. Should be rotating to CC. Should be at the window, so no one could swing.
Taking all of my attention as well.
So kind of messing up the steps here, just a little bit of the C stake.
Not dealt with. He's even popping Vulcan packs. He's got more utility to burn time. That's crazy. Swings out, spots one on the balcony, but he honestly doesn't even need to peek this. Just play your life.
At this point, plan's over with. We're just going to be looking for picks at this point. ENX holding their position. Should just see some crossfires. So we know the Flores
Cons might get him, but so much damage has been done just by 2 players.
is 90. Good
Specifically
crossfire with the
sitting
main guy
inside
and the armory
CCTV.
player.
Bogdan
Last player,
second
Cons, just
swing
going to walk in and go
laying
for
down.
kills. But
Heavy
the Goyo
line of fire
Vector
down middle.
proves
3K
too
for
strong.
overall.
And of course, that's
taking
why he got a
first.
3K. Of course, that's why he's got a 3K. We also see the armory player being Goyo. I feel like I repeat myself on these streams because this is just the meta at this point. But Goyo, very good player to play armory. You saw the Goyo fire for CCTV window. If anyone was to go for one of those shield jump-in plays, stuff like that, Goyo very good. And I'm sure that he stacked on top of archives on the big shelf by the safe door, archive door, brick door, whatever you call it. I'm sure he had some stacked there. Really good for those OSA plants, those quick executes.
We had some air jobs. Could have placed a few air jobs.
A lot of teams pulling that one out. First team I see do that was W7M, but we are now seeing it be meta. We are now seeing a lot of teams run that same setup.
Because whilst the player that was inside of Break Room was taken out fairly handily, it didn't really mean too much when the site players aren't getting touched until, what, the final 20, 30 seconds of the round? Bit of a strange pacing from NIP.
Or as you pointed out, Nigel
Yeah, different
playing
wizard.
until the back half.
There's a third wizard. Wow. Do a stream where you laxing.
CC player
Nice.
surviving until the back half
Nice.
of the round.
That'd be a
Come on.
sure I get a lot of matches. Good looking man.
The desk
looking
wanted
man.
to see ENX contesting NIP at the entry, stopping him from entering the building. Well, it can't really get much better.
All
than
right,
what you
bathroom
got.
tellers. So normally how this site is played is in Fountain. This is going to be the bunker. And this is looking like a bunker setup when you see a Cade on the board from Florio here. He's going to throw that claw underneath right there. That is going to get the Fountain walls from below. We should see him. Boom. Yep, you just saw it right there, electrified. They'll waste a little bit of time in CCTV, fall off after shooting a drone, reinforce the other Fountain wall, and play what is known as a Fountain bunker. NIP just has to take a little bit of time. They do have Ying on board, so they're going to have a really powerful execute up when they want to take top floor and later on.
Comparatively speaking, much less resources.
This is kind of the way people take bathroom, is they take the armory, the books side, per se. We see him rotate in, boom, rotate it off. Sexy Cake also a lone armory side with Legion. Expect to see him either drop the hatch or just fall back into the Fountain bunker.
You can take CCTV. We've wasted a minute. We feel pretty
Combined with
comfortable
East Stairs control, and we see him, he did in fact fall back. And again, very standard defense here. NIP attacking it very standard as well. Next step is going to be, can they get that back Fountain wall open?
Fancy just transitioning there, finding out Gumine, and maybe going to try and turn his attention elsewhere now that
Which,
the assist has been given there for
with
that
the
top
Cade
floor.
Claw
But
being
don't
below,
forget,
they
it
might
still isn't entirely
struggle
clear.
with.
There are a couple of defenders lingering up here. Angel in a real dangerous spot. This is a flank that really should be locked down at this point. He's going to be found out.
Here comes those
Just
Candelas.
takes a little pot shot at Wizard, but the
Maybe a
angle
little
is
bit of a
being
pool
held.
action.
Ooh.
A lot of pressure on East Stairs.
Not able to find anything, unfortunately.
Wow, player
It's
running
his
through
found on
court.
that
That's a
flank.
good pick out of Fantasy there. That's
So
a little bit
occupied
different.
watching
Instead of
East,
trying to
but it
force
is a
themselves, get the
1-for-1
Fountain wall
trade.
open and go through
NIP
archives.
gaining ground, but ENX are
Completely
making sure they
pivoted.
pay
Use
for
the hallway
every
pressure
single
after getting
inch.
CCTV walking
Walk with a
square because
second,
it is a
taking down
gap.
the
It is
ace
free.
At that window down below.
Just Cade was down there, was
I
not
didn't-
watching
I
it.
knew- I was hoping ENX would fight for as much control as they could.
However,
keep NIP
even
at
with
bay.
these stair control,
they're
Fountain bunker
fighting
very
with their life
strong.
depends
Really
on
hard to get people out of
tooth
all
and
of these
nail for
angles.
every single
See the
position,
trades.
not retreating until
Go
the
in the
second
favor of the
past when they
defenders here.
should've. Only now do we see the
Now they
defenders retreat
retake
from the
top floor,
Only now that they
but
have
it might be a
secured
little late.
3
30
kills,
seconds left. As
2
long as they
minutes
hold
and
on to
20
workshop
seconds
control,
wasted.
plenty of
Pino
angles
softened up slightly,
to
and
stop
God knows
plants
how much
and
utility
end
all
the
of
site drop
Wizard's
and all that.
Candelas spent
Which is
on
why you're
clearing
going to
a
see some
roam that
Hibana
ENX
usage.
have won.
Try to make some top down.
We're using
Surprised he
X
didn't try to
timers to
open the
break up
hatch a bit,
holes in the
but that's going
floor.
to see anyone in bathroom.
That's how dire
This
the
should be
resources
held.
are. That's how much ENX
Where
have
all
bled
walls
from them.
reinforced.
Only 15 seconds remaining.
Yep,
The
here we
smokes
go.
can go out.
And a little
That's the
too
only
hard
sight
in a
of
3v2.
collusion.
Oh
The only
no.
way you'll take this
Get
vision
bailiffed.
away. Hibana swings, Bailiff ready. Crouch walking with the revolver.
That guy trolling?
Maybe egoing a little bit, but
Yeah,
Wizards
that guy was
got
trolling
no
a bit.
time.
Oh my God,
2,
guys,
1,
relax.
And 0. ENX
Whew.
taking 2 in a row.
Whew.
If Wizard had a little bit more time.
Normally the
I
key
don't
thing
wanna
is to
think
cut
about
off the
that.
support
I'm
from
not- I don't
East.
wanna think
You
about
need
it.
to
Don't
surround
think about
office with archives,
Couple
East
of
90,
skills there
exactly.
toward the end, but the fact that
Exactly.
he didn't have any time was because of how much was wasted on that mid floor.
He almost did get it. That's actually
NIP
crazy. He
very
actually
quickly
almost
took
did get it.
control of half of the top floor, but
Anyone get bored out of their
neglected
minds
to
watching SAL?
convert
That's
that into a full
crazy.
clear.
Not every game. I don't think every
The
game's boring.
operators
I
that
think
they
a lot of these
lost
games are close.
weren't able to get the wall.
It's the greatest region in Siege right here.
If anyone would ever need an example as to why Hibana is a terrible option to open up vertical angles, we saw it right there and then. 4 Hibana pellets, and it does.
Ooh, look at that
absolutely
liquid
nothing. You
cooling,
get a
guys.
voltage stamp that
Gotta
you
get
can
the
look
Intel
through.
i9 processors.
Typically,
Only
you
by
want a
Predator.
skeleton key, you want a sledge, even a breaching charge, a ram boogie drone if you're feeling a bit bougie. But no, NIP reduced.
All right,
to the
on to the
bare
third site.
minimum.
Enix first.
I think the only
2
time
good
it gets worse than
defenses
that
and
is
2
if you draw in
default
front, they start to
defenses.
open up some vert. At that
But
point, just forget it.
if you play
Just
them
go
well,
next.
you will
Just
win.
give up.
And they did win the first 2. Now we're on to vents. And
Really strong
another
performances
typical
from
setup
ENX,
here
and NIP
from
really struggling to
ENX.
deal with the problems that they are putting
Gonna play
forward.
more so a bunker. We're
Not
gonna
that it's a
see
simple process. I mean,
Mira
you got,
on
you know,
the
3 defenders
what
staring
I
at
call
you,
the
but
pipes wall, but it's in
how NIP maybe
archives.
cut their teeth a little bit.
We
I'm
are a
almost
little bit
curious. I wanna see
extended
what
in
they do with
break
the
and
site.
CC, but I
See if it's
expect
weak
them to
down
fall
there, but
back
how
if
aggressive
need
ENX
be.
been. Maybe you could actually
And you're gonna
go
have
for
a
quick,
warden and army archives
execute,
almost
flip the
always
site.
because of how easy it is
Defenses
to
maybe fall
cheese
back
this
and
site
catch
with a
them off
direct
guard.
site hit.
See Khan's bringing the blitz.
If
Good,
Warden
go
gets
for
banned
it.
out, which you do see
See,
often
sure, a lot
enough,
of doors
you'll also
upstairs,
see a
lot of
Solus
droning
on this
right now.
site for the
And
same
see
reason.
another full clear from
Site's
NIP.
usually the gap here.
I mean,
Most
have we
teams
done
are
a
playing
single
4
full clear
top, 1 guy
probably?
lower. So people will, generally go toward lower.
Like maybe if they actually do a full
NIP
clear,
going to go for maybe a full clear, but I almost expect this to be a half clear. You see a Nomad.
Let's see.
You see a Nomad.
NIP are 2-0 and open.
Blitz. I think they're going to take a east half. Go into bathroom control, try to plant mattress.
No, it does not.
And don't forget, this is border, by the way. Like, we've had a Deimos and a Blackbeard band. That was very little impact.
Gonna have
on the
Habana
board
open the
game.
radio
Realistically,
radio
both
wall
of them are
open.
super
No
new.
mute on board,
Obviously, Blackbeard's
so
been around forever, but
it is
Change
free.
fairly new in Siege terms, and Deimos in Siege terms is a.
And we are going to be setting those air
relatively new
jabs off,
operator.
and you see Fantasy already blow square. Yeah, I think this is that half take that I was talking about. Again, Pino now opening radio. Or archives wall, I should have said. That's the main way to stop the plan against a half take. They do have the Capita as well. If anyone was playing in the Canadian position up against the triple wall, looks like no one is. Everyone's kind of backed up on defense. You do see Angels in Fountain, but that might not be enough.
Great job of stopping the flow of these players upstairs, but
Wall open.
quick explosions and boom, Blitz is in there. That was a nice Ash charge.
That was
Next
a nice
match,
ass charge.
W7M,
This is
yeah.
What I wanted to see.
Next
This
one
is what
is.
I was curious about. Maybe it won't work. But NIP or at least understanding
All right.
about how aggressive this roam is. Maybe they can.
Normally you
find
leave
out
2
exactly
guys
how many
top for this,
vertical
and you
angles
see
are.
that. Wizards
Are
top,
hatches open? Are
and
they closed?
I believe Habana's top as well.
They're long angles holding
You
your
should
position.
rotate 3 guys
Defenders
down
close
low.
with a shotgun. They are
Fantasy's
paying attention
job here is
it.
going to be
Basically,
watching the
2 minutes
blue
droning.
hall,
And finally, NIP
or
have
someone
decided
needs to
on
come
a
down and
course of
watch the blue
action.
hall.
But with how
Ash
much
to give
time
this
they've
guy an
invested
angle.
in
They're going to be looking
seeing if
for a
this
spot to
plan will
plant.
work, I need to see something, even if it's
I like
a
the
kill.
smoke
There
plant.
we go. Hates is, or NIP is a whole 3-0. Hates with that nice opening pick, but that's not been enough so far. We
And,
need to see this diffuser go down.
oh wow,
Need to
they
see
must have
Fancy
had
hold
vision
the
because he
line,
did
but
end up
Furio
killing the
gets
blitz.
angle.
That's
They've
huge.
not considered that position that the castle's been holding the entire time. And now the
Must have been a
case drops
BP or
cold.
something.
Somebody's got to move in with and recover with 20
Now we're
seconds
going for a
left.
retake play
It's
top.
finding important kills. They still have this
Unfortunately,
advantage. It's only
Florio
Florio.
stopped the plant,
If
but
anyone
everyone else
denies
felt
that
like they had to
DQ,
do something.
Surely NIP have the numbers. Surely they can close this out, and indeed they will. 3-0 in opening picks, but NIP take 3 rounds before they get there first on a quick sight hit in the late game.
I enjoy that. Quick sight hit in the late game. It was exactly that.
Yeah,
wasn't
I mean,
it?
the
It
win
was
con
the
understanding
late
was
part of the
good there.
round, and it was
Like they
still kinda
completely
quick sight.
backed
It was
up,
kinda
and
nice.
it
I really
was
liked the Ash charge.
a
I liked the blitz
little bit of a
moving
troll,
through,
maybe.
the back
Like
of the
it
bridge
came
now
down to the
going off
castle to stop
and
the
really
plant.
starting to take control. NIP,
But maybe they had
they
vision up, so it was a
really
good
done
win
the homework.
con.
They didn't know that someone was in there
And then
with
you saw
such
them
an
go
easy
for that
angle to try and
power,
deny that plant
which
with.
they probably needed a
But
time.
let's
Because
be
bomb
honest, if they
almost
get
did
all
go
the kills,
down.
It doesn't matter anyway. You are a
But
little
yeah, it
bit
was a good
worried, though,
pause
when
from
you see
them
the
and
diffuser
to
dropping
hold a
cold,
retake above for
and there's
sure.
Still, what, 8 bodies alive, and you start thinking, or 9 bodies alive at that point.
That is one of my more favorite ways to attack that site. But if teams play a little bit aggressive and like don't give you triple, that's kind of where I struggle to come up with a good plan. It's good against those bunkers because again, people will kind of typically will give up the control. But if someone's playing aggressive east and playing like in the Troy position, right behind this wall with the wall reinforced, it's like, what do you do? They have a Bana, but like there should be wall denial. Someone from Fountain should shoot it off. Kind of hard to cap fire that spot. You got a Mira on Archive's wall, which is annoying. Just a little bit more difficult to deal with.
I'm kind of surprised to see that castle let through again at this stage and for the mirror to be removed.
I mean, yeah, both problem operators, but yeah, to your point.
Back to Armory, we see that Goyo again, and this is outside one also. Really good for books walks.
There was a lot of antiness from ENX. Basically, Fancy was actually the only guy on the bottom floor. It was 3
Cade is interesting,
holding flank up top.
but not the worst idea, because teams typically do that east take, and now we got cons on the Monty for it, which could be really good. But they do the east take, and they rely on getting that 90 wall open with ace.
First one he dropped.
As we see right now, double reinforced. This could be a little bit of a counter.
And it has worked. They're going to feel emboldened to do it again. Got to consider that as a possibility.
Yeah, it looks like the exact same take.
But it's still something you got to be leery about.
Now they have a Monty, though, to help them walk through the steps, take all the control. They don't have to clear out break room. There's no one in there, but they have east. Next step is break room, though.
Field inside of 90. That'll be quick fodder for that ash charge. Down it goes.
Wow. This is interesting for me next. This might be a counter. They know they're going to take break next and CC next. But that control, usually it's really good to get because you get angles of sight into Fountain and you start to surround... You start to surround the defense. You get angles down through metal. You get angles down into Fountain. And all walls reinforced and caded. So they're not getting any of those angles. They have the control. But now they're going to have to go directly. Usually you go directly to Armory. Because you have all those angles of sight as well. Being able to pressure the defense. And you don't really. You have to play break door. I kind of fuck with this. We'll see if it works out.
Everyone knows where the other is. This is how each one of these rounds have been, though. Even though the positions are different, got a shield introduced. Nigel's in 90. It's still the attackers and the defenders breathing down each other's necks.
I guess it's annoying as the Nomad. Normally you'd just be in break, just holding a really good angle. Okay, they got their Armory now, but...
Remains a 5v5.
Where does Fantasy get that pick? Fantasy on main stairs. But like, he can't just walk in and plant. And the defense has no pressure on them. Oh, he just got wall banged. That is unfortunate. He's just going to walk deep and plant. The Sex Cake doesn't have a C4. Wow. Okay. That was not even good aim.
How's he landed that one? Seemed a bit surprised he even got that kill, but NIP, firm control of the site. This sentry's been off down on a side quest on the bottom floor for
It didn't work, but I actually really like the idea. That could have easily worked. I think they just kind of fell to picks a little bit. I don't even think there was AC pressure.
Pretty clean from NIP. I was screaming in my head for someone to support Cons on the Monty. He had such a great position on that Armory wall.
Damn.
He had great info as to where everybody was, and it just took a little bit of time. And it's
like they gave too much when they walked the Armory side. Yeah, a little bit. I think they did a little bit. Like, it would have been nice to still be playing some power positions there, like even bunker.
Did actually hit a super nice
because it was just an ace Monty. There's no real way.
Enough relying on that striker downstairs.
They had Ash below, died on main stairs. Like, someone could have sat bunker. If I told you 2021 that Pino would be the last one of the SI squad, would you have believed me?
Finally getting up to speed, taking a little bit more time in these gunfights, being a little bit more considered in where they are taking this map control, not just trying to go at things one-dimensionally. That previous attack was a great example of that. The way that they were really cohesive in the way they took CCTV room, it was much better. They may be able to salvage this half yet, and they're certainly in a good position to do so. 2-2 now, and ENX left to find a response. Not been successful in the previous 2 rounds, and it just feels like their mojo's been knocked a little bit. They came in super confident, really happy, and very convinced in the ideas and stuff that they
Back to the bathroom site.
In the last 2 rounds, that's really waned, and you do kind of
I don't think I see anything changed at all. This is still that exact same thing with the fountain bunker. And if NIP is going to go for a horizontal take, I think this could be good because I think this is a way to beat that take as well. This is the gap. We're playing 4 players top. We're extending into CC and arm break. We're falling back. We're reinforcing off the fountain wall. We are reinforcing off and playing trades up there. Obviously, it worked for ENX last time. Here's the gap. Customs, lower. We can breach open this wall, put a lot of pressure on the workshop. They're now not going to be able to fall back down into workshop. They should just make holes from top down. We take customs. And normally, we are now just looking for a plant spot in tellers. We have smokes on cons. Probably going to see him smoke off that court door and run into tellers. If Fantasy... Okay, they're going to go for the pick first. You should Ash charge a teller's wall. This guy's stuck. Oh my, you lost that as Ash. That could be bad. If he gets that kill and then Ash is open the teller's wall and they go for a plant, this could have been freebies.
There's going to be an attempt here at trying to get this kill onto Florio.
Okay, they got the kill. You see the smoke go out. Cons is going for the push right now.
Damage has been done, and maybe the game's up. Florio calls, well, there's a lot of people downstairs. They're just going to go direct here. We need to be ready.
They're going to try to run in the bathroom. No, he made his way into tellers finally. He took a weird route. Took a very weird route with Ash dying here, but he got into tellers. He is planning in that sandwich spot I was saying.
The plank can start to go down. Held from the window. This is going to be really,
and now it's a retake, and as long as they hold on to customs control, this
doesn't really matter at this point.
Should be pretty good.
Right there. How has this occurred? Wait, Angel was in courtyard?
Nice.
If he just got, he better have just got
good
there.
take, and definitely the gap. That was a good call on attack for that defense.
They ran into the cubby. Maybe they hopped in, but the fact that it's somehow gone down when they put that diffuser in a very tight corner, that smoke could have been a
Furia
big
win.
problem for
Spoiler incoming.
It wasn't. But Ollie, as NIP take 3 in a row, didn't that plant
feel
so free?
Oh, they are finding some huge gaps.
Yeah, Fury won.
Minimal resistance, barely any utility, barely even a lick of damage done him as that diffuser was going down. ENX had a great game plan the first 2 rounds, but the moment NIP ran into it in round 3, these attacks have looked better and better as ENX have continuously failed to 1, bolster the site, 2, leave gaps, and 3, continue placing 4 people on a row.
Yeah, they didn't make enough vert. I agree, Kai. That's also the counter to that attack is you'll see a lot of teams make vert around this spot, which holds that teller's hall, bathroom hall, whatever you want to call it. We call it broom. But they needed to be more vert made to deny that plant. Deny the run-in. Because he was Dokkaebi. Normally you see teams do it as like a Monty or a shield because it's a lot safer, a little less chance to die as you're running to the plant spot.
We see you saw that armory defense. Nigel, he's 90 now. Not CC.
Defense didn't react well enough. All right, back to Armory, where they have been successful. This looks like the very first setup they did. They got rid of the counter tech with the Cade reinforcing all the walls off. Back to their OG strat, Sexy Cake Smoke in that suicide hallway position. And they do have those Goyle fires up there, which again is good, but this Twitch could very easily throw a Twitch drone into the dome spot.
It's the same lineup as round 1.
Yeah.
There's no Mira. They're literally doing the same thing.
I mean, it's pretty poor, especially given Mira's banned, because it means that they've just not got a plan as to how to make this work without the Mira.
Anyway, Twitch could throw a Twitch drone up into the dome and pop those Goyle fires. Sorry if you guys hear an announcer, by the way. There's a goddamn pool party happening. And it is so loud.
NIP, they can't be fooled by this twice. Wait for that Toxic Babe to dissipate, and boom. Cons is going to get himself in there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing on this strat. Obviously, you know, you got to worry about all your positions.
1 second, guys.
But Angels can easily be
some shenanigans happening.
Got the Monty probing for information. And ENX every single time, no matter the site, have heavily placed their resources and their manpower in office. I'm really worried Armory might be weak here given the trend that we've seen before. But of course, the strength of this strat still continues to be you're holding CCTV. Nice shot from Nigel. And he was the saving grace here. And ultimately, you can run the same strat back, but if he's winning those fights, it might not matter all that much. It's NIP pushing office. Ollie, is this site as weak as it looks? Fancy finds one in Fountain. This is a pre-fire waiting to happen, but Sexy K catches him lacking. Fancy disrespecting the position a little bit. Now NIP have to regroup.
That's pretty poor from Fancy, to be fair. And again, poor that no one has gone onto CC balcony and dealt with Nigel. At least open the window and make it so he can't play there. EMP goes out, wall will be opened. Cons has the diffuser here. Surely this is holdable. ENX haven't got too much to go on right now. They've got a couple of goo mines. That's about it. Players in tucked positions. Florio going to go for an aggressive swing, but look at that from the Monty of Cons. You talk about disrespect. That's some serious disrespect.
I thought he was dead. I was freaking out when I saw that. Pino finds another. It's all Bach in the 1v3. Knows the vent window players there. Nice pre-fire. Nice pre-aim. Just a 1v1 with this gun up, but the Monty's distracting, and he falls to Pino.
NIP round, huh? Was that 4-2? Wow.
Might be the same strat, but we're starting to see some of that.
Didn't
same
see that
success,
defense. But yeah, next defense has actually looked pretty good this map. So 4-2, a little upsetting for them.
A little bit of a gap in office. They just widened it and widened it as the round went on.
I'm going to give that one to NIP. Just because that's what the game did, you know?
Very brave of you, Ollie.
I think it was good from NIP. That, you know what it is? I really hate using this word. It just feels a little bit lazy.
Okay.
It's like they're trying to do the bare minimum to get the plant down or to get the round over the line. Whereas you would see a team that's a bit more, that's maybe got a higher work rate.
Everyone's peeing in the pool, someone's shitting in the pool.
Instead of sort of relying on people winning.
No, the shenanigans are just the fact that they're
absolute
like
most to try and stop
my balcony right here is literally right in front of the pool. Like we have a basically a pool view room.
You've got to find that happy medium, and you've got to know when.
And there is a DJ with loud ass music and an announcer. It's like you're a guy like a football game.
I mean,
it's like a football announcer. He's that loud for no reason, right there. And look at me complaining about noise. What am I, like 50?
Goes up to 11. Why don't you just make 10 louder?
Goddamn kids, keep it down. I just don't want the stream to pick it up, so hopefully you guys don't hear it. But all right, we're gonna get dialed back in the game.
I've never seen it before, though I have it on DVD, so I could just watch it.
All right, Armory. Wow, no Goyo. No. What did we take? We took Smoke Azami off the board. Enix did. This is going to tell me that they want to do East takes as well, a.k.a. the meta. Because that's the two operators that you would play East stairs.
I'm going.
We're taking double shields off,
Yeah, it's
which Monty makes East takes pretty easy. So getting rid of that, totally fine. Sexy Cake going to probably just do it with Blitz here because he thinks he can.
So, I'm going to see everything. But anyway, what I wanted to say, for Ollie distracted me with a cinema reference, which he knows I couldn't pass up. Very cruel.
I know you guys don't hear it, but holy cow, is it distracting. Some kind of contest happening out there, guys. I might have to go out there. I might. This might need to be a vlogging stream. You guys might need to come along to the pool party with me. If there's a contest going on down there, that could be content.
On their attacking side, ENX have taken it down first, and the understandable Azami ban, which basically makes CCTV very, very difficult to
You think? Oh, there's a lot of kids lining up. It might be a limbo contest. I'm about to break it down.
And while you see a lot of the same positions, I mean, Shocker, we got one break, got one over by CC door. It's a lot looser.
All right, so we don't have a zombie. We don't have
on board. Well, there is a castle,
Smoke, but we are going to play Fantasy as Jaeger in the main hallway. I think a good counter to this would be if you had an Asher or Zoe. I saw Zoe. If we Zoe underneath him,
just literally the same thing.
Well, it's kind of different, isn't it?
We'll see like Fnatic do that over in EU.
I like the addition of
if you Zoe underneath the wall, the guy is stuck and has nowhere to go. But we don't see that here. Instead, we just see him running away, and there's a trade regardless. Sexy Cake on Blitz, able to take down the Fenrir. And East Stairs is ours, and 2 picks.
You know what I will
That's
say?
pretty good for ENX.
With how easy ENX made that, clearing the same strat, it does seem kind of funny that it was harder for NIP to clear that both times.
Oh, NIP made a meal of it. Like they were like, oh no, this is the strat. We're gonna
now again, typically,
we're working really hard to get through it.
You're gonna go break side. You're gonna go CC side.
If it's a strat we're gonna play, it's a strat we're gonna know how to.
But this is looking a little bit different. We see Twitch on main stairs ready to come up. We might be seeing something fast on the archive side.
It's always gonna be there.
As I say that, I just completely jinxed it, and we are going break. Here we go. We're pivoting.
Quickly now.
Angels did get that main stairs lurk though. Got cons, and this guy should be dead.
Eternity in a border game.
Especially when you got one guy.
Oh my god, he got himself trapped in a corner, and the crossfire.
That
should never happen
It's
in a million years,
1v1.
Enix.
Shut up.
Or ENX, oh my god, whatever the hell you're called.
C4.
Holy shit. Sexy Cake, that was ridiculous. Why he just tried to go ADS that guy. It's a 4v2. Slow down. He's stuck in a corner. Play the trade. Don't let the crossfire happen. You have smoke. Smoke off the angle. Smoke off the crossfire angle. They rushed it. And now we're going to see a 1v1 on board.
Shots go out. Knows he's left side
Pino,
around the small office. That
more
is isolated
experience.
Pino
Both
quite
kills,
heavily.
or both
Bach
players
instead
on 8
pushing.
kills.
He could land this pre-fire if he checks. Be careful
8
about the
seconds
sprints.
left.
Pino wraps around.
And Bach is going to
Hebrew
clean up the
trigger.
round. Ooh, no throw
Very
from
well
ENX.
played by Bach.
Thank the
Isolating him
Lord,
based
Bach.
off that spray.
Thank the
Counter-swinging
Lord.
at the right time. I'm not entirely sure who all those NIP players
Oh,
were.
man.
That came quite close. And you got to hand it to Bach for finishing.
Yeah, Wizard did a phenomenal job getting himself into that corner, which is going to set up the crossfire, right? If he's on the right side of CCTV, almost no crossfire can happen. They can just walk by the angle, isolate Wizard. But because Wizard got himself into that other corner, crossfire able to come out through the head holes. He was either metal or fountain. And ENX fell for the bait. Again, I rushed it. There's plenty of time.
Where are you going to go to hide? You don't want to turn your back and start running down to half wall, or you're going to go into break room door. So, goes into break room door. There's no ring around the Rosie. There's no baiting whatsoever.
Bathroom.
It's just boom, I'm
The
better,
normal
and I'm
second
taking this
site.
engagement. I was looking down.
Some teams
I was
first
pretty
site, actually.
surprised to see
There are some
Pino
teams that
have
actually
the
prefer
SMG
this
in his
site.
hand at that point. I thought shotgun at close range.
We're not going to see that
Moving in,
fountain
just gonna
bunker
let
with
that
the
thing fly
Cade,
as soon
but we
as you see
are
it.
going to see it as top hold.
But no, Pino had the SMG
And
Now,
it is going to be a little bit more aggressive. We have Fenrir, Legion. This is kind of what I call an extend top hold. Instead of playing just in the fountain bunker, you are able to play in CC and Armory with these operators. You can play off the traps. It's not the end of the world. Oryx here is going to be for those late rounds.
In just saying, yeah, okay,
Always
that's
have
a strat. Boom, we
threat
know
of
how to
some
work this.
late round
Gets it
hatch,
taken down
jump
the
up
shield,
potential.
start taking
Also
some
able to
round
go
early,
by
get
angles
couple of opening
pretty
picks.
quickly. We
Fancy
see
goes down
him
super early.
in
Fairly
CCTV.
straightforward from ENX.
Sprint past the head holes.
And most of the kills they got in that mid round onto Hates and Cons were just watching flank. Sexy Cake over. I went back and checked. Sexy Cake over on East. Catches Hates rotating on CCTV.
So because it's a little more of an aggressive hold,
Cons tries to go support the CCTV player.
ENX looking more like a direct hit. They have Ying, Blitz, Capital. This could be something fast, ladies and gentlemen.
Very strong gameplay.
But are we
from
going
ENX
to see
start,
it?
Which again, they took Liquid the full distance, all 15 rounds yesterday.
Or are we just pulling? Because if we're going to go, we need to go.
Are quite well practiced.
At this point, NIP need to be making those top-down holes that we were talking about and establishing a win con for a site hit. Nothing's happening up top. Passport wall is open.
Always like to see the attack pay some attention to courtyard and the passport customs position as well. Some reaction
Hertz
to the defense, but until
is aware
he gets it left,
and is going to get
all
himself
players
off the
on the
east
top
stairs where
floor,
he is an
but
absolute
he's a little
freebie.
exposed as he's moving down here, but will
To a
find
player
ways
like
for
Sexy
him to
Cake
get
on the
back into
blitz.
site and not avail himself to any angle being watched by ENX.
Good move for him to get himself into sight. We got 2 players in sight now. Sight hit is worried about. Win con a lot better. But now we got to be careful of him flipping top floor. ENX doesn't do that. Capital's going to go down.
Beaten to it. Pino takes down Bach. Much better.
Sexy Cake with
NIP
Fantasy.
right now. Sexy Cake
Or
still
where was this all
charging through
happening?
that top floor with his pistol out.
We
Much
do
better
see
down.
Ying on the
These
east stairs
things
control,
all
so they were able to take a little bit of top
has been
control.
gained here, though. Fortunately for ENX, they still
Combined
have
with those
plenty
sight
of that
hits.
utility. Most importantly, the Blitz and the Ying for those Candelas. And with the
It
top
is a
floor now
3v3.
clear, and Sexy Cake
I
finishing
feel like
with
this
that,
round has been in total control of NIP,
side
so
plays.
very good picks for ENX to even get themselves into a 3v3 here, to be honest.
Another round where Sexy Cake on blitz watching
All
flank
3
on
players top floor. This is doable. This comes down to 3v3 theory. If you have, like, pause the round if you're an IGL, right? If you are in this situation, you're Florio on the ace. These are the 3 operators you have. You have top floor control. You know everyone's down in sight. 40 seconds left.
having the C4.
What's the call here? How do we end the round? All bathroom balls reinforced. This is so winnable. Why are we going for a push through?
Not finding anything just yet, unfortunately.
Why are we going through a push through? All the bathroom walls reinforced?
Down. That's a rough one to lose. Almost wish maybe you just started putting that diffuse down. But Khan's retaking the top.
Why did we
floor,
not just
finds
plant
a
the
nice little
bomb?
engagement for himself. Now Pino and Hates have got Florio in a bit of a crossfire. He walks out. He is a dead man. He'll find one, but the time's too low.
Well,
Khan's
I
has
hope
the
if
hurt.
you guys were ENX IGL, we're putting that bomb down because that's 3v3 theory with the bomb, with the walls all reinforced like that.
NIP keeping control there.
That was an absolute
Again, it was
free
kind of
bomb
a
plan.
clear, wasn't it? Because top floor was attempted to be cleared. Passport was also a really big focus from ENX in that round. And it just kind of resulted in not too much happening. They didn't get too much control overall. Had they gone for a full top floor clear and sent one guy into Passport, or maybe even two, you never know. But got the top floor clear done first. And you maybe think that that's where they missed out a little bit of an opportunity.
Why did Blitz ADS? Blitz went. They wanted to go for a kill for some reason there, but again, with the walls full reinforced, you give. I mean, yeah, I always agree with those situations. You give the shield the bomb so you can cross safely to a bomb planting spot. Someone either needs to go sight window and hold the cross, which would cover both crosses, or you just make the top down and hold the door from above. The other guy goes on the hatch and holds the rotate. That player should probably be Ying. You have two Candelas. Just spam Candelas into sight. Bomb down. And then you have two players top floor for the post plant. But instead we went for kills. I think that was a little bit of a panic.
Pretty weird to start, but as you said, after that, it was looking pretty good.
But I mean, we are gonna see, like, we can't completely hate. We are gonna see stuff like that from these newer teams or these teams in the bottom four. Like, we saw some really good stuff out of ENX, especially on defense. They have the right ideas on attack of opening the rounds, but it's usually in those crucial last 30, 40 seconds. Like, that is when having a top-tier IGL is what's going to get you over the hump. And we don't have enough in the world. Like, there's just not enough to go around. It's like quarterbacks in football. Like, there's just not enough, unfortunately. But that is why it is so important to be working on, like, 3v3 theory, or just being able to, like, make those mid-round calls, those late-round calls.
Done a good job, or excuse me, ENX.
That is where you want a top IGL.
Catching him when he's rotating back last time, but just they're setting up for another CC clear.
I like the Warden pickup from Fancy, recognizing the blitz has been.
All right, going for a books walk, and this is the right call by Hertz. This is how you counter the books walk. You get a player behind Banana, behind the J desk, because now this blitz.
Still inside of CC, it isn't going to be a given that they're going to get that.
All right, I say that, and somehow we died.
Pot shots through the wall and an opening pick.
But there should be a crossfire established when you get behind the J desk spot.
Got an opening pick. You've wasted two smokes.
Was able to, like, Sexy couldn't commit. Normally you want to commit there. Going to the armory player. You don't want to have to worry about CC if you're doing a books walk. Not having flashes for a books walk is also kind of interesting. Normally want to flash anyone playing, like this player right here. Wizard should be flashed. They run at the Mira. They kill armory player.
They're just back in CC. Fancy will get shut down.
But regardless, trades are going their way. This is a sloppy round, but trades are going their way.
Really aggressive, really quickly, but you made him regret it. And that's what I'll give you an X for credit. At the end of the day, it was looking a little dicey.
Oh, Sexy Cake's just going to run in here.
Now on the 5v2, Pino again trying to cross.
It works, but I just think he gets a little overhead of himself with the blitz.
Looks a bit odd as they completely left CCTV in the mid game, but still had their sights trained on it. NIP take the bait.
I'm a subpar singer.
It was like they'd just thrown a lobster out, a lobster pot out.
I'm actually phenomenal at singing. You take that back.
They take the lobster out and
you take that back.
And the lobster just goes straight in.
I'm so good at singing.
Story, CCTV is the lobster pot.
I'm sorry. The way you say lobsters, really.
Well, at least NIP can breathe a sigh of relief, because this is going to be the last round of Blitz. So, Sexy Cake, you're going to have to find something else to play, and of course he's going to go for the...
Also, I'm so confused because in Element, there's a team out there that apparently has been cheating and costed some teams from qualifying for Element, but I believe my boys on Turtle Tactics did play those same players, and we did end up beating them. Why would they cheat in some games, but not in ours? I don't know. I don't know the full story, but I'm getting pinged at some shit. Can I do karaoke night? Absolutely. Let's karaoke it up. 1,000 subs. I'll sing Teenage Dream.
Never a bad thing.
In my experience, sometimes no one is calling for these over aggro plays, but they happen because everyone thinks someone else Once you get the right move.
Kind of
Yes,
a
yes,
weird one from
exactly.
ENX. I don't know if they were expecting NIP to play a lot of Clash.
Exactly.
Of this
There's
second
that
half,
like
but
phenomenon where like
we will see. It at least
people
leaves
think
other
nothing is
options
happening, and then
open,
that's where you
namely
get into
Castle,
trouble
which
because
again
then
will
you
be
start
played, but will
like
likely
forcing
played
shit.
on a different site. We are looking toward Workshop, so it is going to be a top floor hold with an
Current
element
attacker that
of
should get a
staying
shield.
there for as long as you can,
Whoa.
make a good bit of value,
Oh.
and then have an option
An
to rotate
attacker with
there
the
later
shield.
on if you so need to.
Wow.
Could also just be, I mean, we've seen teams sometimes purposefully not play operators the first 3 rounds.
Thatcher.
Then when the final ban goes through, then they break out something, they use it like they use it for the rest of the half. Flash could be one of those operators if she can get targeted early on, so when you don't see her as that second ban, you might think, oh, maybe I can get away with it. ENX are like, nope. If you have any plans, we don't want to do it.
I just feel like you get into a real like double bluff, triple bluff zone there. Because
Yeah,
are they really going to forget that you're going to play with Flash? Like,
I don't know.
I
but,
get
like,
what you
know,
mean, but I
fun
just
to think
don't.
about.
Yeah, it is fun to think about. It is very much a theory exercise.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, nice little drone hip fire. Tates finds himself on East. You did mention that Sexy Cake's done a good job at clearing with his shield so far, and I would definitely agree. Though both of the times we've seen a good clear was on armory rounds. Tates has been isolated. If they can find a way to walk up either 90 or break, get a nade on this guy's position, I mean, Angels is right there. Could send some secondary utility over the top. Force him to rotate either top or bottom. Ooh, unlucky the Gershmat's fallen there. He's keeping one in pocket to try to stop that shield from going in. Good reaction by
Alright, I'm
Angel.
back. Sorry, pool party
One
food
player
has
from
arrived.
Falls.
The one good thing about the pool
Yeah,
party.
Tates remains steadfast in this position. Angels
But yeah,
just
Thatcher. Give Thatcher shield. Imagine EMP shield operator. That'd be sick.
VNX
That's why.
refused to bite.
I just think an
Tates
EMP
seemingly
shield
won't find a way.
operator. Imagine, like,
The attack
What's
side
Shield's
is
biggest
in this
counter?
situation. It's no good knowing there's
I
a
love
player on
mines.
those east stairs. You need to get
You
in
got
there and deal
EMPs.
with him. Hey, it's likely that does not mind to help him here as well. Not in pocket. Pino gonna find one onto Florio. Levels things up for the time being. The hard breach element of this attack
got?
has been removed, but Hayes just gives himself up like that. Hello?
All right, I guess. Really?
Okay,
Or-
just keep
really?
walking up east. Yeah. Just keep walking up
Okay,
east.
I mean... Alright. Alright.
East stairs, baby.
Monty EMP is not good enough. Fraudulent. Monty shields ass.
That's my staircase right there.
Monty shields
Battle of East
ass.
Stairs 2025, where were you? Alright.
I'm a Montaigne hater.
Nobody wanted to give up that position. That Lion, he was not moving. Hates, he was not moving. Hates dies, NIP were like, no! They took it! They took our stairs! Timeout from NIP. Yes. I really
Content
can't
of the
get over it.
timeout. There are other portions of the map other than east stairs.
Well, actually, so something I wanted to talk about during it, but we were just so focused on East. I was like, please tell me he's gonna throw this nade, right? Like
A defender
somebody
that should
got
get a
some kind of
shield.
pinch lined up, like literally anything at this point, and there was literally nothing going on. He
What is
sprinted in
this?
before he used that util. But NIP had also seeded Armory. Like Sexy Cake and the rest of the team were just like milling about Armory like the entire round. And when nobody was over there and there was one guy east, they're like, okay, I guess we can pinch this guy. And then all of NIP rotated up east stairs. So what was happening the rest of the round?
Really
is
hating
that
on Monty for being a shield player?
genuinely, they
Well,
might be saying
I
their
did my
positions
entire
at
career
east
too.
stairs
Like
because
I
there
didn't
was
play
basically
Monty
Nobody Armory except the guy that died
in my
first.
career.
And if they were there, they felt
I
super
hate
early.
Monty. Monty's just a passive shield. It's like the
But like he
intel
says,
gathering
may
shield.
I
I didn't like
introduce
playing
you
that.
to West balcony.
If you're in a 1v1 Monty, you just have to. What happens? You sit there and you're like, oh, you're just like backing up battling. I want to be in their
You like
face.
east stairs?
That's why I liked Blitz, even when
That's
Blitz
made
was
out
not
of
the
stone.
meta operator,
We got metal stairs.
and it was
now.
Monty.
We're going up in the world.
50-minute video. All right. Well, hey, sounds like a banger. Sounds like a banger, Aspert. I appreciate it.
Saved up
I did
for
yap a
Q4,
little
so
long
we
in
get
it, but it
some
also was an 8-7
We
game.
got some new voice lines for the siren.
Out way. Okay.
Okay, it really seems like NIP might have... People really have separation anxiety, because now they're getting stuck on rotate holes.
Okay. A little outside Banshee. Don't mind if we do. So, NIP have taken the timeout. It's 5-5. They are not having any good luck making rotates, and all these rotates look incredibly sticky. However, It will be cleaned up, and hopefully don't cause
Are you talking
them
about,
any problems later on. Look at box position. Okay.
The
He's
hip
drawn
fire
for
with
hard
Monty,
perspective. I thought he was gonna launch
the
her in and
Magnum?
just send it for a second, and I was getting a little bit worried. But as it stands, just quickly getting rid of a castle, getting himself out of the way. A great little bit of phantom pressure.
Good times. You know the funny thing about that meta?
Similar setup from NIP though. We had Hates, I believe, moving around break room. Got the castle inside.
The
CSX
Magnum meta.
will hop in. Got to be careful. That player across from him doesn't take the fight. But yeah, the castle just isolated. Ooh! Hates really on for that trade. I thought ENX might have had a better handle
The fun thing
on
about...
it,
Hang on
and
one second.
I
5-5. Most pivotal round in Siege right here. 5-5. Whoever wins this wins the game. 100% of the time.
The box been out here the whole round, and Florio is supposed to be watching flank somewhere. Did the guy East die? What happened? Hates was in 90. Or they castled this time?
It doesn't look like it was castle.
Oh, it wasn't castled. They just let Hates. They let Hates start swimming. Yeah, we had nobody East.
Good drone on this guy. They're gonna work the target. They're gonna work the pick.
So actually, hold on.
Is he getting any help? I think.
One right around the corner.
Okay.
Block.
They're kind of baiting for him.
Oh, I love this from
I
Hates.
think they have a drone on him. He thinks he's hidden though.
Block maybe checks
That's
it.
the
Yeah,
problem.
does.
He
Nice
thinks he's
fire.
hidden, and he was not hidden. Drone on him. Good pick for ENX. 2v2, 50 seconds left. Again, little theory. Where are we going?
Really too much.
Where are we going on
there.
this
You were
one?
Always dead. You couldn't really rotate out of that position.
Probably
so
just gonna end up pushing
just
armory side,
focusing
my
on the 2v2.
guess.
Quite a lot of
But
time left
you
there,
do
45
see
seconds.
cons, I believe, in the bunker
Still got
position,
some
which
work.
is going to be really, really powerful if we decide to push that way. I think I'd prefer to go archive side.
And repositioned right now as well. They've got the
If
time
you can
to
manage to kill
really
the
throw
archive
a
player, you can get the bomb down. The other guy does not have a C4.
There's going to be a mute jammer which will save the day a little bit, but one player at least going to be found out there in archives.
We are going to go armory. He's not bunker. Wow. He could just sit bunker and have a great crossfire. Both operators, there's no nades, nothing.
That's what I was thinking actually.
Too late to cross there, though.
On this side, if he falls in the 1v1, no fancy
Wow.
finds
Good
him.
aim.
Bach trying
Good
to
aim.
find an NIP. And
Good
no,
aim.
being able to hold both angles.
Anyway, quick story about the Monty revolver.
And we can finally say,
I don't want to say that we found the tech, but like the tech was hidden, right? The tech Monty revolver right before the LAN event was completely hidden. People did not know about it. It was found in a scrim or something happened. We figured out the tech. We realized how broken it was, and we didn't scrim anybody and show the tech. Like we kept it hidden, and apparently everyone else kept it hidden too, because it was never run against us. We didn't do it. And the whole plan was like, oh my god, we're about to go to this LAN event with the best tech known to man. This is about to be fucking tech. We showed up at LAN. Everyone fucking knew the tech. Everyone was fucking hiding it. We were all hiding it from each other, and everyone knew it. And that LAN was, yeah, something.
If you're a pattern guy, you'd say they were going to drop the next 3.
Uh-oh, that'd be bad.
But, that would be bad for the program for them. It'd be great for ENX and any ENX fans out there.
They'd be enthused.
Young recruit shield, best recruit shield of all time. Young. Why didn't I team with Young ever?
2 wins in the stage after their game against Liquid yesterday, and also
I wasn't good enough to be blessed to play with Young. That's why.
Winning against NIP today, sitting at the top of the scoreboard. Maybe they won't be neck and neck in the standings at all, but NIP will certainly feel a little bit bummed about it as FaZe are nipping at their heels, and they're still trying to claw their way over Black Dragons and W7M. Both teams still yet to play today. Win for ENX as the race for 6th place. It's getting harder and harder as Furia pick up points, Loud getting that regulation win against FaZe yesterday. ENX starting to find themselves in a rough spot, and obviously can't get 3, but 2 would be very, very nice. So hopefully...
My best memory of Young comes in year 1, season 1. We were in a hotel room together. It was like, for some reason, it was like my team and his team. I think we're both in the hotel room. Like we were just kind of like hanging out and talking shit about the other regions, how we were about to win that event, something like that. And that's when I got to like talk to Young.
expected
Kush was
this.
there.
Definitely on the cards.
Kush was a funny guy. But like, what people don't know about Young, because he was a quiet guy, kind of just got his job done, is how funny Young is. Like, Young is actually
We've seen them full clear
hilarious.
in other ways where they've maybe not necessarily needed to. Belt and braces on the
And just a simple guy, just loved his sports games.
Slightly different lineup this time. It is fair to be said. They're bringing the Caps out and the
Just
game
loves his sports
and
games.
a Damos.
Just hanging
So
out.
looking to get that information early on and see if they can guarantee that opening pick. It hasn't had a huge impact as to the game so far. It's not been like the team that gets the opening pick always wins the round, but it's definitely going to be something that's available when you've got someone like Fancy on the side of NIP who really will just throw himself at any early engagement he can.
Waiting for ENX to hit the go button. All outside the building, all on that teller side, opening up some barricades.
Same attack as last time, except Sexy Cake's not on the blitz anymore since all shields are taken off the board. Sexy Cake on the glass.
Now with the death mark tracker watching that very player, he'll feel a bit worried about it. Candela's now go in. There's the follow through.
I think it's just their version of an East clear.
Are we gonna hop in? Nade goes around the corner, but it goes straight down the hatch. Alley-oop from the Damos, but it doesn't result in literally anything. Now it seems like they rotate up. Are they trying to clear this top floor? But Fancy just swings around, and there goes the Damos. Nigel had info he was there, but two different players now.
Okay, they
go
cleared
down.
these stairs.
Felled, Wizard
Even trades,
down to
3v3.
out. Fancy hopping out the
Fantasy
window,
with
but
another.
goes
Oh, he's
third.
overheating a little bit.
Smacks Bach out of the entire lobby. Has given the
Yellow ping's
advantage,
on this guy.
seeping on the next. Ooh,
Wow,
misses
lost
that
the fight to Sexy
pre-fire.
Cake. He wishes he can have that one
Might
back.
be kicking himself he missed that one, as it's now a 2v2.
Look how much time's left as well. 45 seconds. Wizard should really get picked up here. Look at how much it cost ENX to get Fantasy there.
I don't know. Are they gonna? I don't think they can get Wizard here. Sexy Cake.
Tino with a great long kill.
I think that was a
on
mistake
Sexy
on
Cake,
his part to
showing
just be walking
patience
there.
Really does pay off as two veterans go at it against each other. But still
Just
two versus one.
kinda
Pino in
walking.
the same spot right now, and Flo making his way down these stairs.
NIP got themselves in really good positions here, anyways. This was ENX just taking East, trying to go for a luggage plant, and we saw Pino. He is Warden. He's able to play those longer angles
Seconds remaining. He's got diffuser. No C4 for Pino, but
in
they
the
can
blue
just
hall, and it's
play
wraps at this
contact,
point.
they can play
Just
trade,
pick
they
them
can
for fun.
sit on
Just
their
pick them for
hands. They don't
fun.
even need to do
7-5 NIP,
anything.
third place
No
team,
points for ENX today.
or I
All
believe back
three
to
for
third
NIP,
place.
who keep themselves in competition for the top two of SAL.
NIP
That is competition.
started the game in a
Until the
fairly
Black Dragons
scrappy
play,
manner,
that is competition.
It's fair to say, and it took them a while to warm up into it, but when they did, they looked
Not a bad
electric.
watch.
Big individual performance. You're always going to have.
Yeah,
big
the
individual
2v2. It's
performance from
like
that team,
it's
especially
like
when
if their
you've got players
original
like Fantasy
cheesy
and
plan
Pace
doesn't
there.
work.
Everybody is capable of putting in an absolute shift.
It's like force them to execute in those 2v2s, 3v3s. They kind of need to just like run over you with the shields and then just keep going.
NIP a fair few problems.
Certainly did cause NIP a fair few problems, but not enough to result in anything less.
ENX kind of on fraud watch also without a shield. All three shields banned.
On the implications for the standings.
Does Sexy Cake
As
need
of
it?
course, we always do.
Does he
Thank
need
you
it?
very much to yourself and to all ENS. We are back. NIP, get it
Yeah,
over
nip
the
one.
line and close it. And again, a close
Well, I
matchup
think
we're getting
Milos-
today. Yeah.
Can't hear you just yet, pal.
Well, I'm speaking. This is what happens when
I was
I'm in
reading your
Discord
lips.
instead of the rest. But all I was saying is, yes, indeed, it was a tight one, and this one we actually get NIP crossing across the line. But yet again, another game that is so close to slipping away from NIP's hands, or really any big name team right now in SAL. The deeper we get in the stage, Gabe.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very big win. Even if it was close, even if it got close to OT, they won 7-5. I mean, they got 3 points out of this. That boosts them all the way to second place. They are
At the
in
moment.
such a good
At the
position.
moment, second
As
place.
For ENX, they really needed this.
Yeah, game of the day is coming up.
Points today is only keeping
Maybe
them
it's not
so much
close,
further outside
but
of
I
the
can hype it up
second place
because
spot
Loud have
in
been
the
looking
playoffs.
very
Again, I
good
was actually really
last 2
impressed
days.
with how well NIP were playing. I was
Taking down
talking about watching
FaZe.
ENX try to be able to slow
Obviously, in
down
their
the
last
attacks
play day,
from
they said they just
NIP.
got out of their head a little bit. They're playing more like themselves, and their attacks have looked very good.
Getting those first initial picks
And then
taking
W7M coming off the
space
loss to
and even
Furia.
on the defense side of things, we were just seeing
Their first
FaZe
loss.
just go for
We
big
now see
plays
that they are
and
beatable.
getting a 3K in the
Ken
round to
Loud,
almost
upset.
solidify them, the match entirely. I mean, a really great showing from this NIP.
Hello,
Yeah,
tier 2
honestly,
player,
I wanna give
Spider,
credit to
R6. Hello.
where credit's due. In the opening kill department, they definitely were going very close head to head. But in the rounds that NIP were getting the opening kill, I feel like NIP could have closed out a lot sooner. It was very brawly of a game, you know, a lot of back and forth. Like, there's so many 1vx, 2vx situations that NIP were put in, and of course that's where the players on the team are going to thrive, because you know they have such amazing individual performers that any which one of them put in a situation is usually going to come out on top. But from what we've seen from ENX, I will say, you know, pretty good showing from them, especially on the map that they decided to go to, on a map like Border. You know, very aggressive map. They definitely held their own against NIP, which is arguably a team fighting for the top 2 right now. As for NIP, could have been cleaner, but you know, at the end of the day, they close it out. They got the full 3 points, and when it comes to them being able to correlate and
Where do you find the individual league standings? Every time I look it up, it shows me into global. You just type in Wikipedia SAL R6 or whatever, and this comes up.
You know, it should have been a lot cleaner of a game for them. They constantly were getting that opening pick.
Or like
and,
whatever league that you want. You can sort by league right here at the top.
When to relax, and that's not what we saw. They were just constantly.
And did this update? 5, 6.
Yeah,
this did update, so they actually are tied for first place. Obviously, round count though.
NIP had a close game against BD that went to overtime. They smashed Liquid, but I'm not really.
Oh yeah, we got Loud,
consideration for anything
who have
good.
squeaked
If I
into
were
the
to
top
say
6 and want to stay there.
Yeah, okay, but that's good for all the
Versus
pro
W7
players out there. But you know, 7-5 against Furia.
I'm excited for this
in
one.
general, it seems like NIP sometimes will take their time.
The Loud
to really
fanboy in me,
close
I'm
out
picking
that game.
Loud, but I need to see the map. Please don't tell me we're going to a map like Laboratory, where they have not looked
I will
good.
say, you know, I am impressed with NIP being able to change up some things, especially in players like Fantasy. You know, they realized that the Blitz was being utilized very heavy off Sexy Cakes back in it. Whether it was Fantasy's decision to make the switch to the Warden to try to have that counterplay, or it was just Pino making that call to let's swap to it. Let's try to, you know, counter this.
Liquid's
Blitz. It
looking
does show
nasty.
innovation
Oh,
that this
Spider.
roster
Sorry, you forgot to
back in the
sort.
day,
You're
where they
looking
were
at
really focused on problem solving
Liquipedia
when it was on defense on attack.
Brazilian
So this is a
standings
good light of seeing
from 4
NIP
years
that
ago.
they are making
You
that
forgot to
change,
sort it by
because once we get
2025.
to
They're actually in
international
last
play,
place.
you need to
That's.
be quick on your feet.
I
You
forgot
need
to
be
mention
able
you got to
adapt,
sort by
problem
year.
solve, where the round
Right.
is losing, where the round
They're
you're
last.
taking from, and how you can
Yeah.
just keep them together. So again,
That's a
I
common
am
mistake.
very impressed with this NIP. And again, for ENX, I think they put up a great display here. Sure, it wasn't the result that they wanted, but again, they are looking like a strong team. Just more reps under their belt. I have no doubt continuing into SAL, they're going to get better.
Let's not forget NIP. This has been a while since they made it to that international stage. And speaking of which, Pino joins us on the interview. Let's bring him up. Hello, Pino. Thank you so much for joining us on the interview. Congratulations on your win today. A big game here against ENX. First of all, how are you doing?
Feeling pretty good. Like, it's been a long time.
Why does he
since,
look so sad?
We had so many wins in the regular stage, so we're pretty happy with that result. We didn't know what is gonna happen, because we are like we felt playing tournaments for 7 months, so we're a bit anxious about it. So yeah, everything going fine. We are evolving every week. So.
Well, Pino, it's good to hear. We were just talking about kind of
A turtle
it's been a while
tactician.
since we've seen you in the squad. In
Perhaps.
international play. We're hoping that changes in the near future. But
Perhaps.
before I let the gentleman talk about the focus on the win today, what happened over the last 2 play days, and what did you see?
That's why Pino never
you know,
smiles.
taking the loss against Loud.
Why is he looking down?
In general,
Does he have an
very
iPad or
close
something down
win
there?
against loss.
Like,
How do you translate that into a better game today with all 3 points?
I want eye contact. I'm old school. Give me some eye contact, man.
Today we have some problems on the defense side. On our attack, it was very good. We made 42 halves. So I think the main problem there was that we are a little too late to rotate on defense, like to help each other to stop some quick plays, some rushes. So in the pause today on 5-5, we talked about it. We made a quick play on PC and we refrag each other. So that's the main problem there.
Okay. Subwars. Time for the update soon. Hang on.
Sounds good. Well, Pino, congratulations first. Second, I would like to say, what are some steps that you as NIP will be taking to go forward to be more consistent and consistently keep, this great performance, because like we said, we haven't seen
I don't know.
NIP at the top for a little bit now. So now that you guys are here, what are you guys doing to stay at the top?
I think that we need more reps, more screams, like with the method we're doing. Like we are what to do against everybody. So we were a new team, like new AGL, new stuff. So more reps. I think we are reaching
For sure. Again, congratulations. You guys pushed yourself into second place. That's got to feel good, especially after last stage. I kind of want to know, compared to last stage,
where did my
versus now,
notes
you
just
guys are
go?
far better at adapting and identifying. And in one
I
particular
just-
round, I don't know who made the call, whether it was you or Fantasy.
So many
You
notepads
guys
open.
realized that Sexy Cake was abusing the blitz, forcing you guys out of position. You swap to that ward and you make Fantasy hop on that. Was that a call on your end, or is that just a decision that's kind of made by the team?
Oh my god, take streamer mode off, please.
Hello, the sound just stopped.
Hello?
Aí foi mais isso. Então, tipo, a gente acho que deu uma ansiedadezinha assim, porque querendo ou não, esse tipo de jogo é,
Can't hear you guys.
tipo, é meio
Can you hear
chato.
us, Pino?
Meio-
Ah, there we go. Okay, you can.
Can you hear me
Okay.
now, Pino? Okay,
Oh well. Okay, he can't hear us anymore.
Forget my-
as-
Congratulations.
Gabe, honestly, I think the answer to your question would have been incredible. I'm just gonna predict it right ahead, right?
No, I like I said, I want to be able to give them the praise because with the stage that we saw prior, they weren't identifying problems. They were just always throwing bodies.
Where is that sub wars for?
This time
Ooh.
around, we're really seeing them adapt and being able to make
Ian,
changes. And even
big W
switching to
for
the operator,
updating.
It just goes to show that a team's
Putting another
identifying
message out
something
there.
that they
Wait,
can
that's
take
not what I was
advantage
looking
of.
for though. But hey, big
Against
W
versus a
still.
team that just constantly wants to
I
play.
need
So
to open
it's
up
little
my.
things like that
I
that
need
you
the
do have to
responses.
respect and appreciate teams
That's what I
that are
need. I need to
making
go to my
big strides, and
Gmail,
obviously it goes to show within
where
the
Ali
show
sent me the
they're
nice
sitting at second place
response
currently.
form. Boom.
Okay, gentlemen.
Okay.
Seems like okay. Well, we're not gonna get Pina anymore to ask the question. I'm sorry, Gabe.
Oh, good.
That's how it is. Let's take a
Sort
look at our
by-
MVP. It's waxing in our.
Oh, I'm the MVP. Let's get it.
Let's
Pino
get it.
is our MVP. 132. You can't have that one, Gabe.
Let's
Look,
go to my candies.
fuck,
Wow,
this
look at all
man
these
has been
candies
playing
signed
since
up.
forever.
My
Man's
boys.
played on
My
big stages for
boys.
years. It's good to see Pino back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I
All
remember when
right.
Pino was like just coming up in the scene, and the first sets of events that we'd play against
Ghosty.
NIP, coming to the events, people would always talk about, oh,
Emerald.
Pino's great.
Wow.
Pino's the
I have an
Brazil's
emerald on
better
my
than
team.
Brazil.
We're winning.
And obviously,
I'm
he's
actually
had his
cheating.
moments, and then NIP had their struggles, and now to find him finding success again, like he's such a talented player when he's put in
Yeah,
those positions to
another
excel,
emerald.
and
Oh my
he's
god.
doing
All right,
it
I'm
all
actually
in that
cheating.
secondary role.
I'm
It's
so sorry. Don't
also
guys, don't tell
when
Dream.
you have amazing entries on the team like
I need it.
Fantasy, who can just open it up, get that opening.
Mine.
kill, and now
Gold.
you're in a position where you
Hey,
don't
that's what I
have
like to
worry
see,
about
man.
anything. You get put in the spot, and you just have to hold it down. You just have to do your job. I mean, Pino is definitely one of the best.
Oh,
He
barely
showed up
anyone
today,
signed up for Dream. Feels bad.
constantly shows up for NIP.
Feels bad.
Being able to lock.
But yeah,
you know,
he only
rounds
needs
close
one more
out
player, so.
for NIP. He's one of the more consistent factors when it comes to NIP.
Absolutely so. Absolutely so. Well, we're getting deeper and deeper
Plat.
into our play day, which means it'll be time for a match of the day.
He's got
Just a
two
second
plats.
Here, but quick look again at our scoreboard: 7-5. Another victory for NIP. A close one still. First couple rounds got a bit tough,
Gold.
and then they started smashing through it. And well, as always, things get a bit more complicated in the second half of this game, as expected. Attacking side,
Diamond.
border usually favored Gabe.
Yeah, definitely favor, but it is hard.
the hell's
You
this
gotta give the
diamond?
Credit to Pino and Fantasy to be able to just make that headway within those rounds to bring these attacks into a winning position. But again, I mean, you also have to give credit to ENX. I mean, they did
All
put
right.
a good performance. Obviously, it's important to get points, and unfortunately, they
What do we actually think mine is here?
and in a very peculiar spot where they need these points. They need to be able
What do we
to
actually?
get that last
What do we
place
actually
top
think
six,
mine is
because
here?
if you
Because this
don't,
is going to be
you're just gonna
big for who
watching
fills in
watching
here.
the things that you should have done differently. You're gonna have
Wait,
to
someone
pay
tell me how the
attention
rank
to
system
success
works. Hang on.
when you get back to it, but ultimately
Bronze-ish?
they still have a chance.
Damn.
They still can bring it back, but for NIP, they're putting themselves one step closer to just
Alley
solidifying
level?
their
That's
spot
what I like to
in
see
top
as
six,
well.
possibly top 2, where they can just sit pretty and let games come to them.
Well, we're gonna call it here for this.
So what does it go? It goes bronze,
It's the one we've all been
silver,
waiting for today. Loud take on
gold.
W7M. Will it be redemption, or will W7M grind higher in the standings of SAL? We'll see after the break.
Then what? Then what? This is where I get confused sometimes. Is it plat, emerald? Is it bronze, silver, gold, plat, emerald, diamond? Am I missing one in there? Am I missing one? Bronze, silver, gold, plat, emerald, diamond. And then champ. That's how it goes. Oh, copper. How did I forget about copper? Copper, bronze, silver. Okay, yeah, perfect, perfect. How did I forget about coppers? Because none of my subs are coppers. All right, so we're saying mine is probably a bronze. I'm gonna go silver. We'll meet right in the middle. I'm gonna call mine a silver, which is pretty good considering I have 2 emeralds on my team. All right, we got 2 emeralds and a silver, which balances out because somehow I gave Dream 2 plats and a diamond. I gave him a goddamn diamond and a gold.
Baja Beach in Salvador, in Brazil, the capital of Brazil's northeastern state of Bahia. We are definitely not playing GeoGuessr here. We're
So let me think here. Let me brainstorm in my head what kind of ranks I need to add onto my team. If I'm 2 emeralds and a silver.
Hi, I'm Milosh with me, Relaxing and Foxe, beautiful experts from the North America League.
I'm gonna call you silver mine just so I can maybe improve and get some higher ranks on the team. You know, we're gonna use that to our advantage over here.
That are looking, well, one of them to cement their position.
We'll call you. I mean, we're gonna call you gold on the thing now.
To closely grind.
Probably someone around the T1 level. Yeah, I think you're right, guy. I think you're right.
Yeah, I mean W7M. This game is
So,
really on their shoulders to win. To just
I need
solidify
2
their
players,
spot
huh?
even further. They did come
Well,
off of a loss yesterday.
let's see what my
but
talent pool's
obviously
looking
that
like.
loss didn't affect them too much. They've done
Let's
such a
see what the
good job
talent
thus
pool's looking
far
like.
to be able to still maintain this first place.
We had
spot.
new
I'm
people that signed
sure
up.
and positive after their loss yesterday that they are going to come into this game and right their wrongs and really bring it to Loud.
We did have a silver that just signed up
one game away from being knocked
with
out of
G10
that
bread,
top 6. You
garlic
obviously
bread.
wanna
That's what I want to call him.
Secured in top 6 to make it
Uh,
forward, and you don't want to let.
I don't think he's
later
subbed.
Games and potentially the point system where you need other third-party games to go a certain way just so you can qualify.
Am I busy today? It is Hot and Cold's birthday today. I figured you guys were either taking off or you have that seeding game.
Been seeing from Loud within the last 2 plays.
We do got a birthday dinner later
Well,
tonight.
We take a look at our teams, and we can start with.
Yeah, he's
Loud,
not
of
subbed.
course,
Okay.
Because in the last play they pulled off an incredible.
Wait, I have a
feat.
copper that signed up?
Siege
No.
Engineering.
No.
7-4 victory against
Nah, this ain't
FaZe.
real.
That has
This
to
ain't real.
count
You're not
when you're
copper.
getting so close
Let me check your
in the top
stats.
6 and in the higher echelons of it.
Yeah, we're finally seeing the reload Loud getting more comfortable into the stage. Obviously, they struggled a little bit at the start of the SAL. They were struggling against some of the lower-ranked teams at the moment. I mean, losing to Los, obviously a close win.
Imperfect, thank you for the 4-month
In the last 2
resub.
play days, beating
Welcome
up on
back
the
to
big
the candy
teams,
jar.
huge
Big W
wins against
sub.
FaZe, huge wins against NIP, and not necessarily close.
I refuse
games
to
to
believe
win
you're a
either
copper.
7-4 against FaZe. I mean, that is not an easy task to do.
But,
so now,
ladies and
finally,
gentlemen,
Loud feeling a little
I
bit more
think we
comfortable,
might have to add this
understanding the map
copper onto
style
my
that they
team.
wanna be going for.
There's
They love
no
going for
chance.
Small maps where they can keep things close.
It's gotta be a
because
new account.
They are very methodical in the way that they play. They like playing off of each other, almost as an SAL version of SSG. They do tend to be able to find success when they're forced to play off of each other.
All
because
seasons.
they are so,
We'll get the hell out of here.
Team orientated based on the objectives, but they like to sprinkle in that aggressiveness.
Brand new player.
So, obviously, Another big team.
Only played a couple, so you just don't play ranked. I think that's the thing. You just don't play
way
ranked.
More comfortable against opponents that they know what to expect from, that they can counteract, play their play styles to be able to, confuse better opponents.
Well, the question is now, what happens on the other end of that conversation? W7M.
Someone's burner account.
SAL. They've been practically undefeated until yesterday happened. Their 4-win streak has been decimated.
Man, if I had a copper, is there anyone new to add to Dream's team to make up for this? 'Cause I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can afford
to be one of the top 3 in
to
the
take on a
world.
copper.
W7M have an opportunity though.
Wait, he does have a silver that's signed up.
They absolutely do. And
Did I message that guy? I think I
We talked
messaged
about
that guy
last
and he
week.
never
We
got
said,
back to me.
Going into your matchup against Furia, what are you going to be looking to do? Are you going to be
Let me
changing
check.
anything? They said they knew it was going to be a good game, and sure enough, it was a very
I think I got
close game,
egoed.
8-6 on Clubhouse. They
Dream
just
sub
led the
egoed
best
me.
of them in
Pretty
the end.
sure.
Obviously, we
Yep,
saw
here
in
it
the
is.
highlights, KZ had that huge ace that ended up cementing
Egoed.
that round, where that realistically was W7M's round. But I mean, as this team for a roster as a whole, I mean, they are just getting stronger and stronger with each and every single day, every single game that we're seeing from them. I mean, Volps, their IGL has really been doing dividends for this roster in terms of creating that success, but then everyone across the board has just been playing extremely well. And not only extremely well, Dota's yesterday going 21-10. Unfortunately, again, they get that loss, but realistically, there's not a lot that I can critique or say about this team. They are just firing on all cylinders. Yes, yesterday was a hiccup on their end, but I also...
What's your rank, Perplexed? Love you since the SK days mint was gutted when he left DZ. Please keep the content coming. Hey, very much appreciated, Andrew. Content will be coming. Don't you worry. We got a new video going up soon as the GOAT sends it to me, and it will probably take me like 2 hours to upload as well, but because it's a big one. Yes, we just got a date, Hayes. We just got a date. Bada bing, bada boom. Look at the new command. 7:30 East. We are still picking the players, Hayes, so I can't give you the players yet. I'm kind of doing that right now, trying to figure out some messages I can send. In fact, oh yeah, might have just got a silver on the Dreams team. Hell yes. Hell yes.
Really brings a lot of joy to my cold, dead heart. However, our map for the series,
Boom.
which one will it be? A bit of variety, please, gentlemen. I am looking for it today. Please,
Yeah, definitely
please,
not
please.
Clubhouse. I'm assuming, Loud
Thank
Loud's
God.
Clubhouse.
Gonna ban
That's
Clubhouse.
interesting. But
Interesting.
No, that was wait a
is
second.
banned.
No,
Okay.
stop.
Okay,
They're
so
definitely
that will
flexing their map
complete
pool.
Dreams
That's
team.
gonna be the case. They're flexing their
And
map
that
pool.
will be a
This is now
silver.
the 5th map that they're showing in their map selection. And starting on defense, I mean, I like this for them. They get to sit tight. They get to sit pretty. They kind of been able to watch a lot of bank currently between all of the SAL teams. I have no doubt
Liking what we see here.
stop in terms of what Loud is
So
trying
now
to
I
do
just need
and
2 for my team, and I'll think about it after this game, what kind of ranks that I need.
Ban's a little different compared to some of the other teams. I think in situations they ban similar to an NA style, so maybe they're going to get rid of
Plat,
Ivana Ace
diamond.
on that defending side. I am curious to see which route they decide to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for W7M, the strength for them is going to be that roam game, is going to be that lurk ability. But obviously, you can see it. The strength for Loud is going to be their executes.
I think we need some plats or golds in my... Yeah, we need some golds or plats on my team.
Bank is a very big
Silver's match.
objective-based map, but to get
Silver's
to
match up.
have to go
But because I gave
the
Dream a
lurkers, the
diamond...
roamers, and of course, I mean, with W7M being...
Because I gave Dream a diamond.
4 players within the top 10 leaderboard stats right now. Loban's one of the best lurkers in the game currently, so obviously it will be almost like a...
Need some
unstoppable
shooters against that
force
diamond.
against, an immovable object, so to say. One team focused on plants, but you have to get through Loban, you have to get through Volps, you have to get through these players before you can get the objective done. So
We're going to bank? Is that what I saw again? More bank?
if
W7M allowed
deal
bank.
with the opening kills, being able to successfully get into the
Okay,
opening
this could be a
setup. If
good
they can
map.
set up, the late games will
We
go
should
to
be
Loud.
able to see some good Loud. Like, this is a map that, to me, like, Loud can do those executes that we were seeing on Cafe. Right? Those kind of, like, isolation, a little bit strategies. If they get the map, they're going to have the right util ops for the job. So I think W7M are going to need to aggress Loud a little bit here, but we might be seeing like a good amount of roar. Like I think we're going to see some good window takes, maybe some sense roar. They love roar. I can see some good roar usage, lower some sense.
To Fox's point of just the entry, I
think this could be good. This could be a good map for him.
The top 5 leading in entries are Loeb and Dotson.
Yeah, it's Dreams. That is Dreams' last player, I believe. So now I just need 2.
Well, here it is, all open here. Extra Turk and Lynx. It feels like I am back playing Payday because I'm just getting Big Bank Heist all day, every day here. What's going on?
I don't know. I mean, I gotta say I'm pretty conflicted. On the one hand, it's like, oh great, 3rd bank of the day, and the one interruption we had was the slowest border I've ever seen. Great. But on the other hand, to Gabe's point, this is a map that W7M, I believe, only played like 2-3 times, like certainly not more than 5 in the past like year. Yep. So if we want to see him flex the map pool, this is basically them doing that, and I feel really nervous for Loud now.
It's a very low preference map for just to tack on to Lynx's point. It's a very low preference map for W7M. It's right down there at 10th. And for some reason this list includes Oregon, so that's why it's not 9th. But yeah,
because it's SAL, it always has to include Oregon. Only you know that.
So yeah, I mean, it just goes to show that they're still taking things seriously and they want to finish the league in a top spot.
So where's it good? I'm very much looking forward to this game. It is, of course, our match of the day. Loud versus W. Sachi, Ollie, and Lynx. Take it away.
All right, game of the day. Loud on a hot streak. Beating 2 big teams. W7M, Felders versus Furia. 8-6 in that last clubhouse match. Bank, good map. I think could be for Loud. I've been very impressed with their attacks. I think we're going to see a lot of roar sense usage again. They're very good with the isolation attacks. And W7M, I think it's going to be very important to not let Loud get to the execute stage. I think that could be a little bit of the Loud weakness. Going to be going in with some pretty default normal bans. W7M taking out the Habana Ace. We're going to see how they try to abuse that. Not being able to open up E3 wall, Canto wall, whatever you call it, stock, janitor, all those goodies. Mira taken out from Loud, so we're not going to see him abused on the default wall down here. And Azami also taken out. Good CEO operators.
Yeah, well, so they've written it in Portuguese, and then they translated it into English.
So we are going to see the power ops. There's that tube, that smoke, that Goya. If you've been with me all day, I just got it in my mind. It's the holy trinity of operators for bank basement defense. Every single team in every region, when they run a basement bunker, it's the smoke, it's the Goya, it's the tube. So powerful. You waste a little bit of time on the roam, open area E2 and in server. You can just win. We also see Tachanka as one of their flex operators. Another op where this is going to be good. We see Loud bringing sense. Once they get the map, they're going to just probably sense wall the site, block everything, and just try to go for a difficult or different plant spot because smoke is up. However, they probably don't know Tachanka's there. And both of those operators in general could be very good. This is going to be a very late execute, and it's going to be very scrappy.
I'm surprised to not see the castle be played. Obviously, there's time yet. It's round number 1. Looks as though we have got a little
one roster from each channel.
A couple of barricades have been
to be honest, it was a...
Do you have a player inside of...
Before I even had YouTube on my mind. So it's just kind of finishing. I don't know how I'm going to incorporate YouTube with it yet. But as of right now, it's just kind of a Twitch thing.
He's already made it back.
This has been going on. I've been trying to organize this for weeks, and people who know me and Dream, very surprised this is even happening at this point.
Showing face, shooting some drones, falling back. The soft roam formula.
All right, got the map. Next problem is server. And we see a smoke here. Paulu playing on the blue stairs with 2 Goyo fires, which I absolutely love. Playing a little bit of time waste there. Smoke is a little risky to play there. Because if they do end up killing him, but you also have the Tachanka backed up in sight. So even if smoke does go down, that is a ton of time waste though. If he hasn't popped any Goyo fire yet, it's almost like assuredly you are not getting server control. Tachanka going down. Massive pick. I think Paul is going to have to back up on this one. We're not going to, like, that is not a good pick.
He was itchy, wasn't he? He was like, he felt like he had unfinished business.
No, he wasn't even itchy. I think he was just like on cam in front of an angle and they found him.
Oof.
Well, Paulo at this point can't back up because Sight Hatch is opened.
Well, he can be on cams to his
Doda's on the tube with two brows. Normally going to try to freeze that hatch, but live, obviously using Maverick, kind of going around that strategy. I think what we'll see out of the tube brow, though, is on those sense walls, you can tube and freeze them.
Right now, it's pretty slim to none. There's quite a lot that's going to get thrown at him.
And I think what we're going to see is them going for a side X. Oh, no, we're not. We are going to see him still try to take blue stairs here. This is extremely good time waste from Paulo, and he gets one, killing the Maverick player.
What?
Now we're going to see that sense wall, and we're going to go for a weird plant here. Yeah, no plant denials. The only thing we got is C4 on Loban. Does he pick the right spot? He doesn't. This is going to be bomb down, and this is a loud round.
All the way into server. This diffuser will go down safely.
And I think it's going to come down to that Tachanka pick. Volps dying early was a huge mistake.
They can watch insight. They can hold down the diffuser itself, especially now that we're in the post. Easy pre-fire for Daffodil. And Loban without many options.
YouTube better, true.
Let alone good ones.
Yeah, it's just 5 for me, 5 for Dream. Technically, Dream's team is full at the moment, so I just need 2 more players. Which I have a ton of people signed up. It's just, I need to figure out, rank-wise, what makes the most sense to make the teams as even as possible. So, I mean, I'm still taking applications.
Not going for the super patient, let's psych them out approach on round
but
one.
yeah,
Instead, giving them an option.
It's going to come down to me evening out the teams. I'm going to pick who
ourselves trucking into round number 2.
Helps me even out, which at this point might be golds and plats.
Structured take, able to find openings given to you. Really brutal.
That might be the sweet spot, but I have to take it. I have to take another look.
A hole made in like the upper right ceiling.
All right, really good round from Loud. And again, it's those side executes. They're so good at them. This is like VP of Brazil. Playing a little bit more structured siege. So they are actually really good at these late run executes and very good with util. When's it supposed to be? Wednesday, 7:30 East.
Kind of just like really just series of unfortunate events for W7M that round, but we'll see how they go next time. We move up to CEO. Volp's taking the smoke
on CEO, and we are going to see another Loud round.
You can play so many Evil Eyes now.
On the Sense, on the Grim, we have Flores. Oh, we're lagging out, huh? No. Is it just Volps? He has the spider treatment?
Don't DC. Oh, he DC'd.
Rehost? It's gotta be a rehost, right? I know we're after prep, but like we saw him disconnecting.
I'm not sure if we'll have a rehost for that, honestly.
We saw him disconnecting, like.
So long to disconnect.
But the spectators saw him. Yeah,
I mean, okay,
just leave.
Nothing really
there we go.
Happened. Okay, SDK is leaving. Everybody's leaving. Looks like we are gonna have a rehost for that.
How do you link the R6 tracker? You just go to the website, type your name, your Ubisoft name, and then you just grab the link and link it. Yeah, copy paste link.
You have 1 second left. I'd rehost that.
What's a level 550 controller equivalent? Well, it's not down to levels. It's just what's the highest rank, like using R6 tracker. What's the highest rank you've ever achieved on Siege? That's kind of how I'm going off it. Is there a prize pool? There's no prize pool. It's just content. It's just fun.
You know what? You know who else had a rough go at it?
It's just fun. It's just on stream. Ted Man, me and Dream casting you. It's just for content. Maybe in the future we could do something for a prize pool or something like that. But I'm jobless, so unless Dream got money. I don't like Spider. That's a fair comment. That's a very fair comment.
How the next game is going to go.
No,
we haven't played it yet. We don't know. This is just
up until this point. This is like
just up until this point.
It's just up until this point. Liquid obviously not having the best stage so far. Though they have had two.
Oh
max
man,
overtime
at the pool party,
games
there's
where
there's that classic
losing,
song.
which is
I think that's
always
an
One
understatement.
or what is it? Like left foot this time,
I really think you maybe need
right
to
foot this
rethink the
time,
wording on that opening statement
crisscross.
about Liquid
I would
not
break
having
it
they're
down
10th.
out there.
They have 1 point.
That classic
There's not having the
wedding
best
song.
stage, and then there's being in 10th with 1 point.
Okay, well, you know.
Prize pool of
This
love
team
and
like it, by the
affection.
way.
Absolutely love and affection. If my
Actually, hold
subs
on, I am
don't
curious.
take down
I checked this
Dreams
earlier, but I
subs, guys,
Is this worse than their stage 1 start to last year?
I might never stream again. Like the
This has
embarrassment,
to be
the
all time.
embarrassment that would
I don't
happen
know. That was
if we
pretty
lost
low.
to Dreams subs,
'Cause I think, yeah,
who, if I take a look at the
lost
sheet,
regulation first week,
are an
regulation
average.
second week,
I think the
regulation
average
third
rank
week,
was gold
regulation fourth
level
week,
for Dream, and
and
it was
they
an
had an
average
OT
level of
victory.
plat for me. So like
and then
obviously,
OT victory day
guys, we
5,
are cream of the crop over at the
and-
mint candy
So
jar.
yeah, they lost 4 games in regulation in a row. So
We
yeah,
are
in
some
terms of
smart
sheer
players
losses,
over here.
This isn't actually now
We know
worse
our
than
shit.
this
Why?
is.
Because we co-stream Siege. We talk about Siege all day
But
long. You guys are geniuses at this
2
point.
of them were in max OT.
Yeah, you
so
gave Dream the
was it
higher levels.
worse?
Yeah, well, I felt bad originally. That's why.
Yes, because look at
I
the
gave him a
teams that we're playing
diamond because I
against.
really wanted to put a bronze on his team, and then the
And now
bronze
look at the teams
egoed
that are
me.
in the league.
I know, but like, you know, Liquid lost to NIP in stage 1 of last year. That they were not very
Who's
good.
on your team?
I'll have you know. They lost to Black
I
Dragons
technically
last year,
leaked it
and
on the
I don't care
notepad, but
what-
it's a
how they did
secret.
That season. That team was all over.
I
the place.
technically leaked it like 10 minutes ago, but you
Black
know,
Dragons are just that team, though.
it's a secret.
Yeah,
They
they were.
all-
They,
like,
We have
this
2
is one of the
emeralds
times
and
where I
a
excuse
silver.
Talking about the team for talking about the org. Talking
2
about the
emeralds
org
and a
specifically
silver
for
on the
Black Dragons,
team.
They've always been that upset team where they'll play
Bunch of
average
gunners.
Siege, and then out of nowhere they'll beat the top people in the
do
league.
you remember? Do you remember when like for like what? I think one random event in 2022 they qualified. Was it Yongshiping?
Oh yeah, it might have been.
I think because they were only in groups and they qualified. I remember as a fan watching.
Did
like,
say we were playing
Black
standard
Dragons,
suit. Absolutely. We need some standard, huh?
They didn't really do much, but you are correct. Especially since 2023, the past couple years, Black Dragons have had some upset potential. They peaked when they had Ask on the roster. They really peaked at stage 1. It looked like they were going to qualify, and then they just didn't.
Why don't we look at
I
how
don't know.
Ask is doing now?
Well,
I only know because I saw it because it's like a bookend to the stats. Typically, have a look at the player stats, and it's like, yeah, you can remember the first couple, you scroll down to the bottom, you remember the last couple, and everyone else is just in the middle. And Ask is 48 out of 50.
big dog. Poor guy. Well, it's also like, I will say, obviously, you know, I believe Ask is calling on Liquid right now after they drop Lagonas, and I saw that move. I think Ask is a very good player individually, but Black Dragons, even at their peak, were never the most coordinated team on the planet, attack
No.
or defense. They were still very, very good when they were good. Don't get me wrong. Like they had a weird group stage 2, but playoffs they were like a menace. Ask in particular really good individually, but so when they bring him over to Liquid to call, I'm like, I'd bring him over to shoot, but I think we got bigger issues. As I think we can all see. We kind of have some issues. And I think
Link's
Black
called
Dragons
it,
will
huh?
probably take the dub today. We talked a lot about Black
Absolutely.
Dragons Liquid, which is the game not even happening right now, by the way.
I think we got sidetracked by the graphic, didn't we?
We did
We
get
can be
sidetracked by the
excused.
graphic.
I'll excuse us.
And to be fair, I am looking forward to that game. I do think Black Dragons will win. I think they're looking very good right now.
Well, that's the thing. Everyone that's here is already here. W7M versus Loud. So why not talk about the Liquid game that's coming up? You know?
Yeah, that's true. And plus, it's like, you know, what that first round weren't exactly doing anything crazy. We had a smoke and a Tachanka for plant denial.
Why are we saying that? Like Ask didn't IGL on Black Dragons? What? Well, that's what he's saying is Ask
Smoke was isolated on blue
IGL'd on Black Dragons, but it wasn't very good,
All
is what he was
uniform
saying.
plant denial was a C4 and it missed. Not great. Maybe he could have run a Goyo. Did they run a Goyo actually? Let me check.
I don't think they did.
I don't think they did actually. Actually, we could talk about that. Why did you not run a Goyo? It's the Goyo. No, they did run a Goyo. You're lying.
I misheard, yeah. No, he was saying like he IGL'd over there, but it wasn't very good. And now you look, Black Dragons are you know, near the top of the table, and Liquid are at the bottom
Tuber out Goyo and then like
with the Ask move.
Tachanka or Warden.
It has been a super popular.
He's calling out
matchup,
Ask
hasn't it,
pretty
Bank?
much. Said drop him.
I mean, that too. I meant the line
Drop
in
'em.
general across the region, but Bank has been super popular. This is our third play out of 4 maps so far. Like I said on the desk, our third play was the most very slow border. By the way, if you're curious, we have not acknowledged the standings. As you can see, Black Dragons in third. I imagine they'll probably qualify for playoffs at this point.
You're the GM of Liquid. What do you do?
Big game for
I mean, this is
W7
probably
as
the
well,
most
really
asked
thinking about
question
it
in
because they want to
chat.
cement that top spot now.
I'm personally a
They
fan
played
of.
today. They already got the win. Black Dragons.
I think you build around Maya,
If W7M get 3 as well, then
and people could say what they want, but I kind of like Diaz. I think he fits like he's the anchor, he's the anchor, he's the mailbox. Like you keep Diaz. That's fine. He's very good at what he does.
You look at Loud, you think there's a chance for him.
And then you maybe talk about keeping resets. Maybe.
Maintaining a lead. Loud could leapfrog a few
But
teams
Liquid's
there.
got a lot of money, so you obviously you keep the option to bring in more
The
players.
fact that one, you beat FaZe.
You need an
which is
IGL
gonna
probably.
worry really hard about whether or not you're going to beat.
Unfortunately, I mean, in W7M, you'd have to get. I think Volps is so good it needs to come back to Liquid, but probably not leaving W7M at this point.
Loud, if the expected result had happened where they lose in regulation,
I don't know if any players on Loud would leave either. They're the biggest organization, so it's like you got a lot of untouchable players. You ain't getting anyone on Furia. You're not getting anyone on FaZe. W7M's probably not leaving, and Loud just signed contracts to the biggest organization. So at that point, you're looking at.
top 2, but now they could cement top
I don't
4
even
by
know
staying
other
in
IGLs really like who's even IGLing NIP or Black Dragons right
I've
now.
been reliably informed. We are only waiting for.
But you need I don't know. You need a different. I want to keep the option open
Rehost at the moment. We did have one of the
of getting like 3 players from a different team. Again, I like resets. I actually think resets is pretty damn good.
Somebody DC'd at the start of the round.
Look, I don't want to look at stats, but like let's just look at stats. Who's getting shit on Liquid right now? Who's getting absolutely shit on?
So then we will test and make sure that we are in and everything's
Yeah.
good and the bans are right. And the
Yeah,
stats are
Ask is
right,
dropped.
Bomb site rotation's correct, and then we will be going.
Maya
into
going
the
-7.
minutes, but guarantees less breaks.
I just am not buying it.
V7M versus
I think
Loud, of course.
okay.
Bank
You know what?
third time
Resets.
today.
Yeah, he has been playing good.
I don't know how I'm
He
feeling
has
about
been
this,
playing
because
good. You
so
keep
far,
resets.
Bank in
You keep
NA,
Maya.
which is
You
the
keep
region that
you
we are
keep
primarily from.
Diaz.
It does
See
seem to
Ask
be-
and Nesk.
Okay, I was being
Legendary career, but
You've only cast NA. Okay. Is that
we're
right?
rebuilding. We need a new identity. We can't have a new identity with Nesk on board. That's just kind of the reality. You need a new identity at this point. You need a new generation. Maya is the new generation.
Playing 4 rounds and then banning another 2. I'm unsure if that kind of is something that's catapulted.
There is a rookie that I've been hearing over here that has been like to keep an eye out for.
I think it's got to be said that the fact that you can ban Hibana Ace and then another operator, whatever you want to do, is crazy. Like it is a game changer for Bang. It has a minimum level of competence. The fact that Hibana can open up all those hatches super quickly, she'd usually get banned, but then you just bring hard recharges. You can then.
Is that Makina? Is that the guy I've been hearing about?
They can throw it open the wall, but then teams place the mirror window there.
Oh, rookie last season. Okay. I just meant young, like he was like the next up kind of player that was like not on a super good team. Although Black Dragons are obviously doing good, so maybe that's the pickup then, because Liquid's got Liquid money. So that's just the reality of esports. If you're not on one of the top 4 organizations and you're performing, you're probably getting poached at some point. So it sounds like he's the pickup then.
Really nailed down as a real 50-50 map. I don't think that the games we've seen today would be a good enough representation of which side it truly favors with those bans.
Strong entry. Okay, then you replace Nesk with Makina. You do Maya Nesk. Resets on the support. Diaz on that other support mailbox position.
Volps is thankfully still here.
And then sounds like you need an IGL.
Always a bit clustered together.
Which Maya, I think, is really good at shot calling. I feel like Maya, I know sitting in the middle means absolutely nothing, but I thought Maya had some input on some of the decision making, shot calling.
Move around, look in the vending hall, look out the double windows, put it down, fire a couple shots. We saw the Clash move up and destroy the ranged breach earlier by putting down the shield and taking some shots behind it. But now Doda's cementing his position right here. I was about to say, yeah, you gotta be careful. And then he nades flying in.
All right, so we're gonna see kind of that similar take we see SSG do. We saw Furia do today, actually, where Ace and Abana are banned. So you're gonna bring the Thermite just to open up that CO wall. That way you don't have to swing into plant. You can always just walk in and plant at this spot behind the desk. But they need a plan to get rid of this janitor player. It is smoke. Volps is gonna be in a key position at this point.
Now going to go in.
And, you know, we don't have a Damas on her. We don't have a Capital.
Now plays the shield down and swing for all the worth.
We could just try to go for a sense wall and plant in a weird spot and ignore the smoke.
Only a minute left, which, whilst it's enough time, and they have some sense ROUs out in the site, they still need to try and do something.
Oh, not getting that BP is
still outside on that repel.
Not getting that bubble is massive.
Position, smoke grenades coming out.
But we can just sense it off.
Seems like Loud are very unsure what they want to do.
Okay, opening this wall so they can put pressure on the janitor player. Volps just solved the issue for them, though. But if they were to get that wall open, which they just did, they would be able to wall bang into janitor. And basically, he's stuck on the wall. Good problem-solving skills that allowed here. Now they can just walk in and plant. Bomb does go down, though. Wow. Dots is just spraying. Good trades. Dafo, angle from the window. Palu, another good trade. And now you got the most powerful DMRs on defense. Both up still. He's got a good plant spot. He's got to run by the window. Oh, couldn't stop it. The kings of the late round in Brazil, Loud, 2-0.
And Perez cleans up the remaining two for Loud's second.
Great use of the ROU from Sense. Perez out there on
do I have any other 45 pictures of myself?
Loud were really slow. Loud.
I don't have any professional, like any of our media day stuff. I never saved any of it, unfortunately. I can take a look at my photos.
I get the vision.
What about Volps?
Okay. You feel like someone's
W7M timeout. I like it. I think we got to contest a little bit more against Loud. I think that's their weakness. Volps, though, kind of trolling both those rounds. Tachanka, early peak, died. That cost him the round. Janitor there, kind of cost him the round. If he was in meeting, if he just fell back to meeting and had his 3 smokes up,
and you just continue to let Loud operate, it's going to get
never mind on the new one. Any which has decent lighting. Okay, I'm looking.
You've still got the clash up. Use the clash to do the peeking.
Yeah.
I got some funny Brandon Carr pictures. Can I use those?
A little bit more teamwork. You can't just be swinging these angles blind on your own. So whilst I understand the motive from W7M, and we have to make something happen here because they're dominating, they're getting too much out of this. We're giving them too much space. Do it in a smart way. You had the clash.
And it's not like because the Clash was obviously worried about stock, but to check that angle, it's not like she would really have to expose herself to the window all that much. You don't have to push up. And to be fair, you know, maybe she did check, said it was clear. It's possible. We don't know. That guy was really far away.
I got some funny pictures. A couple? I don't even know if I have a couple, but I'll try. There actually might be more on the internet than I have saved.
Oh, we're just talking about what's possible.
I did.
Right,
Remember, I did accuse FaZe of doing a flom-com earlier, which I believe there was very good evidence of. But it's possible that somebody maybe checked it and they didn't say it. I mean, live was all the way in the bottom left corner of square if you're looking from stock, like the complete opposite corner. Yeah, it was.
I might have found some.
And he was Nomad too, so maybe he blended into the wall a little bit. It's entirely possible. We don't know. Wall fortified. But either we can say Volps going down basically opened the whole thing up, as you could tell, since Loud basically started sprinting into the site the moment he did. After the timeout, W7M moving back down to lockers as neither of the two primary sites on bank have gone their way at all. The solution? Rat.
There's only one way for it, and that is denial. Look at that for a lineup. Okay, it's only got one C4, but you've got 2 Brow. You've got the Echo. You got the Smoke, the Goyo, and the Tachanka. A lot of stuff to burn out some time with Dudes picking up a great opener onto STK.
This is good, though, that he's not leaving early. Again, there's that Holy Trinity, Smoke, Goyo, Tube.
That's job done.
But getting a pick on the sense is huge. Absolutely huge.
Not entirely sure, but STK might have been ahead of Perez's drone in open area. I couldn't quite tell if the drone was in open or not, but either way, clearly lacking some kind of info. Perez now drops, and very logically,
Loban, another early pick.
Loban, his rat works.
Wow.
Saw him in lone office.
That's Sense and Ying. You could just fall down at this point. They got no good execute ops anymore.
I was like, oh no, they dropped the Warden Ollie, and they brought Ying
Still have
and Sense,
Loban
and now
upstairs.
they're both down.
Goyo's getting targeted. They got to go up. They got one pick. That's bad from Volps again. Because now if they get this, it's a 3v3.
Now you know somebody's top floor. This could be a very, very solid 3v3. Shots going through the wall, all collide into the indestructible
Wow,
surface.
Loban. Wow.
Out blind, somehow picks up the Deimos.
Actually saved the round from Volps trolling again.
Years need the roam to work out this well. But boy, are you happy it has. Nate
Oh
goes in
my
with a
God.
ahead, and he still gets it. We're just feeding this Goyo 1v1s. Now you
That's
put
all she wrote?
live on below
Yeah, I
half
like the second
HP
one
in a
too.
1v3.
I like that one too.
Good luck in those hatches, buddy. Oh, they're open.
Yeah, that could have been bad. That's 3 bad rounds from Volps, and I actually think that guy's the GOAT. Like, I'm very impressed with Volps. I think he's such a good player. Good X-Factor player, but 3 troll rounds.
First round for W7.
Thank God Loban there. Thank God for Loban.
Because he sees the nade come in.
Is Loud a good team? I think they are. I glaze Loud a lot. They're like the VP of Brazil. They have a lot of very good execute ops. They're unlike Brazilian teams of like fast going for picks. They're more so methodical clears, very good executes.
Afford for me to just, you know, it's beautiful.
And we saw that the first 2 rounds. This round, I think W7M countered them well by not letting them get to the execute. They took out Sense and Ying from the roam.
Quite a bit so far this game. It's been brought
This is good. CEO.
One more than the Ying, which I would think maybe the first counter argument would be Sen's and not Ying. Well, Sen's hasn't brought every round. Ying has only been brought on basement attacks, which are 2 of the 3 rounds we've seen so far. So for all we know, if it's not a factor on CEO, maybe it's not a factor on open.
So more like EU maybe. Yeah, say EU. Like they remind me of like a VP team or like a Shopify team. Like again, like not the fastest team, but like if they get set up in their positions,
and they're quite good with it,
the round is basically
so let's just take it
over.
away because there's not too much that replaces it.
They got very good executes, and they're innovators of like they'd usually do a lot of Aurora. I'm surprised we're not seeing any Aurora, but we might now. Sense is banned, and Aurora is a good replacement for it for a lot of things.
True. We got a few seconds.
We aren't going to see it for a window take here. Instead, oh my God, he was almost on Cali. Instead, we're gonna stick with the Ying, stick with the Grim. We got a blitz.
Yeah, and they can change 1,000,001 if they want.
They last did a.
It shows a lack of confidence.
Last time they did more of a Windows take, which is the meta nowadays. I think what we might be seeing here is more of a Furia-esque take, going curve, going stock. Maybe jumping over Marble Skylight.
Yeah, they're really throwing it at this round.
Just using the util of the Grims and the Yings from the windows to create pressure.
Left and the W7M picking up the pace in the previous round, the timeout being good for a round. It's as good a time as any to start to maintain or to continue and maintain that lead. I swear, if we see another person rappel down this skylight today, I might lose my mind.
It's happened so often.
It's just happened too many times for me to be comfortable.
One guy did it, and now everybody on the planet is doing it.
I think I've done it once and just died straight away. I was like, I'm never doing that again. That's such a bad idea.
When it works, it's so cool. When it doesn't work, it's like, why?
Okay, making the hole over Janitor so they can just Grimby everybody out. We're going to see another big execute here. This Echo Drone could be huge.
Even then, that little clip there, you can...
We see SDK is going to jump into lone office here and probably try to run... There we go. He's in lone. He's going to run up the red spiral stairs for pressure. He's up the spiral stairs right now. He's going to backstep Dots. How did he not see Dots? Doesn't matter. He gets one. There's a guy right next to him. Okay. 3.
Playing Angry Birds on his phone. Unfortunately, Dots looking to try and pick things up, but W7M looked like the fear of God's been put in them. As with all that control and the diffuse play.
Yeah, not a lot harder. Whoa, give him the ace. Wait, give him the ace. Give him it. Where's he at? Run at him.
It was a 5v5 when that diffuser went down, and STK Give him the Dokkaebi.
Nice.
They'll give you
SDK
magic
ace.
With that secondary, all 5 for the
That's what we
Doke.
want to see.
3 attacks for Loud.
A lot harder to do on CEO, but again, you can't let Loud execute, and we saw it again. Another really fucking good Windows take from them. They still have all the, like, yes, you took away Sense, but they got Ying, they got the Grim. Both are so oppressive.
I have no idea how Palu didn't hear that. He was right next to everything.
And they added, they did a little variation where Stroker on the Dokkaebi, walk up the red spiral, kill all 5.
Like, you could feel like STK was like, this is just too good.
That guy's being blocked on Twitter. Love that guy. Yeah, I love that guy.
Good on him. Hey.
Very good on
Yeah, I would say more NA as well. They remind me of like a Shopify team again.
You were absolutely right.
But I have heard people try to compare them to VP a little bit.
Louder up 3-1. I know, you know, attacking side on Bank, but W7M have not looked like the most active participant in a lot.
But one of my
these
more
rounds.
favorite teams to watch, because again, I like their executes and their variations. Like, sure, if they play the same map over and over again, could you get countered? Yeah, but just nice little stuff to add into the playbook.
Wasn't the structure?
Because it's always very, very clean and well thought out picks.
Trading system. Loban didn't get droned.
Nitro spawn killed him in a scrim. No way. He was that petty and blocked you on Twitter for that. That's insane. That is actually insane.
A one-off. You're gonna rat every round? You need something more convincing because Louder.
You play Rozzy, you say you guys not to get stroked. No. I will say, like, in a LAN event, by the time we got to play them, they were easy to play against because we already got to see all their maps, and they were very so much like OXG, the old OXG, where, like, they just ran the same takes, so they were very easy to counter. They just, yeah, the same defenses, they didn't switch anything. That was just a big counter game.
It's just not good enough. Like, yeah, play behind your utility for sure, but you've also got to.
But they're still my goods. Still like watching them play. Hard to fight them on execute. Yeah, you don't want it. It's like taking Shopify. Same reason. Like you're not gonna be able to get a pick before the execute. Besides maybe basement, and even basement if you heavy roam like Shopify does their server ISO. Like holy cow, they just don't want to fight you. But here we go. We got Stroker on Blitz.
How about 0-5?
Wow. Now this was a good roam clear.
How about Loban down too?
Got the knock.
Is that not the most efficient Bank second floor?
5v2. Oh my god. This doesn't even surprise me. Most people are probably stunned by Loud. Even being up 4-1 here on W7M. This does not surprise me at all.
And he is still there. Dots is trying to cut off an attacker rotation of Marble.
When I saw Bank, this was a Loud map.
It's over. It's cooked.
These guys beat VP on Bank after being down, I think it was 5-1 defense. Came back and won the game. Might have even been 6-0.
It's against Loud too, so actually a little nervous now as the Nook creeps by. Castle on drone. They know now. Here comes the blitz. Tagged up. He's keeping him.
That's too far.
SDK pushing forward.
Okay, maybe not.
Hello. Okay. Little whiffage, but we can forgive him when they're up 4-1.
Top 2 BR player right now? Yeah. I very much enjoy his interviews as well.
I did wonder when I saw Perez get that final kill, I was like, I didn't think Perez was on the blitz. No, he wasn't. Like, he actually got the kill through the
He is a funny guy.
Blitz did, in fact, miss every shot.
Poor guy. Hey,
listen, a round's a round.
Another STK round.
Listen, a round is a round. And if Loud are going to go 5-1 up, then so be it. We are just here to watch and observe. They're playing some really good Siege at the moment. As you mentioned, such an effective clear of that top floor. Good pre-placed drones, really good teamwork. Everybody knew where they needed to be. And W7M, like, please tell me, you know what you're going to expect here. You know that this is something that could happen. Just be ready for it. It just seems a shame. Like, buddy up upstairs.
I also think, like, Loud struggled early in the season. They said, you know, they were a little, in their heads a little bit. They got a big organization like Loud to represent now. Like, little nerds. Weren't playing like themselves, but also their map picks in the beginning were a little confusing, I will say. Against some of those weaker teams, they were going to some maps that I don't think were even very good in their map pool.
Especially when, as we mentioned, W7M don't play this map all that much. They played it at Reload, and before that, At least according to my
One of my
notes,
streaming Turtle Elephant calls, it's over.
Stage 1.
Turtle is now a
This is not a
T2
map they play
organization.
often, so we see them bringing it out, and we're like,
We are
okay.
T2 players.
They-
We went
they're
from
cooking something. They
T4
got something in
shitters to
store.
T3 champions
And it's been a lot of bank defaults.
to we made it to the big leagues.
Not even played that energetically. The positions are all there. I think we can agree with that, Ollie.
I would agree.
But as you said, the coordination, the calming between those two players on the top floor, not playing their trades, letting Loud get all that control over.
How long
free.
did it
They set
take?
up a plan, and to be fair, Loud are executing a
Like 4
raid.
months, maybe?
And it's easy to get
3-4
caught off
months?
guard by that rush on second floor. Everything just falls so easily after that. And for a
Whenever,
team that
like,
was
the
going
week before the
toe-to-toe
last
against
Challenger
Furia in the best
League
game of the
came out.
stage, not only in SAL, potentially in the whole
Yep, we're about to be T2 Thanos. Exactly. That's the next goal.
getting
Now we get to
run
play.
down STK.
Now we get to play Mr. B and Karn.
Which I've
Trev gets to who's the better IGL.
It's not a bad thing. It's gonna happen to people. Dafo.
Another good pick.
He's able
And
to
this is that lower site.
first one, Lobin.
W7 again. I like that they're contesting now, though. You can't give them the map, but like we just said, with the because they can't give them the map, we are bringing more
SDK on that printing
roam
window,
clear ups with that
finally some
Dokkaebi
success coming
Deimos.
through here for W7M.
However,
Ooh.
trade's not really working out. Can we get Perez up? 3v3's not the worst.
Saves
We
himself,
can't get him up.
takes down
Okay,
Dots, but no,
now
finished off by Dodez.
not
Unlucky.
too hot.
Really strong fight back for W7M.
Oh, Paulu. I don't know if I like this. With Deimos dead, it's not bad.
See if they give you something, as you need to make a play once.
But if they know you're there, you're just begging for the trade. Back to 2v2.
That's funny. Oh, I didn't know Paul was up here. He checks it. He's down.
He like kind of knew he was there, but didn't know he was there at the same time. That's like a weird way to walk into the door, no?
You literally have outlines. But you could see it on the outline.
I was
Oh, you
wired
locked in. Were you in
I don't think you guys were ever T4. You had like T3 players on your team the entire time. Yeah, it was more of a meme. I have no idea what T4 even is. I got no idea what T. Isn't T4 collegiate?
You'd be happy with that as Loud, wouldn't you?
T3 is like you're in the void. You're not collegiate players, but you're in the void. You can't make T2, so you just play every other tournament possible.
I liked it more.
Like we played, what did we play? We played the Outlast League. We played. Oh my god, I don't even know. We were like at 8 tournaments
consistently give you that as an
that we could play in because anyone can sign up.
It's fair for them to get a couple of rounds, but
And we ended up winning one of them
you'd be looking at an even split, or you'd be hoping
and
for an
losing
even
the
split,
grand finals of another one.
especially with the way that things were playing out. The shields were available for Loud though, and they did exploit them. Something
Got a
that
point.
isn't gonna be
With
available
being
for
signed to Loud, it's one of the
W7M.
biggest orgs in VR
R2
esports
of
together.
the
Furia and
primary
Pain.
shields,
Yeah, no,
one
exactly. They went from
BB
orgless to
both
pretty high
and
like with
as is
no
the
expectations
norm,
on them.
it's
By the
only
way,
been
Raza
taken
company
away.
finishing top 6.
Really going with the NA band.
You know, even though we were top 4.
Hibana, Ace, and then
But they finished top 6. And then they went to an org with kind of expectations at this point. Like, hey,
W7M, one of, if not the best entry team.
biggest organization in
Winning every
Brazil.
local duel except one. in that
Please still have that success. Are we going to see Perez? What do we see the bans?
Right now, they're 57% on the attack,
Wow.
48
Okay.
or so % on the defense.
So we're seeing Perez put the Mira.
They can vary from map to map.
That is
Perez against 9Z
very
all the
annoying
way back on day one. It was 4 rounds
on the server wall.
8-6 OT finish.
However, it's usually annoying because it's combined with a Ace Hibana ban.
W7M showed a lot of good ideas in their game against Furia
But
yesterday.
Loud choosing to ban out the shields instead on W7M,
Despite it being
wanting more a default bank. So I don't know if that's still a good mirror to put on a default because it's good against hard breach charges or cans because you can shoot the guy as he puts them on.
Category of operator he's usually on.
But with Ace Hibana, should be able to still create your way into going into the default plant.
Fun fact. Coming into today,
Wow,
Loud
fast
are the
entry
worst
from
team
Paul.
in
This might be the
the
fastest I've seen Paula move. What is happening?
Right down at 39%.
Who is on his account? Holy shit. Fall hatch open, E2 cleared, just like that.
For anyone that knows numbers, they know that's not good.
Yeah.
We know our
Unfortunately,
numbers.
I have dyscalculia, so
What does that mean?
like dyslexia for numbers.
Oh. We just call that number dyslexia.
That's okay. E2 could drop. E2 player usually has to cover the gap of the vault drop. That's fine. Still have a good a player in open area.
Sitting on the hatch, very calm position. Shielder going for the kill, and he falls back.
Easy to run back.
Dots.
And do we have anybody in server?
W7M not wasting any time with this.
Technically, we're in CC room, so we're gonna tube the hatch. Here's Stroker, gonna be tubing.
I don't think they're doing too bad pacing wise at the moment.
I think server's free. I think this is kind of a super bunker here. 2 players in vault, player in gold, player in garage. It's just Stroker in the site with the tube. We're just wasting a little bit of time. Interesting to see no Goyo here. I talk so highly of the Trinity of Smoke Goyo tube. And instead we're playing off an Echo, which is great for late round executes, but we didn't waste enough time. I don't think we wasted quite enough time to warrant an Echo here.
This is the benefit of the
all right, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, ace is up. So that mirror was useless.
Avoid this mirror window. You basically,
and this mirror is useless as well.
You can just 2 Selmas, done. And now,
oh, Loud, what are we going to do with this defense here? We have 2 smokes left.
Primary utility for Perez destroyed. And now the utility drain starts. Live
probably would have been better no mirror and Goyo.
Slow, so he's got to be careful. And the defense do have 3 C4s in pocket. Daffodil in particular can play around the shield and play a bit further up to actually land that lineup.
Last smoke used. Plenty of time now. Now it's going to come down to the C4 play and the Echo drone. And we still got, we are EMPing everything here. Did we get the Echo drone? We didn't. Paceto. But here's the problem when you're relying on that much util as well. Dodes drops, gets 3. Echo drone shot. Not enough time waste.
Dismantled by the L85.
Bomb down and just on Echo. Dots are gonna run at him. Yup. Get him. Get him, Blitz. Get him, Blitz. Ooh, hit him with the 180. Hit him with the 180. Oh, yeah.
Finish him off. Easy one for W7M, albeit with very low time remaining.
I mean, you say easy. Paceto was so close to stopping that plant from going down, and the time was already 0. So he stops that plant, and it doesn't matter how many kills, doesn't matter what's gone on. If he's alive and he stops the plant on Echo.
Wait, I was trolling about Limbo happening?
Super close.
And this is a little awkward, guys.
At the right moment by
Limbo is indeed happening right outside my window, which is looking right at the pool. This is a little awkward.
Very strong indeed.
I just realized my window is open too, and everyone is limboing while staring at me.
I mean, would you rewind and
so hang on, I might have to make some eye contact.
Bring the Goyo instead. I'm sure there's something that you could squeeze it in there for. I don't think we saw too much value out of the 2-brow other than a decent gun and a C4. We didn't. It's not like you've got the ability to freeze the Hibanas forever. Like, yeah, so what? Hibana
full on adults, and that thing is 8 foot tall. They're just walking under it. Come on, come on. You gotta put that thing lower.
I agree with on the point.
The kids are not even, they're just walking.
There's a reason he is standard on that site. There's a reason he's brought in basically every iteration.
Bunch of cheaters out there.
It's because you got 80 seconds of denial on that kid. 80 seconds of denial.
All right, see ya.
And the default strat is a plant on the border between
going away from lower, and we're running Tubecade. Tubecade coming out. You don't. This might be the first time we're seeing this, and this is because we Ace. We're okay leaving Ace Hibana open, so we're running Tubecade to deny E3 wall.
Already saw it earlier. Already talked about it earlier.
Very bunkered here with smoke, also Clash, Warden.
Saw how good that open area
I don't know if I like this. And this is kind of where I judge Loud. If what I think is their weakness is their defenses, I want
to save those for other purposes.
Kind of not too happy with the last defense at the red. Not running Goyo, not enough time waste. Over reliant on the Echo. Mira was kind of useless.
Yeah, I think that's a good little
with these bans.
Change to deal with the clash potentially. You've got some
sub scrims Monday night. I don't know about that. No. The sub teams, no one should be scrimming. No scrims. We are going in dry.
Depending on what it's destined for. Also the mirror. A key piece of key piece of util that's open here, and
no practice.
Mirror on CEO is a fantastic tool. So again, kind of bringing into question the lineup that Loud are bringing. Are they bringing the best tools for the job out of what is available? Time will tell. The next minute and 30 will certainly tell for this round at least. Palu looking to pop a smoke out there, and give himself an angle to work.
Going in dry,
Paris
Herb.
is on the warden, so Ollie does need to be caution.
SR definitely looks like they're
caution
getting their
toward
defense
that.
more together. Yeah.
Looks as though he's setting up for a little bit of shock and awe here as people are.
I'm a fan of. I think they play
stop.
defense the right way on Shopify. I think I like that they rely on a lot of vision, like the Valk Echo in this site. I say that. I don't know what execute that. We just kind of try to anaconda something here. W7M.
Apparently that was it for W7M.
I don't know. I do think overcooking a little bit. Like, we could have just did a default Windows take. Double shields are off the board, so like we could still run Capital, Grim, Sense, Rora, all the normal window operators. K2 would be, you'd be picking K2 for no reason. You would take those two off the board because they're useless.
Got a flawless round for
Like,
them,
if
say.
Shopify did their window take into that, I think they win that 100% of the time. That is a free window take. Demos below. Who cares if there's a guy in January who can't open the wall? You cap fire over it. You demos track anyone that's underneath. You use the util, get the bomb down.
And it just never came. Loud were just like, okay, you're gonna walk through stock. That's fine. We'll find one.
Yeah.
Oh, Paolo, you're on the. Oh no, you're not on the rappel anymore. It was just one by one.
I know John
There was
wanted
just
the
nothing
mint sub team to play
all
some
that they
games
had.
together before you, but now he can't make it. That was kind of behind my back a little bit. Maybe I shouldn't have put you guys in a Discord. Maybe I should have left it a surprise.
Logan was basically pushing.
Maybe I
Jacob
should
by
have did
himself, and I
that.
believe
But
SDM
hey,
actually-
live and learn.
I think he actually shotgunned him too because he lost health pretty
I think it would be a lot better if it was
It didn't seem like he
just like
inhaling smoke. I felt like he would've lived a
you
little
going in as a surprise. That way you don't think about anything. Don't think about what maps. Don't think about it like just playing to play.
Like I think they had a smoke for it and that was it. People were not really contested by W7M inside.
Oh
the
wait,
site
that bar's
overall.
pretty
We saw the
low.
vision
That
over
guy
by
was
Shannon
like
and over by Stock, but I
6'3".
think they were betting everything on that
Oh no, that
play,
guy was
but
like 5'8". He
Stock
couldn't do
player
it. Never mind,
died
he
and
was
the
short.
blitz went down. I was like, oh, this is.
I say short and I'm 5'8". All right, well, my bad.
Something
My
that
bad.
hasn't gone awry is the lineup this time for basement. Loud have brought the Goyo.
Ain't no way someone going under that one.
The Clash as well. Clash, don't always see Clash for a basement. Usually you would value other things, but in this instance, Basetto has opted for the Clash. I guess with
Oh my
setting
God.
down the Clash shield, it kind of changes
Impressive.
the way you would play Clash in basement. You can play a little bit more aggro on those blue stairs, drop back, and give yourself something nice to peek from.
The Holy Trinity, Smoke, Goyo, Tube, we're back to lower. We're playing lower the right way here, Loud. I like this. No more over-reliance
People are happy to drop off STK.
on that Echo. Instead, we're going to see Pasetto on the Clash, solo blue stairs. I only seen this out of one team so far. I believe it was LFO versus Shopify. And I was not a fan. Not going to lie, I don't really like that Clash solo server waste time strategy.
Your W7M.
But it's not bad compared with this, or because you're still going to have Tube waste time right here.
Well, I did
Stroker.
say that it seemed pretty easy. I think to be fair, I
Boom.
think I was
You're still going to have
blocked a
Tube
lot
waste
by
time right
the
there, and the 3 smokes, and the Goyo fires.
point out. That C4 to get shot out of the air.
W7M has
Had to get that 3K, had to deal with all
no
those
fuse, no
problematic
twitch,
players by himself.
and only 2
So
nades.
coordinated, it was a good drop.
So they're going to struggle with those
Also,
Goyo
multiple
fires.
things to go awry. We'll spot the Clash. Walking around blue stairs, but that's the
So
nice
this
thing.
Clash
They might
time waste
stop
is
for a
not bad.
retreat.
Is he going to be able to shoot
She
that
has put
fire?
herself in a tricky position now. Really good timing, detonating the
Oh, yeah, I don't know about that fire.
Taken down too. Yoda's put to
If he
quite
was
low
able to
speed, but I
pop
like
that,
pitch
why
from
did wait,
W7M.
also why did he put the shield on
I
his
love the
back
vision
rather
from
than
Basetto. I
rather
think
than
he's given another couple of seconds and he can
put
drop
it down
the
and use it as a
give
shield?
himself a power pause. Maybe it's a little bit different.
Questionable
Fire
class
did do
play.
Quite considerable damage to Dodez, but he's not likely going to be the one putting the diffuser down. It's very likely going to be Dots on that Ossa, and they've set up a nice shield deep inside of server. Got some good pressure on the
Hatch got
hatches
open?
here. So a lot
Maybe
of this is
saving the
down to
tube for the
utility
sense play
players.
coming out here.
And
This
the
could
Warden still
be
with a
high
C4.
IQ at a
Still
stroker.
got 3 Toxic Babe canisters. Vulcan packs, they've dissipated. No more left for this world. Perez activates the goggles. Another bait on a Toxic Babe. 26 seconds. It's still going to be fairly touch and go given lives remain in utility.
All the Goyo fires gone?
It's going to be an issue, even in the.
Bomb going down,
45.
smoke.
Bob looked like it might be
That's
a good
bomb.
position. Last smoke goes out. It takes down Dots
10 seconds
completely.
left.
No missed utility this time. Volps hits the drop though. STK finds
It's gonna be a panic
negative
execute.
37M, but time advantage Loud. Kills hitting for live. Only 1 second to go.
Nice. That is what I thought we would see the first round.
3 rounds,
Last second
6-3.
execute.
Loud just
Won the
away from
gunfights in the
top
back.
our top
Good
of
shit
SAL.
from Loud.
Perez there just doing the minimum, staying alive. You don't need to peek. You've had your moment. You've stayed alive in red
Who's
corridor
Stroker?
as
Yes,
the
DK.
warden. That is enough.
Big fan of when Loud
ever
when Loud played FaZe.
6-3 now for Loud as W7
Always got the player
consistently
matchup.
struggle to find an answer for this team. What is the ban going to be? A blitz and a
loss
clash.
last night got to him. I don't think they look that bad.
You can see why you remove that operator.
Like, Loud are kind of just outplaying him, and Furia outplayed him on club. Like W7M were up 6-5 and went bar. Like, I actually agree with the call to go bar, but like they had a chance to win that game. This game, I just don't. I think the map choice. They don't really play bank. W7M does not really play bank. Why did we take Loud to bank?
From what we've seen, it's not always mattered what W7M have had access to, because Loud have just plainly been better on the night. STK 10-5, Perez 8-3, Live 7-5.
All right, no shields up. Loud does not want to play against shields.
He's only got 2 kills. He's only died 4 times.
It's a good game. It's a very good game.
And the best way that I think to hold open is personally not investing too many resources top floor, wasting a little bit of time, and then playing late round. I think that is the best way to play open. Otherwise, this site is too easy to cheese a direct take, too easy to cheese a Teller's Archive pick.
Playoffs at this point. Top 6 at least. But Loud were at 5 yesterday. With 2 Titans of Brazil in front of them this weekend. They get 3 points out of 1 and another 3. They'll find themselves at 11, 2 ahead of Furia, the champs of Reload. A team you've always got to be worried about. And then right behind FaZe, the team they beat yesterday, who's only at 12 after a regulation win today. And if you're worried about just sneaking into that top 4, if you've got head-to-head over 2 different teams, depending on how these tiebreakers get close, this weekend could be so pivotal for Loud's not only future for groups, but even future into playoffs, depending on what happens.
It's a big week. Make no mistake. Loud have thrust a flag down into the sand and said, we are here to play. Regardless of who they've gone up against. Put up a good account of themselves. The game isn't over, though. We've still got rounds for W7M here if they are able to clutch out here. And well, it'd have to be a fairly hefty clutch. Take us into an OT right now. Reloading. The best start. Kara's going down.
Unfortunately, sticking out there a little bit.
STK safe for a brief time.
Now we're trying to go for hero plays. It's going to be a snowball kind of round. That's all. All good. All good. Happens sometimes on bank. That's why bank defense can be so hard sometimes.
Daffodil sent sprinting, panting, gasping for breath inside of E1. 2v5, Bassetto the only one in the sight for the moment. W7M even taking some time to reset. The Candelas go off. Doda's caught slacking, but you've got redundancy.
They're going to survive until round 10 and then win both mid-round floor sites.
Play the trades, you can play the waiting
Because
game.
the operator bans? But why?
Favors you, but they're starting to drop. They're surrounding around Daffodil, but he
Like you could
vacates the area.
win CEO with these bans. Mira's
I
up.
want to see W7M lose it like this. Missed opportunity on the Legion. Spots the person beeper.
You could easily be running a Mira Wamai. One of those Mira Wamai, Aruni, maybe even Jaeger defenses to defend against a window take. Which you'll see like teams like Shopify, DZ as well do. Like you could still play CEO, you could still play lower. Those bans aren't that bad on defense.
Because welcome.
Oh, the shield
whoever
bans?
this team is. You finally
All
made
3
it
shields, yeah. Yeah.
Good time to use a timeout for Loud. Take a little bit of the sting
That
out
makes
of
sense.
the previous round. With the speed and aggression that W7M came in on.
So nice as a defending team when you're able to ban all 3 shields though, and you're like, oof.
You just need to calm down a little bit.
Get to play some normal Siege.
All game, and we've quite liked that.
Possibly,
We don't
right?
really want you to come in
Like,
now and
yes, they
start
can still cheese us with
really
some
sweating
Ying
and
glass.
trying, but it seems like that's what W7M did. It was an angry round. It felt like a
Who's your
lash out.
favorite team to watch right now stylistically? I mean, I don't have a favorite. I have a few. Like Loud is one of my the Brazilian favorite team to watch because of the style they play. I enjoy watching.
An option just for a little bit of a conversation.
Oh boy, DZ.
Also gives W7M time to go, okay. We've had
and Shopify.
Round. Now let's build on it.
I do enjoy watching M80 because obviously birthday boy Matt and Cold Stevens and the boys over there are really nice. EU, there's a couple too. G2 is fun to watch right now for obvious reasons. The King. VP is the most fun to watch for me because I just love the way they play the game. And honestly, Fnatic are a dark horse team that I enjoy kind of watching. And I'll have a video out shortly on Wizards POV on Fnatic. But they actually play a pretty nice gameplay. Like it's not bad. I think they might need a roster change. But I am enjoying the way that they've been playing, and I think they're kind of a dark horse over there. Maybe in the future. Maybe like stage 2. No, they're not here? Okay. Whew, thank God.
With the Clash being banned, it kind of changes the dynamic of this site. Loud have consistently brought a Clash to try and hold on to the outside of sort of janitors and stock area. It's a great
Alright, go into CEO.
Deployable shield there, but what's better than a deployable shield that can't move? Oh, a Clash shield that can. So
no Mira.
Better option all round. He's still going to get that pressure onto the windows. And with the Azami being
running
removed,
a tube.
there's not too much that you can do about that. So you've not
no
really
Cade this time.
Again, bit of a surprise to not see.
What are we tubing? Probably just going to keep janitor wall shut with the tube.
Like, okay, we know that they're on the window. We know that they're throwing this, that, and
also for sense walls. Probably for sense walls as well. Relying on the vision to counter a little bit of the window take. Loban on the IQ, getting tremendous use here.
Spotting out those black eye cameras, and that's all three. So they know exactly where the cams are now. Live, I guess what he brings to the round is now a C4 and the MPX, which
I hope we don't use our tubes for stock.
Baited out the IQ at least. Might not be terrible.
Okay, good.
Also, what Cyber plays the out for. Doesn't really matter what.
Delaying with the BP. I love doing that.
Roam around the map. Cause chaos for the attack wherever he decides to rear his head. That Clash point you brought up is very important. Look at how much more space W7M have to work with. Loud can't contest this as easily. SDK might have to be more active in contesting the hall outside Janitor. Already letting a smoke go early on. That B makes him nervous. He knows he's vulnerable without that player pushing stock. You got the Marble guy instead. But Live is able to find one. There he is. He is just on the roam. That's Loban down below. He was not a major factor in this attack. The bulk of the structure the attack's bringing is still quite solid. Now Smoke starting to push back. Thermite looks in. Perez spotted. Tries to transfer onto the Smoke. He's
trying to play a little too bunkered here. Just completely expecting the window take and not even thinking that a Thermite's going to walk curve. Kind of baited the window take, Paulu. They're grabbing, they're sensing, and then they just walked curve, took stock on him. No, don't make dots plant. Let him get the ace. Someone else swing in. Oh, is he gonna get the bomb plant and ace? No. Good little variation and switch up. Again, baiting that window take, that's obviously what Loud was ready for.
Loud will get that round, just one round away from overtime.
You've got to bring the mirror. If you've not got the Clash and you've not got a solid presence outside of stock, you have to bring the mirror there for that defense because it makes things so much easier. You could see how antsy Smoke was getting. Imagining.
I do like the mirror, not so much for the mirror on the janitor wall, which obviously is good against the window take, but more so the mirror that you've put in long desk facing the janitor door for problems like that, for times like that.
Player gets into janitor door, bang the wall soft, and he can just spray straight through into meat and he kills Perez.
Rolls in a pro team in a nutshell.
It's a domino effect. You know, it's as soon as one thing starts to go wrong, as soon as
I was just gonna say I'll let Kai handle that, but you're on YouTube. In a nutshell, easiest way to put it, you have a first entry is usually taking main space, your second entry is a little bit of a lurker,
course they will.
For the most part. A little bit more passive.
That's exactly what happened.
W7M you have a mailbox cutoff player. You have a flex player who plays all your shields, yin, glass, any cheese ops, and then you have your other support, which is your OBJ bomb player. A lot of execute ops. Sense, Montaigne, Capital. Or sometimes, like we see right here, just on a hard breach, just on ace. That's in a nutshell. That mailbox player is playing usually your util. So like Loban here on Twitch. And I feel like other regions mix it up a little bit. Some don't have. Like Loban's not that passive of a player. And he's playing the util role.
Smooth seas, a good sailor does not make.
But the way I like to think of it is like 2 entries, 2 supports, and a flex, right? That's the most basic you can set it up. On Unwanted, we went a different route. We went 2 entries.
Bringing the sense this time.
I
haven't seen them play tons
to really break it down simply, we went 3 supports, 2 entries. And the supports were obviously flexible. Dream could play a shield, Spirits could play whatever the hell. Mac could play a shield and whatever the hell.
That Selma device. Feels like he might have got it. That wall is still solid. SDK not really wanting to stick around to find out. Still a thought from W7M that he could be up there, but he has since dipped himself.
All right, Loud on match point, open area, and they're going to go in for kind of what I was talking about. Better way to play the site is just give them everything. They did. They gave him top floor. Now they're going to play extremely bunkered. The next step for W7M at this point is you're looking for the free pick. You don't want to just take top floor and go for an execute. You want to take top floor and like, okay, now where can we get a man advantage situation? Right here, it's going to be Archives Tellers. Perez maybe overstaying his welcome. Also a mistake from Dodez. Why is he looking at Kitchen? You should just be holding Archives. Keep the guy locked in there so you get the pick. Now he's out. Now another pick that these guys could be looking for is if there's a player in the E2 elevator, which we don't see. We see him on the main stairs. That's also like Daffo. Main stairs is also somewhere you can get a pick, because Loban could just drop down the vault hatch and get into the basement, and then you could actually just put pressure, come down marble stairs, make that player drop into the basement, right into him. That is another common trap setup. Oh my god, live setup. We are going to see a kitchen wall execute, and he should not be able to be on this wall. We should have someone on top down here. Shooting through the small wall, so we can't be on the wall. We have one smoke up. It's going to come down to this smoke. If he can sense wall across. Daffo with the late blue flank as well. Did he smoke default? Daffo on the flank.
Reveals the position, but Volps is going to be looking. Volps is ready for it.
Wow.
No denying this defuse.
Wow, wow, wow.
All the way across in the off spot.
Insane shot. Oh my god. Daffo, 1 HP Volps.
That's all you need to take down Volps. All you need to take down this Sens. What intel
I think there's intel. They're yellow pinging him. He hit a goo. He hit a goo. He wants the kill. Oh my god. He wants the kill so bad.
W7M dropping.
Oh my god.
Stubs his toe. He's got time. He's got more than enough time to rub
Oh my god, what an ending that was. Let's fucking go, Loud. Let's fucking go. Holy shit.
To finish it in a 1 versus 1 when both players are one single shot.
Wow. What a fucking pistol kill that was. Insane.
Incredible performance here from Loud.
Holy shit.
But that doesn't paint the full
Oh my god, Volps hit the fucking goo mine. Oh my god.
They played incredible siege throughout the entirety of Bank. They had the lead for the majority, if not all of Bank, and they kept W7M consistently guessing and on that back foot. I loved the double flank. I'm going to be honest, as soon as I saw
wow. What game match of the day, and boy was it. Maybe Loud should have closed that out a little bit sooner. Was it 6-3? But win's a fucking win.
Beautiful.
They played beautifully.
Dude, honestly, sometimes you see flicks that are like so quick and so like precise. I like blinked and didn't even realize he had killed him. I was honestly kind of stunned when it happened. But obviously you have that kill, and obviously you have the Gumine to end it, as we said. Kind of an unfortunate ending, but that's a super important series to win. It, like, Ollie, Loud beat FaZe and W7M. How crazy is that? 6 points out of the weekend against massive teams, and now leaping ahead of Furia in a really, really good spot potentially to contest, not just for playoffs, but for top 4 even, it might seem. I mean, would you have predicted that? I don't think so.
It's a hell of a week, isn't it? You know, if you'd have said that this had happened over the course of a couple of weeks, or one at the start of the stage, one at the end, fine.
Ooh.
Over the course of a week,
Gotta catch my
take
breath
down
after that one.
Essentially 2 of the top dogs inside the region. Let's not make any bones about it. These 2 are consistently at majors. They are performing. They've got real star players and great potential on both sides. And Loud have just come out there and said, you know what? We fancy a week in the sun. We're going to hit some highlights now and recap the game that we have just watched. It was that good. We want to see it all again. I think from my point of view, it started to happen quite early. And I think that Loud did what some teams fail to do, and it starts strong. How many times do we see a team drop 2 rounds and then come back to win the game? But Loud consistently had that edge from the start. They looked really warm coming into this fixture.
I would agree with that, and honestly, like, I know it might seem simple to like really credit.
Anyone clip that? Did anyone clip that pistol shot?
For the victory, but I mean, that 4-2 looked really, really good, and when they were winning those rounds,
grab it real quick.
From start to finish, you get the opening pick, the 5v4, and they're converting them every time with 3 players alive, 2 alive, and obviously we got good performances from STK there. They'll be getting performances like that from a lot of people on Loud. STK, of course, but Paris alive also doing really good when on W7M, what, you had Dodez having a really good game like he had yesterday, but one of the only rounds W7M won was a Loban 3K, and he ended the game with 6 kills. Half of his impact over the course of the game was in 1 round on a side they lost. They played well. They played good. It's still a 7-5, and they're still at the top of the league, right? You're always going to get increased criticism when you're doing well. It's kind of the...
Bots are asleep.
Sword. You win, but we
My chat's asleep. Guys.
We think you're so good. But at the same time...
We should be clipping it because it was sick.
Unfortunately, sadly, they will lose 7-5.
I think that's it. We're always more critical of teams at the top, and it's only because we know what they're capable of. And it isn't to say that the teams challenging them aren't capable of the same, but when you've seen W7M do it on some of the biggest stages across the world, you know that that's something they've got in their locker. We don't always necessarily know what Loud have got in their locker until they do it, until they prove themselves. Now, yeah, it's an online game, it's a best of 1, but they've still come out here and given a fantastic account of themselves. And again, I just think it speaks to the power of the region, doesn't it? There isn't that huge divide between top and bottom. Anyone can beat anyone on the day, and it kind of goes back to what Felipox was saying in the interview. You know, you've got to throw respect on all of these teams because, you know, you are going to have to try for these fixtures. It isn't just a given that because you're a good team, you're going to come out here and get results, because Loud are scrimming the same people that W7M are going to be scrimming every week. So why not? Why not? Oh, that was the shot again. That was the shot again, man.
Can't believe it.
I don't know why. Well, I know why he went to finish the kill, just because he wanted a little bit of showboating and stuff. But I love the fact that he just sprinted straight for it. I think we're ready to send you over to our wonderful desk. They're going to break it down further, and they have an interview with Perez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ollie and Lynx. And I have to say, look, you might be seeing that it's just me and Gabe here because I just have to
believe it.
That's it. Fox literally
last round
exploded because of that last round. We got an ace, and we got that last round, which was absolutely incredible. And I will say, I had to stand up. The last 45 seconds of that game is just me doing this.
I mean, I heard
it is insane.
I heard Tim in the back of my head saying, "Here comes overtime," but unfortunately, we didn't get to that.
He's
point.
going overtime, Gabe.
I mean, that was actually really good. That was impressive. No, I mean, the game was impressive from both these teams. I mean, it kind of looked a little scary for W7M in the beginning, but they did start to fight back. But I mean, it was so important for Loud to be able to close it out, gain those 3 points, keep that gap further away from the bottom 6. Unfortunately, they don't jump too high in standings. I believe they only jump 1 spot from that, but it's still important that they were able to beat them. And on top of beating FaZe already, I mean, they're off to a great start right now.
They absolutely are. I mean, this was definitely unexpected. And, Fox, I'm glad that you could recombobulate yourself after the end of that game, because I have to say, I understand that you dematerialized because of how incredible it was, because it was just something else, unexpected.
Yeah, it really was something else. I mean, obviously, like Lax said, it was a matchup that, you know, we couldn't really believe what was going on. I had to disappear for a second and then reappear, essentially. So
you're a magician, Fox. You know that.
You know, I can do it all. I can do it all.
I want to know what I would be hiding behind my ears maybe one day, but here we're gonna have to have a chat with one of the magicians themselves on the squad. Let's bring up Perez joining us on the interview from Loud. Perez, it's good to see you again. Holy hell, what a game. Oh my god, that was incredible. What happened in the last round? Walk me through it.
It's just a round of tournament. Like in screens, we would never like have this round. It's crazy. Like I don't know how I left alive on the archives and killed the guy on green that we call in Brazil. And after that, the 1v3, so weird. Was nice glitch.
Well, Perez, I want to say congratulations. I mean, getting that 3 points is so important for you guys, and obviously being able to close it out, not pushing OT. I mean, you guys beat FaZe, and then now you guys beat W7M, the two top dogs currently, or were currently. I mean, what's kind of been the big change for you guys from the previous weeks, and then obviously to this week?
So the first week, I was really sick, so I know this affected us. Yeah. The second week, your first game, we were not playing your siege. We are like focused so much on other things, thinking too much. And after that loss against Los, we talked about, and then we changed.
All right. Is this Liquid game next? My God.
Play, the things we're gonna do, and 3 wins after that.
Hey, it's working.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it absolutely is working now. For you, Perez,
Liquid Black Dragon.
Forward, you have, you know, 2 easier games coming up. One, you know, hard one the way that you, depending on how you look at it. How are you guys going to stay consistent going into your last 3 games?
I mean, just do the same thing that we did this.
What I feel like this is always the question about staying consistent. No? Am I crazy? I feel like I keep hearing the same question.
Like, try hard on scrims, like nothing new. We just need to do your work.
I mean, you definitely were doing your work. It definitely looked like it in the results, right? You, like you said, you were sick. There were issues. Things all compounded together. It's unfortunate timing, but you recovered. And a perfect moment here in the league to jump up higher in positions. And I mean, to follow up on Fox, even more specifically, ENX next play day, anything you want to say to them?
Nothing. It's just going to be an easy game.
Easy game, Prez. Easy game.
Oh, and buy Loud skins.
What skin does Loud have?
Buck.
Buck skin. Gives more damage.
I should just be the spokesman for every org
Bro,
that has.
thank you. Thank you.
Listen, I'm trying to get you guys more money.
I don't think the players get more money.
All right, there we go.
Hey,
I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll be looking at my Twitter. I'm watching it. I'm watching like a hawk right now, Paris.
Gabe has been begging on his knees over the past week to get any of those extra codes, and honestly, I completely understand it. They're absolutely sick. Perez, thank you so much for joining us here. Congratulations on a massive win today for the Loud and Perez fans out there. Make sure you're tuning in for game number 2 next Saturday. It'll be ENX.
It does more damage. Yeah, that's a classic. That's a classic right there.
See you next week.
I hope so.
Classic.
And always good is we repeat ourselves to have.
Wait, Herm, are you here?
English is not their first language, as I think at least 2 of us here understand what that's like. But then again, Fox is kind of. But you're
Herm, I thought you couldn't make. I thought you could not make the sub wars.
Yeah, I mean,
you had to work.
Lax is English too. Wait, what do you say?
Yeah,
2
I meant
of us?
you.
No,
Yeah,
but he's talking about
you and
you guys
me.
speak different languages.
Oh,
where I
okay, yeah,
only
we
speak-
Yeah.
do
He went to
speak
bed.
different language. I mean, English was still like my first language.
No, but I thought he
there
had
you
a
go.
he
Well,
thought he had to
that's
work
two
on
language
Wednesday.
At the same time.
Not gonna brag, but you know, as someone who English is not their first language, it really is kind of helpful here, and I understand how difficult it is to get these players on here.
Guys, I got
And
two
coaches, of
coppers
course,
that
have to
signed up,
talk
and
about things
no way
in
I can put
English
two
to
coppers on my team.
elucidate, make things clear for all of us foreigners.
No way can I
what goes
put
on
two
here. I really
coppers
do appreciate that. Fox Laxing
on my
let's wrap
already.
up
I already got
the
mine, who's like a
all of this
silver.
game here. I think with what our MVP for this matchup first.
Dream has a goddamn
Martinez
diamond.
Perez. It's good. Maybe we should do that. You know, in the future, if the person who's being interviewed is the MVP, we just celebrate him like that. What do you think?
Hey, I'm about to grab Spider in a
been
second.
having,
That's the only way this is gonna even out.
Obviously, first week.
Because I would like to add Herm. Herm is he's funny to watch too. Funny to watch play.
Wasn't necessarily
If he's
at all.
willing to play.
Have been seeing the last couple of play days. He's been firing on all cylinders. I mean, up until this game, he was the fourth highest rated player in SAL currently. I'm assuming
Spider?
it's going to be a little higher. So obviously,
I don't know. The guys probably have practice
consistency,
Wednesday night. To be
he's
honest,
slowly
to be
becoming,
frank,
a surefire
there's
consistency
probably a
for
tournament game or something that I
SAL.
probably should be
That's what I was gonna say.
doing
I mean,
instead.
If his excuse is that he was sick, and that is, well, you know, what put a detriment in terms of their success. But I mean, when you look at his own success, he's still competing at a very high level, being top 4 rated, which maybe he jumps up after.
But I would have to play. He signed up.
Top 3 situation here, but
Signed up.
as for the
Can't. There's no
roster
takesy
as a whole, I mean,
backsies. You know.
Everyone was playing extremely well today. I mean, it was a very ping pong match between these two.
It's a
but everyone
Wednesday,
stepped
Spider.
up in their moments that they needed to.
We would have element games this soon. Like we just jump right into element.
Moments from each and every single one of these players where they were coming alive, and then on the sides of W7M, I think, you know, we highlighted Loban, how pivotal he is. He didn't have the best game, and then even for Volps being their IGL, you know, I don't know what comms are like. I'm sure it plays a factor when your IGL isn't having too much success. But again, it was just a really good game for Loud. I think W7 maybe took a little more than they could bite off. Showing Bank, where maybe they could have, you know, fell back on an easier map that they had a little more comfort on. But again, very proud of Loud.
One off day and it starts Monday. Jesus.
Gabe, I think what Perez meant when he said he was sick is that he's actually sick, like incredible player, not that he was, you know, under the weather.
I'm
or
pretty sure.
anything
I'm
like
pretty
that.
sure I
You
said
might be
that
right.
joke like last week or something like that. But, glad you said it again, Milosh. Just so everyone could hear the genius behind that joke.
Thank you, Fox. Thank you. You're with friends like you. Who needs anything else? That's absolutely true. Anyways, Fox, thank you so much for your wonderful humor that keeps us alive and our hearts beating every single day. And for Gabe, just existing. That's it. Anyways, we still have a one more game to
Let's
get
see if
through
I add
today.
Herm, who actually is a
Excited for
copper.
it in different ways that you may expect, because it's Black Dragons versus Liquid. We'll see you after the break.
I thought giving Dream a silver would have been funny. Is Spirits played? No, we're not gonna have a pro. We're gonna do actual like no pros. I got 2 emeralds. I got a silver. I'd have a copper. I just right now I regret giving Dream that diamond because I would love to add both coppers at this point. That'd be pretty funny. No one would notice. Yeah, I'm about to take the diamond. I'm about to take the diamond from Dream's team, not gonna lie.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
Because right now I got 2 emeralds, a silver, and a copper. And that is pretty good that I have 2 emeralds because Dream has 2 plats. 2 emeralds are greater than plats.
Welcome back, everybody, to South America League. Our final matchup about to
But
begin.
that damn
As we
diamond
fly over beautiful Rio
throwing
de
me off.
Janeiro. I don't know exactly what beach it is, but maybe we were at. Yeah, actually.
the one
I
that
think-
Team draft on the day of. Well, let's
Yeah,
gotta mess some other
Barra-
things up.
Is it not Barra de Tijuca on the other side of it, Andre, or not? Or is it too far? Arpoador. Okay, because we were somewhere that looked quite
Similar.
similar to it, but Anyways, it is.
IDK Vinny, thank you for the 4-month resub. Holy shit, it's been 4 months. Thank you so much. W sub, welcome back.
Wonderful beaches and of course wonderful matches we've had so far. My God, the way that the last game ended.
Mix all 10 people up, no rank shown, and draft us one by one. Well, it's kind of because before it just starts, like I would like to do a little bit of an introduction, right? I'm gonna send all of you guys a form. We're gonna get some fun some fun facts about you guys.
Yeah, no, Black Dragons is
Me and Dream are going to read off our teams. It's going to be like a little bit of an introduction.
W7M falling out in the last game.
Add a little bit of content to it.
I feel like Black Dragons for them. It's
Let the fans know who you guys are.
Game. They obviously have it in their grasp. It's their
Not just play. Like we want to root. We want give the people something to root for, you know? My name's Mine. I've been a mint sub for I don't know how long. Oh, I'll have to figure that out.
This is their fourth, like almost they have 4 games left. This is their 4th one, so it would be a long shot, but any day is a good day.
One fun fact about me is that I really like popsicles.
They're on a 6-game, 7-game losing streak, counting reload coming into the SAL. I mean, they haven't currently found success with this new iteration of bringing on Ask, bringing on Diaz. I mean, something's
Pro Gambler. See, that's a fun fact. That's good. That's good to know. And then like how 300K on my channel, I think it is VIP. How much is it on Dream's channel?
When you're not winning these games, you're just pushing yourself further and further away.
A pre-recorded message could be funny. That could be pretty funny. A little voice message.
They're at 6 points. They're currently at 2. Even if they get a win today, that only puts them at 5.
Anyway, if I got a copper on my team, I need to be coming out swinging.
This is going to be a tough one here for our squads, and I think we should
Silvers cancel each other out
and talk about them. And why not just start with
Emeralds?
Because if we're being very honest, they are the ones that have to put the pedal to the metal, and technically it might be too late already given the result.
Wait, let me. You know what? I know what I need to do.
Recover maybe if stars align.
Stars have to align. I mean, they're in a situation where one, they not only need these wins and they need them in regulation fashion of getting 3 points, but then they also need to rely on other teams to lose to even propel them up higher. And when you look at the roster, you know, there's so many things you could talk about within this roster and players on this roster, for example, of Nesk and Maya. Now, this is very interesting because astronomically, when you look at their stats and where they're sitting currently in the SAL, Maya and Nesk are currently within the lowest 15 rated.
Wait, what happened?
Now, if
I crashed?
In SAL, you've been in Siege's history. The fact you're seeing Nesk out of all players in the lower 15 of all the standing players within the league.
Did I crash?
That is insane. That is not a
Am I back, guys? I didn't even know I left. We're back like we never left.
And then again,
I didn't even know I left.
The rest of the roster, they just can't find success. I don't know why they can't find success. They brought Askin as the IGL. They're still not being able to find a headway on their attacks. Majority of their rounds come off of defense. It's certainly not the same Liquid that we saw back in the day when it was Palu and Nesk together with the iteration of Maya.
I froze. My bad, guys.
That same force on
Didn't realize.
Side, where again, statistically, defense is always going to be easier. So of course you should be finding success on that side, but you need to be strong on 2 sides.
All right, well, I did the math.
And the horse is not strong.
And it looks like in order to make the teams fair, if I get Herm,
at this point, I'm just living for it. I'm excited for
who is a copper.
I personally get some vindication.
I need to add
of kind of aligning slowly but surely with
a diamond onto my team. I need a diamond.
Which is, what the hell are you guys doing?
I need a diamond player because then we would each have a diamond player. I have 2 emeralds. He's got 2 plats. Technically, my emeralds are better than plats. However, I have a silver and a copper on my team, weighing down where he's got a gold and a silver.
For the sake of being the squad that we have so much hope behind, it
looks like I need a diamond or another emerald.
The hearts of many as I've heard over the years in the team. However, there's a team that is on the up and up and kind of stolen that luster that Liquid has had over the past 6 months, and that's Black Dragons on the other side, Fox.
No, absolutely. I mean, if you want a new team to have hope in, Black Dragons is.
I'll go 2-9. Well, it would be on your team, Mine. I think Mine. We got to add some. We got to add a strong fragger onto the team. I'm gonna grab water if you want me to hydrate.
Players have been playing for a long time, but finally, all together under the Black Dragons banner, they have just been unstoppable throughout the stage. I mean, they've earned this potential spot to get that first place. They've earned it every step of the way that they play consistently with their entries. I mean, having Muzi and Machina always on that entry. I know Machina is a fan favorite, especially for Lax, but their back line is equally as strong. I mean, they have Flastry on the back on that hard support role, and he is easily topping the charts when it comes to leaderboards. He is the 3rd highest rated player currently in the SAL on hard support, the only hard support in the top 10, I believe, besides Souls. So obviously, huge improvement from him. And it goes without saying, they're out for blood. Their win after win is constantly, it's amazing to see. I mean, a 7-2 win against FaZe. They're absolutely slaughtering teams that are put in front of them. It doesn't really look like anybody has really had a response to their surge recently. So if they can keep up the consistency, they have a really well-rounded unit and that really good map.
DW, you want a current season diamond? Is that your highest rank ever, Andrew?
Let alone Liquid in their current state.
Well. The Dragon versus the Seahorse.
You can tell Mint's thinking about it.
But what map?
A peak diamond all.
Unfortunately, we can't have coastline. Any sort of fantasy inspired.
Before I pick a diamond, I need to see if Herm's actually gonna like. Why? I don't want him to take. I also don't want him to take off of work for a 3-hour little content video.
A bit of variety today.
He should be. That's not responsible.
This map that way back in the day, even before Nest
Consulate. Ooh.
His first Pro League, even a year prior to that, actually 8 years ago.
Liquid used to be good at Consulate. Can we please get one?
And then he got destroyed by the old Penta roster and kind of didn't really pop off on Consulate much after that. It's a bit of a trip down memory lane for all those with back pain.
Yeah, I mean, the issue with Liquid is just the identity crisis at third.
Thought he said he needed 2 weeks, though, Ali. Thought he said he needed 2 weeks' time.
Supportive, passive players.
When is it? Wednesday, 7:30.
Team. They don't really have a clear-cut entry besides really like Nesk, and even then, the confidence.
Problem is he went to bed. Or I'll text him actually.
Not there due to the lack of losses and just.
See if he's still awake.
So, obviously, they're in a rut at the moment. They need a just drastic rehaul of how they want to play the game. Consa is a good map because you don't necessarily need to have one clear entry. I'd say it really comes down more to the shield player aspect. So hopefully that gives Liquid as much of an edge as they could possibly have going into it. But at the end of the day, firepower is the name of the game, and Black Dragons has so much of it.
He's calling in sick. Let the man live. I just want to double check. I don't want to, you know. I mean, there is 2 coppers that signed up on my team, so one of them.
Their approaches, what they want to do within it, and again, when you have Maya and Nesk, you know, arguably the 2 best players on that roster in terms of just sheer gun skill and mechanics.
You have trials this week.
In the 15th lowest rated players in the league, there is a lot of worrisome issues within this roster. And then again, you're going to Consulate, a very small map, and that's all they seem to be losing is the smaller maps, losing labs, losing cafe, losing clubhouses, losing borders. I would almost just want you to try to go to bank or try to go to a lair if you can, just to allow yourself some breathing room. But now you're going to go to a very claustrophobic map. Like you were saying, sure, there might not be some entry points, but you're going to rely on the shield play. But even then, their shield play hasn't really been impressive. So, I mean, I'm kind of at a loss for words here. As for Black Dragons, I mean, I know they're going to be confident. They play extremely well off one another.
Glaze up Machina, Laxing. We're all here for you to glaze up Machina. Just get into the program.
Listen, I have no doubt Machina at some point is going to be just completely picked by one of these top tier rosters, unless Black Dragon just stays together, which I'm all for. But again, Black Dragons, you're going to be comfortable here because you're going to just completely just rip apart the Liquid attack.
But not responding to DMs.
Like I said, they have not looked convincing.
I guess they don't want it. I guess that's a good, what's it called?
I don't want to keep beating a dead horse here at this point. Funny enough, Liquid.
That's a horse.
I would cry if I had to play some maps.
Yeah,
I mean, that's kind of the fun of it. I was thinking the comp map pool, but at the same time,
before getting into the game, Lynx, is there anything you'd like
could be fun to watch you guys play a little yacht. Or
Okay,
something like that.
You're back on here, Ollie. You get to talk about Liquid one more time. How have things changed?
You guys would have no fucking clue what you're doing on Yacht. I don't even think any of you have even played Yacht at this point. Is Yacht even in the game? Can I even go on to Yacht?
It feels like a crying shame, doesn't it? You know, like you look at, it's like, what did you do to my boy? Like, my beautiful boy, what did you do? It just isn't the same team. And yeah, it's been through some, some changes. And I mean, the fans of Liquid are going to be there no matter what. Like, they are die-hard fans. So,
I know the yacht meta down to a T.
And I think some of the performances, it's kind of...
I know where you should be attacking, but I don't think you guys have even played a rank game on that map.
They did lose a player that has been with them for a hell of a long time in Palu. And let's be honest, they've struggled to find their feet since. And that was a change that happened a while ago now, but it's had long-lasting effects.
I don't think he is. I think he is just an AI, Trev. I think he is an AI.
It might be something that just takes some time, but it is difficult to see. No one likes to see Liquid in the 10th spot.
No, nobody really does. No, I fully agree with.
Are we just gonna both talk?
I want to say this real quick. Is like something that has just occurred to me, Gassan, is like, a year ago, Liquid were in this same spot. Like, they were literally bottom of the league. And to be fair, like, did they make a miracle run? Yeah. But it's quickly becoming where stage 2, at least in terms of the regional performances, is like kind of the exception to the rule. I'm really worried that Liquid are starting to become a bottom tier team.
LCQs do not exist anymore. You do not have that saving grace as Liquid had back then a year ago before Manchester, which they did go on a huge run in Manchester. We've seen it for ourselves, and yet that is not the team that we see today. However, I want to throw that by the wayside because right now...
What about Presidential Plane's got one of the best sites of all time? I know the plane meta as well. I know how to attack the main 2 bomb sites.
Anyways, let's get into it. XR Troika and Lynx, take it away.
Thank you very much, Gassan, Ollie, and I on for the last.
We should totally do that next standard. Okay.
Last game of the weekend. But will it be more?
I just don't know what is more entertaining to watch. A bunch of golds and worse players playing comp maps.
Yes.
Or a bunch of golds and worse players looking even worse on maps that you never see. House. Plain yacht.
Increasing by 50%. Their current points. They'll get 6 if they have access to 2 games in OT, but they have not. Still looking for their first chance in the SAL.
Now, if you guys practiced and scrimmed together, like John's gonna have you guys do, that could have been a total switch up. You guys think you know your map pool, and boom, I hit you with a surprise. That would have been great.
They look like they have got
that would have been great.
At the moment, some brilliant synergy being displayed, and you worry then when you look at a team Liquid that, let's face it, struggling to win gunfights, a lot of very low.
They don't have face cams, huh?
Especially considered, as to where we are expecting these.
That's the face cam thing, I believe, is only like a
throw the numbers that he was doing 5 years ago, because
LAN thing.
Unlikely, isn't it? Everyone gets older, everyone gets a little bit slower, but you can, you can still get good. You still be good. And Neska's, I mean, I've spoken about this a few times, but he's definitely not going forwards anymore. Let's put it that way. And
a non-ranked map merchant.
Time again with the numbers that he is putting up, but we will have to see what happens in this fixture in particular. Team Liquid starting off on the attack.
I don't have my full team yet, Hayes. No.
A refreshment for our eyes, given how much bank we've watched today.
I still got to pick like one player.
But it isn't, let's say, the most popular map between these.
And then I got to come up with a Google form
Black Dragons used
and
to
send it to everybody
now
for.
They hate. It's their 10th reference map. And Liquid, on the flip side, Liquid have always kind of liked it, I would say, but their recent record on it doesn't really suggest any sort of dominance.
It dominates rare, at least in the early bout. All right, that wall's electrified. We're giving up that Selma pretty quick, but Liquid see a pretty big opening on the bottom floor split site at the moment. Think they can exploit it. Ask on the opposite side, though. It's not the Blitz with the diffuser, it's the Monty creeping in. Machina tags resets up quite heavily. Flash3 then cuts him down. 2 players on the bottom floor, stopping Liquid's entrance. The Maya finally breaks the stalemate. Nesk might go down. This diffuse plant should go off successfully as Black Dragon struggling from behind. Consulate is a map where you need only a couple attacks to get the victory. It's very defender-sided. And if this is Liquid's first right out of the gate, they're going to feel very, very strong about their chances overall. Bottom 15 in the league, despite at one time being called one of the best players in the world, but Maya showing why he's still
interesting.
Not slept on.
4 kills for Maya. Bit shield play for Liquid as well, running the Monty.
Interesting. They went to a split site Just in case Liquid had anything prepped, probably going into split tellers.
Happy to just walk in and
Archives,
take the site for what it was.
and Liquid still had a fast rush planned.
Really contested on there, yeah. Sure, Blitz.
Interesting
died,
to
but,
see.
I mean, who cares? They got the plan down. They win the round. Maya grabbed 4 kills. That doesn't show good. Good communication. I don't know what does. Black Dragon stunned into a bottom floor site.
What's your highest ranked haze?
You kind of bring into question.
Is it Emerald?
Choice, like, surely if we're going to Consulate, we're not just trying to catch them out.
It's probably Diamond,
a good game
but like at the same time, I wouldn't mind. I mean, it could be an
you know?
Emerald. I technically could pick another copper. We could have 2 coppers on the team.
Let me go down to the basement.
Mine might be Top Dragon.
Like, oh my god, it's the first round, Ollie.
Listen, I had an early vibe in the loud game.
If we played non-comp maps,
and I made that very well.
rank also matters a little less.
I'm getting the early vibe. I'm
Like,
getting the tickets.
coppers are going to be hiding in some weird spots that you're not going to expect.
Something we talked about very briefly. You're like, Black Dragons used to hate or used to like Consulate, now they don't like it. Well, when they play it, it was when Ask was IGLing. It was when Ask was leading the team. When he was with Hornetow, Rare, not Muzi, not Flashtree. Hornetow in particular is a player that I have really enjoyed watching over the past year or so. First event ever, I believe, was actually Montreal, despite the fact that he has been grinding in Brazil for a long time.
Another quick play.
To do in this round. It's a very quick
Going for the piano player.
Resets immediately barging on in. Maya find another one again. On
Smart. Smart from the Blackbeard there to not just be ADS swinging the guy, just find him.
Hornet will find one.
I'll give Resets some props. I like Resets. Ask though.
That's not great. That's even worse.
Ask on the other end. Oh my god. You gotta.
A little too far to the left, but separated from the rest of the defense. Resets might know that, might have spotted his rotation across. No, instead he decides to push the issue. It is a 2v3.
Nice Resets. Nice.
An important kill to find.
I feel like I'm invested into this Liquid team now. I'm the GM of Liquid. And Resets and DS, I'm keeping and moving on to the next version of the roster.
Confidence from Liquid, really. They know exactly
So I'm kind of rooting. I'm rooting for my Resets and DS here.
Both the Blackbeard and the Blitz to get that done. Have they got sufficient information here? No drones for either player. Couple of drones out around the building, but are they going to be any use? Maybe not. They have the flexibility on the Blackbeard to make some rotates.
Resets make a lot of work here. Doing a lot of work.
With resets right now. They need to try
Plenty of time. Don't gotta force a plant. Just kind of figure out where they're at. DS, one of the clutch players in the scene.
Being triggered. We did see Hornet throw a Gurjamat on the
And there it is. He's gonna see a wallbang. Now, honestly, yeah, don't even play for the plant.
Hornet revealing his position. So difficult to deal with this Blackbeard. That AR can pop up at any given time, and Hornet's working off.
Just missed the timing, but DS did see him. This is
such a patient player.
no, DS, no.
Player, but he's caught off guard. It's a game of ring around the rosy. Hornet's getting the best of him. Resets, trying to hunt him down. He's got diffuser.
Surprised the player honestly went back in the kitchen. He could have went like tarp, gave up the site.
Seconds as Hornet pinned himself in. Shots go
wow, Hornet. Wow, that was a good round. I mean, they almost brought that back. Almost brought that back. Biggest troll there was Ask. Well, the biggest troll was Ask on Blitz.
A big round 2 there. 2 versus 2 that last.
Can't believe that Mint's firing Nesk. I'm sorry. I think the team needs a shakeup. I think you pick up this Machina guy for Nesk. You keep Resets. You keep Maya. You keep Diaz. Sorry, Nesk. I think you're the GOAT. But we're getting younger. We're going for the future.
But if Liquid have played 2 rounds quickly, you kind of sat there with it in the back of your mind, like, are they going to play quickly again?
And who's the IGL Black Dragon's favorite? Rare? Maybe we get Rare and Machina.
Ready in case they do, and then if they don't, we maybe try and rotate that player off.
Both players 0-2, by the way, so like, let's step it up here. All right.
To work out, the Liquid are likely going to go for some sort of a quick play again. Resets, 6 picking onto that Blitz. Ask already locked in the Blackbeard. Does look like this is going to be Liquid's game plan here tonight, is just to go quick and go fast. And you know what?
Going quick and fast.
Sure, they've just lost a 1 versus 2, but it happens. The early part of the round didn't exactly go their way. I mean, well, the mid-early part of the round, let's say. Flastre really threw a cat among the pigeons with a couple of kills that he got, and he got some nice flicks at that. You're not going to be able to rely on that as Black Dragons for that to happen consistently, though. You need a better plan dealing with these rushing players.
I never heard.
See, Herm's confusing me. He said he was down to do it, but then he said if I can't fall asleep soon, I might have to call off tonight and then work Thursday night. All right, I'm just gonna. I was gonna wait till tomorrow. We'll see if he falls asleep tonight before I pick my team. We're not in that much of a rush. I just gotta pick it by tomorrow night. W7, I'm still first.
Maybe it's intentional. Maybe with the shields that are being played, they're thinking, well, we don't really
did FaZe pass him?
Skylights and rushing at us,
no.
And people playing on Windows. So that's the only.
We'll check the standings in a second. They might be.
Maybe not doing it.
Might have just closed the gap a little more though. Black Dragons, I think, has a chance to go first with a win here. I think that's what it is. Back to the split site. Liquid, not gonna go fast again. Double shields though. Double shields, ram, nomad.
Before they just opened up garage, ran straight on through. Looks like this time they'll actually reckon with the defenders on the middle floor as well instead of finding.
Herm's throwing. Yeah, it's what I'm used to.
Bottom floor site.
That's why I was asking all the questions.
For the progress they've made, but
that's what I'm used to.
Just, I mean, to deal with the Black Dragon setup, they evaded.
That's what I deal with. FaZe is fourth, really.
Onto the service stairs.
Alright, Hornet still top floor above. Hornet taking down Ask. How does Monty die there?
Hornet just gets that kill for free.
Oh my god. Ask and Liquid dead. Oh, here's my goats. Resets Maya Diaz. Come on, baby. Come on. The goats of Liquid right here.
Maya did do a good job at keeping those defenders distracted.
Huge round for the future. Diaz, absolute clutch player. Resets actually good on the shields. Get back on Diaz. He's about to get a freebie.
Get back to the site. Now it is
Diaz
in the control of Liquid. Nice spot on the hatch, but Muzi actually
resets. Pick on the flash tree.
Liquid might just have 2 attacks.
Alright, Diaz, you did a good job wasting time. Hey, good job wasting time. Maya with another kill. Yup. The goats of Liquid right there. That is why you keep Maya reset Diaz. Sorry.
It's a consistent one.
Maya having a game.
And I know what that third ban's gonna be for Black Dragons.
Maya having a game.
Almost looking a little bit like old Liquid when they had Sexy Cake on the roster and everything was about getting the plant down. Because Liquid have been so focused on just getting in and getting the plant down and dealing with the post. It shortens the round. Gives you a lot more opportunity, gives you a good focus. I'll take that trade for 2 players getting killed.
Cloud's fifth. Okay, hang on. Let me check.
And winning the round. I think anybody would.
I would.
Is it the Blitz or is it the Blackbeard?
Yes. But it is definitely a lot closer now. And if Black Dragons win, they will be in first. Because they're sitting on 12. Oops. Oops.
Was the first to die in the previous one.
There we go.
It kind of goes back to what we've talked about.
What's the best FOV?
Where, okay, you can't remove both the
one that your eyes adjust to.
Do you just try and deal with it and take something
the best
away? That's the only reason
What's up, Ben?
For not trying to take out. I mean, if it was me, I would have probably taken out the BB.
Who will you pick up instead of Nesk and Ask? You pick up Machina?
It's a bit worse.
Well, the guy's 0-3 right now, but this is supposed to be like
But to go after the Monty.
The next entry fragger of BR
really seen
right here. Even though he's 0-3. Not having quite the game on defense at the moment. Then you need an IGL.
What you would choose to remove there.
Not quite sure on that one yet.
Probably a Legion. Lethal operator.
Coach, I'm not sure like what's the Liquid coaching staff looking like because they have Tysus standing behind them, and I actually really like Tysus. I don't know if he's head coach material. I haven't worked with him, but I know he knows his shit.
Did see it a few times in the game against Furia,
and he was a former analyst, so I don't know if it's like
so it's not been a huge part of their strategy.
Kind of a Justin situation, a wild card.
So comically present as it is right now. I mean, 3 shields at one point. Blackbeard, Blitz, and Monty. I mean, listen, constant attack is hard. I get it. I'm not blaming them. It's got you too. Liquid in a really strong position, especially since their attacks have been the weak point. It's been that attacking side that's been so problematic. So to get this so early on a map,
We don't have anything for castles, Liquid.
Gonna do you any favors.
We're not bringing an operator for castles in the big 2-5.
Both sides gonna look bad when you don't have a win.
Is this piano? This is going to be some type of sight hit here. No Warden on board. I think we see this out loud. I think this is going to be a sight hit combined with Nesk just flashing everybody top. Warden off the board. We see Liquid took out Warden earlier in the game.
Drones to be rallying around the map.
Just a horizontal sight hit. Here we go. We're taking Visa side. Just going to find our way in. Ying's going to play outside the front door. Throwing Candelas through that pro window. Chirac window, whatever you want to call it. And they're going to try to get the bomb down. Ask is the sacrifice here. Now, Twitch being outside that window is good for flank, but like walls are double reinforced. So I don't know if you really have to be outside that window. Here we go. Candela's out. We have to go for a plant right now. Hurry up, because there's only one more Candela. Might have mistimed the Candela, because but bomb's down. C4's late.
No, there's nothing. He still got the C4. But again, because those BPs got shocked, he's got no active information. Liquid are playing so dogmatic about these plants every single time. Shield, control, plant. Black Dragon's getting a lot of kills. Rare down on the floor.
Wow. Nah, Diaz wins these. Diaz loses those?
But that head evades, bobbing and weaving between the railings. It's just Nesk.
I don't know.
30, but only 5 seconds needed until this round goes over the line.
Yeah.
Got so many bullets, so much.
They don't know where the bomb is. It's too late. That's a round win. That's a round win.
3 attacks for Liquid. Nesk doesn't even need to get a kill. We really got a problem on our hands.
That's how you win the
This ain't the same Black Dragons I've been watching.
Just fire some shots and stay alive.
What is happening here? We're losing a Liquid? Are we serious?
What a round. I can't believe
Maquina, get a kill. You are... Come on. You're supposed to be the carry on this team.
Died for someone to get on the diffuser.
That's a timeout. Timeout a little late, in my opinion. You got 2 defense rounds left.
Round win in round number 4, but another round win nonetheless. And Liquid dominating this fixture. Are we the secret sauce? Have we brought Liquid like newfound luck?
I mean, don't take a look at my bank.
Needs to be more consistent. Sometimes he goes 1-5 in the first half, 10-1 in the second half. I mean, is it more of a defense player, attack player? Does that matter, maybe?
That probably has something to do with it.
I think that's.
I mean, in the first round, what he's got the first.
What do you mean by Justin's situation? Oh, I just meant like wild card. Like he was acting reload like as a head coach, but I think he's more of an analyst.
He got 3K in the last one, didn't he?
And that's why they brought someone like Lagonis in.
9 kills, obviously, but 4K, 3K, and a double. That means
So I don't know if that's the same for Liquid. Like Tysus, you see him standing behind the guys. I don't know if he's just acting head coach until they get someone else, because he was a former like assistant slash analyst for SSG. What am I looking for? Oh, yeah.
Performing their role as well.
True.
The diffuser's getting put down. Ask's opening up the game on the shield, and you can't. You got Nesk in the backline. Nesk and Diaz were in the backline that last round. They were just, you know, watching the plant. What's my job? I'll watch the plant. No worries, I can do that.
10 seconds remaining.
Let Maya go off like a Beyblade and get all the kills. Fine. Does feel like a good team performance at the moment from Liquid. I really hope they can keep it up.
Yeah, Liquid showing up now. I will say, not sure why we went consulate. This was a former Liquid map. If there is a map they probably know how to play, it's probably consulate. I don't know. Maybe they've been banning it in some other ban phases here, but
Black Dragon's really looking for some answers.
they also seem like they prepped a lot of quick plays and cheese coming off the Warden ban.
I'm running the numbers on something real quick. I was really curious about this. You know how Muzi, Rare, and Makino all have like 0 or 1 kill?
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure Maya's been the one to kill them every single round.
Ooh.
Because that was true last round. He killed Machina and somebody else, and then in the round he got the 3K. It was Machina, Rare, and Muzi.
If he's killed them every time, they must have one death from someone else. But even still, he's rent free.
Honestly, he's feeding off the bottom 3 players on Black Dragons right now, and unlucky.
Here we go, another fast play from Liquid. Another fast
we know how
play.
this goes. Candelas go out. He hops in. Obviously, you got to work with the smoke. Look at this.
Nice. Wait, no. They smoked it. They knew.
They still smoked all of it.
Really good job from Black Dragons. Liquid have done that plant before.
Saves them from a post. Now Diffuser's
Bomb down in an awkward spot.
Maya might have to. Not might. He will have to hop in and recover. 9 kills
Should be
so
a Black
far.
Dragons round.
Is not in the cards.
Really good job here.
Dragons will not go down 5-1.
Had to be off prep because they have done that before.
Resets creeping and, well, won't even weird resets out all that much. Flawless round for Black Dragons. Very, very necessary round because it was already getting scary, but if that plant had gone down, I am shaking for BD.
So, Liquid have just pulled off brilliant attacking rounds on every side that isn't the top floor. Black Dragons take a timeout and go, hey, you know what? We'll try the top floor. Let's do it. And then they still just try and run in. What the hell was that plant spot that Nesk was going to, by the way? Like, what the hell was that? I thought, oh, he's pressed space, but he's like gone to repel in before the Toxic Babe's gone off, and he's just going to turn around and jump out. And he's going to bait it, because that's typically what you'll see people do.
Yeah.
Nesk goes, no, hold my drink. I'm going to jump over desk and try and get tucked somewhere.
Dude.
And it's like,
What?
You are tucking into a lesion, my friend.
And you're tucking in front of the full double door and like front desk of Consulate. Once that smoke grenade vanishes, you are cooked.
I'm tucked.
Do you think that was the calm? Hey, I'm doing the tuck plan. I'm tucking.
I'm tucked. Don't worry.
I'm tucked. I'm recoiled.
I was waiting for him to spring.
And well, you didn't. It's hard to spring when you're choking down toxic gas from smoke.
Maybe he'd already sprung.
Maybe. Potentially sprung in rounds 3 and 4. Which if he did, it still got Team Liquid a 3-3 half. You won't be complaining all that much. Lobby and exposition for the final site. Thank God we are not going back to split. I've already seen too much of that site for one game.
Teams are so hard to predict the winner of. Yeah, it's very back and forth in domestically. They've kind of know each other's play style, right? Though it's like in pro football, teams in the same division, they play each other twice a year. They have each other a little bit figured out. Well, it's kind of like that domestically too in Siege. It's kind of like teams know what other NA teams are going to do. They scrim against each other so much.
And he hops himself back in, got a scratcher damage.
But when you get internationally and play, like teams don't play against certain regions and know the play styles, like that's when Siege gets to be pretty entertaining.
One pump and there goes one of your shields.
Another fast play.
The third might have been removed by the ban, but Ask is still a factor. DS
Ask's still a factor, but he is 0-4. I haven't been impressed with him on the blitz at all. He's also leaning a little too much on blitz. You gotta stop leaning. You expose yourself when you're leaning. You literally expose your shoulder, your feet.
That's not an approved rotate.
No, not at the code.
I like it as a bait though, because it's like a bad rotate for the attackers, and it's one that the defenders are really going to seldom use.
It's not, that's not what happened. Okay.
It's part of the psyop.
Okay, we're still pushing. Ask is really concerned about this top floor, but they're just face checking right now. The defense is gone.
Not really got. Well, they do have some breaching charges to open up the floor. Losing 2 players, you lose the ability to try and catch them, and with the diffuser called, it isn't going to be too straightforward. Black Dragon's going to know the location of that diffuser. Diaz, waiting for the blitz to clear the way down this yellow stair.
Oh.
Anyone accounted for Muzi though? Muzi makes this rotation at the right time. He is seriously going to play spoiler.
Got Muzi in the garage, yeah.
Isn't going to find anything.
Last smoke coming out, missed. They can go for a plant. Muzi's going to be flanking yellow stairs. This is going to be massive.
Might be the behind with that util missing. Ash still gets off. Oh, Ask ready for it. Whips out the pistol. Now it's all on to Muzi. I was like, why is Ask not planting? What are we doing? He's watching his own back. Put the shield on it. Now it's all Maya to cover. This angle could be Muzi's. Oh no, he rotates around so good from Ash, not leaving anything to chance. Nade goes
Maya's
out,
a king.
Brown goes their way.
Maya's just the king.
You're worried about their attacks? Well, Liquid have an answer. How about an uncontested victory, up 4-2 at
That's
the side
4,
swap?
and that's no way Black Dragon's come down from 4-2.
This team Liquid. And
You got to
where
win
have they
4
been
attacks for
all
overtime.
stage?
That's a tall task.
I can tell you what's gonna happen when they play. Oh wait, who did they play next week?
I've been impressed by Ast. And there's an IGL that maybe wanted to goatness back in Liquid. Oh my
Liquid play
god.
Los next week. Well, actually,
I was not ready for that
I'm
one.
this out at the right time because I don't know if Los are banning any shields if went with Arthur on the team.
Exactly. I mean, that's just going to be like shield versus shield, right? Who can do it better?
Crazy. I mean,
We
after
got that game?
we do have that game. Yeah, after that, 9Z though, I don't think they're letting the shields on the board.
Nah, I think we'll get rid of those.
4-2 attacks, Jesus. Pretty simple read though, Ollie. I mean, it's just like not reading.
Again, possibly the only map Liquid can play well.
We aren't good at clearing. The droning's a bit of a problem. The coordination when we're doing like normal full clear, util clear is a problem. How about
Rick and Morty
we don't play
Fuse.
shields a lot. Let's bring all of them and just try to force a plan every time. And by God, it worked. It could be 5-1 if Hornet doesn't have a 1v2 in him.
I really like it. It's like, right, what are we struggling with? Everything. Okay, what can we do to make the round shorter? We can plant sooner. Brilliant. Let's run with this. Let's make the round as short as we can. How do we do that? Oh, we rush? Oh, we bring shields? Yep, say less. We're just going to make these rounds as short as possible and try and maximize our opportunity of success because we are not very good at the moment. And look, they did it with confidence and they did it with conviction. Sometimes that's all you need. The teamwork, it's going to come. And it really came in a big
11-3 and then put Maya on
Clash.
Clash. Unfortunate.
I hope that Black Dragons can compose themselves.
Clash
They've used
can
their
be a
tactical
gunner at
timeout,
times, but
I can only hope they compose themselves and play with the same level of teamwork that they had yesterday, because they looked really good yesterday. And hopefully,
all right, Makuda, let me see what you've got.
Two-round lead on them won't
Chat
just stand.
hyping you
I'm
up.
Sure it won't. Going into the second half.
Let's see something here, huh?
I'm crying. What's our problem at everything?
It's true though, right? It's true.
That might be the hardest I've left on cast in a while. Oh my god. That was so funny. Oh my god. No, there's even a shield on Liquid's team.
The problem, well, I guess not the problem nowadays because you can place the Clash Shield down, but the fact that Maya's on it is a worry. Like, give that guy the best gun in the game.
I don't know, you've given Maya a portable mirror window. Like, I'd be shaken. Oh, they were clearing him pretty quick, though.
Wow. Ask was ready for it.
Ooh, good play from Ask. Good coordination, actually. You talked about this earlier on attack.
Not giving up having control. Just an absolute stuff. You see resets here, a smoke as well. Still got 2 more smokes. Doesn't matter that break wall's open. No one's getting on the other windows. Why are we all on that window? What are we doing? Why are we not on the other windows?
Having a lot of
Someone rotate.
That makes him one of the scariest players when he's popping off. He's, bro, getting on that with the shield.
They've got nothing though. What have they got to disrupt him?
I'm gonna smoke ball him.
Like, Black Dragons have used everything to try and take control of admin here. Like, literally, they've no bees. The Selmas, they've gone. The Ace is dead. They've no nades. They've got a singular flash.
Uzi's got the backstab though. Check this out.
I'm waiting.
Oh, there's a barb there, and Ask is watching it. Oh man.
Ask is tucked.
Ask is tucked.
This is Liquid's definition of tucked right here.
Here's you to peek. 5v3, you're chilling. Ooh. I mean, it is a difficult spot for Black Dragons with how poorly that admin clear went. Maya have such a problem. And also Liquid playing around that Clash so well, using him as bait, and Maya clearly buying into it. Ness gone for 2. Make that 3. My boy is back. Did he have 4? Not if DS anything to say about it.
All right. 5-2.
Yeah, if you're betting on the Liquid train.
Might be a quick one. Gauntlet here.
At the end of this game, because the momentum has not stopped.
Which, wouldn't mind at this point. Let's just see a 7-2, huh?
Spend everything
Let's just speed it up.
What's happening?
I just don't understand. There was a clash in it.
I like every single B gets expended on like the character that's the loudest in the game.
Liquid upside, BD downfall for sure. I just...
Hold on, let me look.
I mean, to be fair,
I don't like
fair,
this map
like,
choice at all.
Like the Bs were used to like give info to the buck down below, which I think is a good play. And then
In fact, I'm going to take a look real fast.
Coordinating really well with the clash.
How did we end up here?
Strat. So it's not that Black Dragons did something necessarily wrong. It's that they put in a lot of resources, and when it doesn't work out, you're kind of screwed, and it didn't work out because
we banned
I think they just went a bit
Border
early,
to go here.
If you see the clash inside of admin, and then you're like,
Are we
we can do this
serious?
really quickly, we'll just send the book below.
Are we serious, Black
the other team
Dragons?
Sort of that. Like you're not one step ahead. You need to take a step back.
In all fairness, Liquid on Playdays 1 through 5 might not have.
No.
But this is a new Liquid. This is new.
Yeah. I appreciate that, Com. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I was wondering if you'd get it or not.
Hopefully Black Dragons will give the respect over to Liquid and realize that, in fact, they may be a step ahead in this game. Maybe they won't cut corners so much.
Lower defense.
They used to keep control of the secret entrance. Surely that.
Wonder if we're just going to see kind of a horizontal-ish take here
hard breach
from Black Dragons.
There's always a little bit of a worry, but there's not too many. Well, there's no impact, so
only a Cade up.
Instead, there are a wealth of C4s. We've got
Could bring Thatcher and just get everything open here, and no Warden up. I probably would have liked to see a direct take, but we're not. We're gonna see this guy. You can't hesitate. Oh my God! Don't you dare yes that guy. You're not blind. Oh, he's stuck.
Good play right now. Might not find the Cade, but he's certainly keeping him on.
Oh, he's stuck. There you go.
Black Dragons giving Liquid a taste of their own medicine. 2 early kills for a very strong advantage. Some fight in Nesk, but Liquid still have a bit to go. DS repositioning, recognizing that with the Blitz pushing forward, the site is lost. Very little support. This is where the round gets tricky. Rare's got the diffuser.
Yeah, you got to be careful in those rounds when you're going for, like, you have the site control, but we're going for a little bit too much. The bomb's going down now, but unfortunate that we just died there. This Blitz is going crazy. This guy wants a kill so bad.
A little bit, but doing so good, whiffing quite a bit, but ends up downing the Mozzie. Now DS with 3 players to contend with. This Shield, who has been causing a storm of destruction inside of the site. Black Dragons not at all worried by that loss. As it seems, if you're attacking on Consulate, you might not be winning all the time, but you're not nearly as scared as you otherwise would
That Blitz play.
Liquid need to ban the Blitz and ban it immediately. Rare is a menace on the Blitz.
Is he?
He's fearless. He ran through 2 C4s. I really thought that the first C4 was going to get small.
I don't know, he almost trolled with the
Before
Blitz.
we clicked into Rare's POV, it was like there was somebody waiting on those back stairs. And I was like, oh, brilliant, there's going to be someone behind him, so the C4 is going to... No, that person just backed up and was like, yo, Rare, I'm just going to give you a pat on the back and send you on your way. And you can just run into site and do all of the dog work, because he was just running people down. I can't believe how long he stayed alive for down there.
And the funny part, too, you could see him learning in real time, because that first C4 goes, he's like, oh wait, what do I do? Oh, I should keep going. Then by the time that second C4 hits, he's like, I know what to do. Like, I'm not scared.
Can't be that hard to set up a crossfire when you see the Blitz. People are just panicking in those situations. I mean, you will see teams, like, earlier today on Border, there was NIP versus ENX. They did a very good job of setting crossfires up for Sexy Cake on Blitz.
But no, Black Dragons will back off. The Blitz just a one-time thing on basement. Not another split site. Is this the most split site plays we've had at this point in a Consulate match, like, ever?
Oh, we've seen top floor once, haven't we?
Yeah. No, we've seen it twice, technically on both sides.
Oh, we saw it. Okay.
But this is the 3rd time we've seen split, I think. Yeah, because we saw Exposition twice, Basement once, and CEO once. Oh, sorry, on the other side. Now we've seen one of each, but this is the 3rd time we've seen split. There we go. I'm all caught up.
That's going to be bringing the Echo this time. Forces out an IQ pick. There should be no shortage of information for Liquid here.
Anything going on if this game ends?
Maestro Evil Eyes. 2 Yokai.
Guys are playing a seeding match like the Turtles playing a seeding match today, but it means absolutely nothing for Element. I'm pretty sure. So it's pretty much an off day for them. Nothing streamed or casted. And then got my boyfriend's birthday party. So I think we're doing some Korean barbecue for Mr. Hot and Cold Stevens.
Immediately dipping out. Really like the pace from Black Dragons. Quickly seeming like they got stopped.
Do you think SA is the strongest league?
Stall out of their own accord. Nothing nearly as complicated as round 7.
Yeah, I mean, that's what everyone says, and it's hard to argue. It really is hard to argue against. International, like, the games are really close most of the time.
Seeing if there's any defenders that are going to be caught lacking.
And we have some of the top teams.
You do have to be mindful with this being a split site. Yeah, you can take control of the top floor.
The most fun one for me though is still NAL, just because of I just know everything about NAL. I know the players, I know the teams. It's just like I'm more invested.
They can also be used to deny the plan, open up new lines of sight.
I double ticked.
Find a way in, but not today. Not under the cover of Nesk.
Didn't even invite chat. Sorry guys. You guys can come with me on my dog walk. Trying to teach Millie to stop pooling. Because my god. Literally. I'm like going flying walking her.
They actually might be. The Maestro's not even on the cam. Diffuser goes down successfully.
1 HP Machina. No. 1 and 8 my go. Hornet.
Hornet's already done half the work.
Gotta just hold a staircase.
They got a 3-0 KD and you narrow this lead to just 1 round.
L peak. We need an NJR on the team. Okay, Diaz. We just freebie. Absolute freebie from Diaz. So clutch.
Match point for Liquid in the counter diffuse 3-round buffer.
EML has been very good this stage. Yeah. I agree with that. I agree with that as well. Like,
I really thought Hornetal had that then. His shots were looking super crispy.
I just feel like, for me, watching, I hate to make a tier list as far as watching, here, but NAL, and then EML, and then Brazilian Pro League. I love watching Siege in general, so I will take any Siege that I can get. But there's just more invested in me as a fan in the NAL, having coached some of the players and played against a lot of the players and all that. And EML has been very interesting. I will say there's a lot of good storylines in the Europe League. I love watching VP. I love watching Falcons. G2 has the King. Fnatic's a great up-and-coming team. BDS has a lot of is kind of a dark horse as well in that region. Secret, another top 4 team. Mowgli, fantastic pickup over there. Like,
6-3 up.
So it is also very interesting. But guess what? That's tomorrow. So very excited to watch some Europe League tomorrow and Tuesday.
And they were starting on their attacks. I would call you insane. I mean, I literally looked at the ban sheet before we got the ban. I was like,
excuse me.
Liquid picked the
How do I keep getting added in this goddamn Discord?
Black Dragon's side choice on Consulate? Oh no, we're gonna see a 4-2, 5-1 defensive half because Liquid can't attack. Knows what I know. 6-3 is obviously a crazy scoreline in general, but
yeah, frack.
Record coming into this.
Exactly.
The side they were starting on right before we got into the game, and now where we are, this seems inevitable. I mean, Black Dragons.
Freck has been the king over there for sure.
To 1 bomb site.
Ali's king.
Liquid brought Clash once, and it was so oppressive, so brutal. Black Dragons had to ban it. You still got to worry about split. You even got to worry about basement.
After the real king. Oh, of course. Of course.
And to be honest, I feel like you've still got to worry about admin.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, they had a clash, but even then you couldn't really deal with it. If it had been a gun, would it have been much different? Myra would have probably just popped all your heads. So,
yeah, I'm so sad about not having any out this week, though. We got Europe Pro League into a couple days off, right? We got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of nothing. So we'll probably do Sub Wars on Wednesday. I'll probably do more of a normal stream on Wednesday, and then I got to figure out what our element schedule is. That's the only good thing is we can at least start catching some more element games.
You said? Yeah,
Maya
gonna pop
just
all your
not
heads.
giving up his ground here.
You might have banned the shield, but you made it more threatening in the process. He's worse with the MP5 than he was with the shield in hand. That time you wasted all your utility, but now just like before, you're out of bees. You're running out of nades. That's your last one gone. For Muzi, at least.
Why no NRL? I think it's a July 4th break.
But you dump all of this twice now into admin.
Oh, yeah.
and you
Shoot.
get
You're right.
nothing
We do
for
have
it.
to...
Not one bit of control. Not a
we do have to do
single
that.
player enters admin and comes out alive until Liquid give it up.
It's crazy. Because Maya can now just play vending machine.
Can we get Dream to play too? You know, we don't have Pro League this week. Can we get Dream to play? Ooh, can we get Dream and Live to play? Can we play a 4-player game?
If not, his teammates are at least going to assist him
What's up,
somewhat.
Dizzy?
Nesk could come to his rescue right now. Ask playing on the CEO desk. This looks chalked for Black Dragons.
Chalk might be the word of the day, especially with
Machina, there he is, and there he
Gotta
goes.
respect that, but Ness good for that trade.
2v1 to keep Black Dragons alive for first place. 1v1. Nesk versus Muzi. Battle of the Unks right here. OG Siege.
This is gonna have to be by the kills. And Neska has the info. F not being triggered. Don't peek. You don't have to. You don't have to yet. You know where he is. Be
Nesk. Clutch. Liquid. First dub on the board. Oh my god. They did it.
To at least seal the doubters. Seal their lips a little bit. Just for one glorious day.
I absolutely love that. That is the
Looks
icing
20 without
on
a
the
stash.
cake
Appreciate
for
it.
a Liquid fan.
Yeah, Liquid fans
The
throw a
Nesk
goddamn
to be
party
player,
because they
to pick that
finally
final
got
kill
one.
up. Sorry, I was trying to get my camera to focus.
I don't know whether Liquid looked good or the map choice going to conflict, gonna keep it frank.
I just don't exist apparently.
We'll have to find out.
What did I
We'll have
say?
to find out next week. I expect them to not play conflict for the rest of this stage.
What you got to understand is, I've been here before, right? This is just like this is a day in the office. This is another day for me. This
Eve
is like
winning
being back at
massively,
home,
yeah.
and I absolutely love it. SAL, Brazil, LATAM, whatever you want to call this region, it is electric. It's very unpredictable, and it is a very exciting region to watch. It's been a pleasure to cast it today, but to see Liquid get their first win of the stage, icing on the cake.
Icing on the cake, indeed. And I know the desk is very eager to take a bite because O has victory, especially for Gassan. Never tasted so sweet.
Honestly, I'm completely fine with that. I am completely fine with that. If all it takes to light a fire under the butt cheeks of everybody at Team Liquid is to tell them, what the hell are you doing? Then great. And no.
Yep, now the dreaded question. Yeah, Liquid finally gets an interview, guys. Sweet, you're right. Peak cinema. What are we gonna hear out of them? What do we think they're gonna say their problems are? Now they finally get a chance to talk.
Operators, a throwback that well, actually not on Valkyrie, but on Warden, fair enough. With the MPX, still good enough for me, if anything. That was good. That was good. I have not said the combination of Team Liquid and good in the same line, Foxay, in so long. It's incredible.
No, I mean, it was great. It was a great experience to be able to watch Liquid play a little bit better. Obviously, the map, I feel like, really respected their play style of how they wanted to go about it. Like we said, Console doesn't need one direct entry. It's all about taking your time, using those shields, and that's where I think Liquid's strong suit was, using the Monty, using the BB. They were constantly so oppressive on taking position away from Black Dragons, and there wasn't many avenues for Black Dragons to roam around it or shoot their way around the problem. They had to deal with the shields head on, and they didn't have a response to it. Also, can't go without mentioning that Maya had an amazing performance, that every position he was put in on that support role, once the shield was able to get him in there, he was shutting it down. The objective style of Liquid, where they were constantly getting that diffuser down, even if they lost a round, that diffuser was going down. And that was just really well sought
I'm yelling
out.
timber.
Didn't have to worry about who was going to be entering, have the Monty push Black Dragons back, focus on the execute, on getting the diffuser down, and then play the post plants. That's exactly what Liquid did, and it was a really good performance from them, something that we haven't seen this stage so far.
Gabe, we're in shock, are we not?
I mean,
See you tomorrow,
I'm just
Jonah.
glad they finally got a win. I mean, we know that they have the talent to get a win underneath their belt. I mean, my God, you have Nesk and you have Nesk and Maya that have just done tremendous work. Same with resets. Obviously for Diaz and Ask to be able to come in and now to actually get a win underneath their belt. Thankfully, the bottom half still is pretty close. So, I mean, getting these 3 points knocks them all the way up to tied in 8th place at 5 with 9Z. I mean, it's very realistic that if they can somehow still get a few more wins in regulation, they can find themselves in a top 6 and try to make that run to making their final push into playoffs.
There it is. There it is. The equivalent for those EML viewers out there of what's happening right now is basically watching Virtus Pro a year ago.
How are the NAL matches? Are we talking like Thursday, Friday? Well, we saw the duality of M80. That was probably the biggest thing, where M80 lost to Cruelty, the worst rated team in the NAL, and then they ended up 7-0ing the very next day.
Wow, it's
Who the hell they 7-0?
Maya, the MVP.
On Skyscraper, oh my god.
Easily has
Guys,
to
help
be
me out.
Maya. I mean, he was, I think he had double digits at the same time as 3 of his teammates only had 2 kills. So he was just amazing all throughout for Liquid, specifically on attack, just consistently backing up the shield. Once the case was down and he's putting those post plants, it was just phenomenal work from him. And that's what we talk about when we talk about Liquid's transition.
That's
to
what it
how
was.
they've
Thank
been
you.
playing and the roster change to now. They picked up Ask and Diaz. They've become a way slower paced team. They don't have the capabilities on entry to be able to set up players like Maya for success. The only entry they really have is Nesk. Now that they've been able to hopefully figure out and understand how they can approach setting Maya up in a different light, maybe we'll start seeing them with more confidence, because the Maya we all know and love has never left. He's always been there. He just needs to be put in the position to succeed. And today, he was succeeding every time he was put in that spot.
What can I say? What can I say other than an impressive showing today from Team Liquid? Of course, as you see, our MVP Maya here. But very briefly, what was that piece that was so dominant for Liquid today? Because it looked like a huge shift. Yesterday, they were close to crossing the threshold. What do you think really swapped from your outsider point of view, Gabe?
I mean, it was just really the teamwork. It was a lot more cohesive in terms of their takes and even their defense side of things. They were just doing a really good job getting that first pick, playing the trades off of one another, not really allowing Black Dragons much headway into the site. But again, even on their attacks, like Fox was saying, being able to use Ask on those shields and just Maya playing off that, able to get those plants down, playing the post plants perfectly. I mean, sure, you could argue that the map played well into what their style of play was, as Fox was saying, but I think they just came in today understanding we still have a chance. We still can make playoffs, but it's going to start today, and it's going to have to start with the teamwork, and that's really where we saw them come alive.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it really comes down to the objective-based style of Siege that they were playing, just using those shields, playing behind them, and then going for the executes. I think that's something that we haven't really seen out of Liquid, and the rounds where they get opening kills went that much smoother, but even in the rounds where they weren't getting those openings, they were still focused on a goal, and that's something that we haven't seen Liquid do yet. You know, in previous games, Liquid loses their entry, and it's all chickens running around with their head cut off. So, obviously, today was really focused on one goal. The whole team was united under it, and it was a new.
Before I upload a YouTube video, I have to say if there's guns in it. Come on, man.
Los and 9Z in their next back-to-back play days, so obviously anything is possible. They could easily still skyrocket themselves back into that 6th spot.
What do I say about firearms?
Before we get into our interview, there's still
Jesus.
Before we go in there, what about Black Dragons here? Because they are on the up and up, and today seems like a bit of a thing that none of us were expecting.
I think Black Dragons really lost in the ban phase. They got rid of the Dokkaebi. They got rid of the Deimos, which, sure, you could argue Deimos does apply that vertical pressure. As for Dokkaebi, I'm not really too understanding of why the Dokkaebi ban. I mean, it's a very claustrophobic map anyways. You're going to be droning out majority of the map, or at least majority of the side. I mean, sure, you can cut time with the Dokkaebi, but it's not a map like Bank where I really think Dokkaebi is going to be too much of a hindrance. And what we were seeing time and time again is they didn't really know how to deal with the shield, which that was the more oppressive factor than a Deimos or a Dokkaebi could bring. So for me, I just think they didn't really understand the ban phase and what they truly wanted to get out of that. Because again, the shields were far more oppressive. And then on top of it, I don't really think they gave the respect to Liquid just due to their performance so far, where Liquid was just capitalizing and punishing them.
Can we get the Liquid interview, please?
Well, gentlemen, we can dig into it ourselves, but how about we just invite one person
Here we go.
on the set here. Sensei joins us on the interview.
Sensi, we got a coach. Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Sensei, of course, from Team Liquid. Thank you so much for
Have a good one,
joining us.
Dizzy.
It's always good to have you on here, even though it gets rare over time. Everybody excited around Sensei in here. First of all, Sensei, I wanna dampen the excitement for a moment. What happened over the past few play days, and what changed for today?
First of all, hello everyone. Thanks for the support as always. Our fans that still loyal to us because yeah, it's no secret at all that we are facing a very tough moment. Honestly, I would like to come here and tell what are the issues because, well, we've been facing some communication issues, some in and outside of the game, but I think every team goes through these bad moments. I think it's no secret to anyone that we have 5 players, exceptionally very good players. We have Diaz, we have Ask, Maya, which been showing a very good performance from these past games, but we just feel that the team is not clicking together as a team, as a unit, despite having such very good screen sessions. We always been, very good at practices, at screens, tactics, and all of these kind of things that usually happens during our routine. It's just, I don't know. One might say that it's the pressure, and once you keep losing, the pressure keeps raising. But I'm very glad that we could improve after each game. Finally, we have our first victory in the tournament. We don't want to go much deep into calculations and math to get to playoffs or to qualify. At least the players, me as the manager, I need to keep that on track, just to make plans and all of these things. But I would also like to thank Team Liquid for the support. It's no surprise that it's a very tough.
Because he's English level? Yeah, I mean, Sensi's been known to speak. Like, he's been the player to find scrims in the past, like 4 years ago for Liquid, because of how good he speaks English. Like, it could be that.
Right. Well, I'll try to keep.
I mean,
it on more of a
Tysus, their
positive
coach,
note, or I
speaks
guess,
really good English
maybe
as
get
well,
some
though.
Insight on your guys' brain a little bit. So obviously, you guys went to Consulate. You guys played an amazing attack that was focused on objective styles of Siege, getting the diffuser down, playing behind the shields, forced to kind of play off of each other, which is something that we were happy to see.
The Turtle Tactics match on stream or no?
Was that the game plan?
No, it's just it's literally a seeding match that I almost think is meaningless.
Was it something that Black Dragons exposed themselves and you were like, we can take advantage of their play style, that it's very aggressive and very...
I'm not even 100% sure what it's for.
What did that ideology look like on the map bans? I'm gonna be totally transparent and honest with you. I'm not the part of the coaching staff anymore, but what I can say is that actually no, it wasn't planned to go for us to play Consulate today. I mean, we don't have a bad map, but at the moment, all of our maps that we are showing on the official matches are not great. But we were not comfortable to play Consulate, and I think that's one of the things that we need to keep track, because we just showed that despite not being our comfortable map, we just showed a great performance. So I think that's I don't know, maybe we can learn from today.
Interesting.
But to answer you, it's no.
Yeah, it is interesting hearing the general manager.
We had,
he's very honest right now,
plan,
which is
to play
nice.
these maps because we knew that there is a possibility. But
You
it
TikTok
was not
up?
like something that we
Nice.
chose. But
Were we
in
really
the
that
end,
close to?
everything went up smoothly. I think Maya showed a great performance. Resets, despite not fragging up, he was a very great duo with Reset or with Maya with the communication. ask the same thing. So yeah.
Great.
Sensei, look, next play day, which is next Saturday, you guys get to play against Loss, and the one after 9Z on the Sunday. What would you like to say to Loss in preparation for that game?
I don't feel that we are in the position that I can trash talk or talk something bad. But what I can say is that I'm very I'm feeling good with the posture the team has been taking to try to take this pressure and use
I was spitting
that
some
to their own
knowledge.
advantage. There's nothing much I could say. It doesn't matter if it's against Lowe's or Novice or Loud or I think our posture should remain the same. We are not in a position that we need to talk about other teams, but rather just to look to ourselves and hey, we are messing up and we need to fix this. And I think that's our mentality.
It's on you. Like all of these next games are all about you and not about any other team that you play against. And I think that's a very healthy way of seeing it. Completely understandable. Sensei, thank you so much for joining us here on the interview. It's always a pleasure to have a chat with you, my friend. Go relax. We'll see you next Saturday when you go up against Loss, and that will be game number 4 on Saturday, July 5th. Till then, take care. Have a good night.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
There it is. We
Okay.
got it from, one of the many mouths of the horse is, of course, Liquid is known for having many, many persons on their support staff. And there it is.
Good interview. Good interview.
They show that now.
Spitting knowledge almost like a pro. I know. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy how it works?
I think that's
and just from watching the games, honestly, there's even things I learn every single time I watch the games. You guys will hear me like, hey, why are they doing that? And then boom, I learn. Now I can pass on the info. You learn by watching. That's what it's all about here.
Is only going to boost that confidence. At this
They
point,
sent the
that's
manager to
what really
talk.
lost when you're having
I think it could just be like the general manager also
it definitely
kind of coming in and talking about like what's going on within the team. I mean, the guys are obviously struggling. The players are struggling. I think the last thing they want to talk about is how kind of like shit they've been, right? Like they just want to focus on like getting better, and they know what the questions are going to be, what went wrong. So I feel like Sensei kind of stepping in there for them and just being a GM and handling those fucking hard questions. I think was cool to see. Oh, did Cox just die on me right there? Whatever. Stream's dead. Stream died. Okay. Regardless, I don't see drop frames, so we're chilling. Well, guys, another weekend of Brazilian Siege done and dusted. That's going to be it for the co-stream for Brazilian Siege. We will be back tomorrow for some European Siege EML. Some really big games happening tomorrow, so be here, same time, same place, 9 a.m. PST my time, whatever the heck that time is for you. We're gonna host Doki. I don't think I've ever hosted him before. We're gonna host Doki. Phenomenal caster. Not even a pro player. Just compliment his casting. It's fantastic casting. He's playing some late night EML ranked sesh. Wish him some luck on his game tomorrow. And yeah, I'll let Hot and Cold know. Chat said happy birthday. We'll pass on the message. Everyone have a great night, and we'll see everyone again tomorrow. Thanks for the support as always. Bye-bye.